2 days in here at the beautiful Estonian National Cricket and Rugby Ground in Tallinn. And we've seen a little bit of Group A, a little bit of Group B. Today we'll see the teams from Monday. Again, jumbled up, mixed up and turning up, all searching for points to take them further in the tournament. 10 teams here in Estonia. Great to be back for the first time in 4 years as well. Sun's out, fun's out. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Estonia and it starts right now. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Day 3 here at the beautiful ground in Tallinn, Estonia, the cricket and rugby facility. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world as we get ready for 5 more T10 matches here in Estonia. Don't forget also the night series is up and running as well in Portugal. So you'll have a magnificent 7 matches today over the next 14 hours. A live cricket here on ECN. So starting the day with match number 11, we're going back to Group A today and it's going to be the Mustamay Bulls taking on the Tallinn Super Riders in this match. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. There's Sheriff, he's back and he's got his cowboy hat on today. Watch out, here's the coin toss.
Super Riders to call. Tails is to call. And it's ahead.
So it is the Mustamay Bulls that have won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. So I thought they had a mixed day, I suppose, on Monday with a 1-1 record. They'll be keen to start their day with a good win here, no doubt about that. I think all the teams now from Monday, they'll be slightly better for the run room, but it is very early in the season here in Estonia. Let's talk Tallinn Super Riders though. Maybe not a bad toss to lose for them to get out there, and let's see if collectively they can put the ball in the right spot to start with. I think that we saw some issues there in Group B with teams that were asked to bowl first, and especially early in the morning, just getting the ball in the right spot, maybe creating and then taking opportunities. Weather-wise, lots of sunshine, some long days at the moment here in Estonia. We're expecting maximum temperature up in the 20s. 20 degrees actually is the expected max. Currently it's around about 12 and pretty nice conditions out here. Maybe a little bit greasy first game of the day, but I think by the time we get this first ball going, I think it'll be pretty good underfoot for the players. We saw some crazy cricket last night as well, didn't we? The equal third highest chase ever in an ECN match as Tallinn United stunned the Tallinn Stallions. And also we saw a top 10 all-time score by Saifur Rahman of the Stallions. He wasn't even player of the match. His team didn't even win the match. So I think Estonia is full of possibilities. And really, we have seen some quite remarkable cricket already. Rico Full is standing by. Rico, I know that you're looking forward to this one. A few return clashes here from day 1. In the first one, it's the Mustamay Bulls. They've won the toss and they're going to send in the Tallinn Super Riders. Let's see how that goes. Time for the start of day 3.
Good morning, world. Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu and welcome to our family around the world on International Family Day as well. We're looking forward to the action today. Look at that. Looks absolutely stunning. We've got some good cricket ahead of us today, starting off with the Bulls up against the Riders. But before we have a look at what we got coming up today, why don't we take a look back at what we saw yesterday? It was a thrilling day. And once again, match 5 was an absolute thriller. But before then, we had 5 other matches, and it was absolutely brilliant. The Tallinn Rising Stars were starting off against the Viking Stars. And remember, this was the start of Group B action, and the Rising Stars, they were in good form with the bat. 174 they put on the board, and it was Muriul Islam 57 of 19 and the captain Mohammed Shoaib 44 of not out of 17 that led the way. The Stars, well, they crumbled and they lost by 109 runs. Player of the match there was Islam with that 57. Well, the Viking Stars would be up again and we're hoping to do better against the Tallinn United side. Well, Tallinn United, they, like the Stars, put the runs on the board as the Viking Stars just continued not to bowl very well and too many extras. 170 was put on the board. Ajit Nagam, 73 of 28 was the player of the match, but he got good support from Ali Masood as well. Once again, the Viking Stars, the batting never clicked. They lost that one by 73 runs. That took us to match number 8, where United were hoping to make it 2 wins out of 2, and they certainly put the runs on the board thanks to Sahil Chauhan. Remember that name, everybody. 54 not out he was on this occasion. But Marilul Islam scored an incredible 87 not out, played the match performance, giving the Tallinn Rising Stars victory with 1 ball to go. Viking Stars came back for match number 9. They were hoping they could end the day on a positive note, but it was not to be. With the bat, once again, they crumbled just to 67. And the first time we saw Tallinn Stallions, the 2020 finalists, well, the Stallions showed what they're made of, and well, Saif Rahman certainly did. He scored 58 not out of 19 to give them a win with 35 balls to go. Then the last match. What a match this was. It was quite breathtaking. The Stallions put 176 on the board. Saif Rahman, 137 not out of 39 deliveries. Did they bat Tallinn United out of the match? No, they didn't, because then come the moment, come the man. Sahil Chauhan, 78 not out, including 6 sixes on the spin to give United a win with 2 balls to go. It was an incredible day, a high-scoring day. I get the feeling that today, with the sun shining, will be very much the same. The Bulls up against the Riders, and as you saw from the coin toss, both teams are rearing to go, and it will be, once again, the Bulls that win the toss, and they put the Riders in. Here's the first ball of match day 3, and it gets played out back to the bowler. We did see the Riders, of course, on match day 1. They played the first 2 matches, but it didn't go well for them. Not only did they lose them both, but they didn't pick up a point. Manu Priyal bowling the first runs of the day then, as this one gets played out onto the leg side. Yeah, the Riders putting 111 on the board against the Italian strikers, but the strikers knocked those off with 25 balls to go, taking all the points. Now that's a good hit. That's over the top of the fielder. 4 runs. This is what they've got to do. They've got to be positive about things, don't they? They've got to make things go well for them. Musur Rahman, the captain, he batted well on that day 1. And Residul Islam is another guy that can make it happen. And somebody else to look out for is Anand Chandarappa. And but other than those 3, they did struggle. And in their second match, they batted first and only made 68 all out with the ball to go. And the Tallinn Hippos knocked them off. And once again, they went pointless. So it's a big day for them here today. This one gets worked away. It's a big chase, but on this rapido outfield, that will be 4 as well. So cuatro más, back-to-back 4s for Islam. This is what they need. Need something positive here. Here's a, like I say, big day for them. They've got, once again, the first 2 matches this morning. The Mustami Bulls, they play 3 matches today. Look back at what the Bulls did. We saw them, of course, also on day 1. This one's going to be too wide. It's better areas, though, I think, for Manu Priyal. He's this time trying to get that ball outside the off, but he gets a fair bit of swing, which, again, just tells me that if he is able to control it, it could be used to his advantage. Let's see if he can get it just a smidgen closer. He can. That's better areas. Just a little dab, but no run this time as the fielder comes running in. Mustami Bulls, they played match number 3 on day 1, and they got a sensational victory. They only scored 96, and they restricted the strikers of all teams. Strikers, remember, who were dominant in the run chase in the very first match. Oh, that's going to need backing up, and it's the legs of the fielder that does the job, but that's going to leave a bruise. Well, he takes one for his side here, because it was a wild throw, because keeper, I don't think, gets any look on this at all, but thankfully it was backed up. That's the end of the first over. 10 without loss. So Musur Rahman looking to build. He's got a half century already, remember, in match number 1, but he was really the only batter to do so. Chandarappa did put in a good supporting knock with him. And this is the groups again. So again, we return back to Group A action. We've seen all of those teams now apart from the Tartu Wolves. And we won't see the Wolves today either. And, well, of course, Group B, we saw them start yesterday. And the Stallions United, and also it's got to be said the Rising Stars all produced some very good performances. That just tells you that certainly both these groups are going to be very close. I was talking about the Bulls. The next time we saw the Bulls, it was against the Tallinn Hippos, and the Hippos were sort of batted them out of the game, 145 for 3. Stefan Gooch, of course, had a good day on that day, scoring 40. And then the Bulls, they made 126. It's a good effort from them. But again, Stefan Gooch, 2 for 24, played the match in that one. So the Bulls have won one and lost one. Down the leg side, but to the fielder, puts it down. That's an opportunity, and it goes down. You've got to try and take those amateur, and that's a Chandra. And it was a nice height, really, for Chandra. He'd be disappointed that he's put that one down. A big opportunity. Look at the bowler there, holding his head. This is Muthu Krishnan. Oh, just misses the off stump this time. So Rahman looks a little bit rusty here, doesn't he? Doesn't look into the same sort of form that he was in on day one. Welcome to everybody in the chat. A lot of people on there, bright and breezy this morning. It's nice to see. This scuffs at this one. They're going to take, well, one of the batters, Rahman, is interested, but his partner Islam is saying, no, that's not a run there, and I think he's right. Rob Thompson in the chat earlier this morning. And nice to see a lot of people. Hello to Will Sheffield, Arun as well, all in the chat. And this time they do go, and they will get in, so you're going to take whatever's available to you. Hello also to Terry Richmond. And of course, was talking about the results that we had here yesterday. Don't forget, we also started that night series in Portugal. And what a good couple of games there, where all the points were shared between the Punjab CC Amadora and the Lisbon Capitals. A win apiece, keeping that nice and open. A little bit of weather that Phil G had to contend with, but well done to Phil G as well, and all the crew there on Portugal on night one. Fantastic job, everybody. And of course, more action coming from Portugal tonight as well. We'll keep you updated on that. Down the leg side, it was always going to go down the leg side. He totally loses his shape. That's Muthu Krishnan when he delivers that one. Yes, and it is, as I said, it is International Family Day. So you are all our family. So, hey, why don't we, throughout the day, keep wishing each other a happy family day. We are one big family on the chat. This one's going to take some stopping, and it can't be stopped. It gets through. The man with the long hair, that's a Makalande. And sometimes Makalande, keep an eye on this guy, because his hat is off more than it's on. There it goes. Hat comes off. And the problem he has is when the hat comes off, he's got such a lovely lock of hair. He can't see anything because the hair comes in his eyes. I reckon he needs to. I've got some duct tape here. Maybe you should offer him some. Oh, wow. I tell you what, we're not talking duct tape here. We're talking some awesome, lovely, jubbly hitting. Captain Caveman style. That has been blasted. Boom. Shaka. Logia. Seis carreras. Oh, that's a biggie. We saw some big ones yesterday, didn't we? Remember, a few of them did go into the road as well. 22 then, without loss. Nice start here by the Tallinn Super Riders, looking to win their first match. This is how Group A looked after day one. So the Hippos and the Strikers both on 8. 4 points to the Bulls. And we haven't seen the Bulls yet, but the Tallinn Super Riders, 2 matches, no points, and that's their concern. They need to get something out of the 2 matches they got here today. On the man who couldn't stop the ball, doesn't need his cap here now, will come on to bowl. And Makalande, that's a good looking shot, really is. So both batters now have found the boundary rope, and this time it is Monsieur Rahman, the captain. This is a nice cut shot, a little bit too short. First up here is Upscut Makalanda, and that gets played nicely. Makalande just has to get this a little bit fuller. You can see the keeper there, the captain, Hetarachi, just signaling, oh, you got to be here and a little bit fuller. So the areas are right, but the length is a little bit wrong. Galande. Yeah, that is fuller, and it's been crunched though. It's a lovely shot. Not a bad delivery. You know, that's what the captain will be saying. Get it full and make him drive. The thing is, though, Rahman, he does drive, and he drives handsomely, and he gets his out the middle. Boom. Shakalugya. That is sweet. Well, that is sweeter than the semolina that I had this morning. Yep, folks, I did it. The old traditional semolina. With, of course, I had a little bit of the old cherry jam on top. It was very nice. And 4 more. This time, 2 full. But this one gets worked away outside the off. Cuatro carreras más. As Rahman doing what Islam did in the last over. The riders, they're here to get some points. They're here to get on the board. And the captain is looking to get them off to a good start. Him and Rashidul Islam batting very well here. So 36, and every ball in the over has gone for a boundary. 14 have come from it. And as I mentioned, it is Family Day today, International Family Day. Family is not an important thing, it's everything. So happy Family Day to all of our viewers around the world. Well, let's have a look at this one again. The batter is thinking he's going to get a wide here. I wonder. Let's see here, Makalande, as he just sneaked this one in. Let's have a look. Yeah, good delivery. Perfect. On the money. Good umpiring there from Shane. All right. Good comeback after 3 boundaries. 2 dots here. Look at that here. I just want to run out there and give him a little clip. You know, a hair clip. Just to clip it back either side. It's also International Buddha Day, by the way. So if you're celebrating Buddha Day, it's that's into the pads they will run. They'll take another. So good comeback here from Makalande. After going for 3 boundaries for 3 balls, he's 2 dots. Just look at the hair. I'm surprised he can see where he's bowling this, because when he goes into the stride, watch the follow through, and just watch. Just there. He has no idea. But I like it. Look at that. Remember the old advert? Is she or isn't she? That's the question here. Is he or isn't he? Of course, that was to do with a hairspray, wasn't it? End of the power play. 37 without loss. It's a good start there from the riders. Yeah, as I mentioned, it is International Buddha Day as well. Celebrated in countries where Buddhism is present, including core Buddhist countries such as Nepal, China, India, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Laos as well. So celebrate Buddhist Day and Family Day, everybody. And, of course, celebrate a big day on the European Cricket Network as well. 7 matches, everybody. 7, 5 from here, and 3 from Portugal as well. As we will see a change, I think, here in the bowling. Looks like they might be going for Manan. So here comes Manan to see if he can make an impression here. And that gets clipped away into the gap. That's going to be 4, I think. The chase is on. The batters have a look. They think we're not running, and they're right. They don't need to run. He sort of steers this away on the leg side. Nicely played. And doesn't allow it to hit his pads. If he does, then he would have sport a wide, really. So, good shot from Rahman. Taking control of proceedings here. As Manan, he's got to get it right, hasn't he? You heard Vinny say that a lot of the bowlers have been struggling to get the ball in the right areas. And you can say that that's been a bit of an issue for the Bulls here. That's better. That's where he needs to be. Better delivery, a heavy ball. He gets it through to the keeper. No problems there from Hitarachi. As we welcome for the first time into the cube this morning to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, who's looking very green like Estonia.
Yeah, well, it is at this time of the year. Telehomikas to everyone. Good morning. And great to see lots of interaction in the chat already. Yeah, a bit more fight out of the Super Riders. Hopefully I haven't jinxed them. As Rahman will get one away here. We've got the Manan to Rahman battle. And it's a cracking morning here, isn't it, right now? I mentioned yesterday, I think these northern countries, when you get to this time of the year, there's such a sense of optimism. And spring is, yeah, it's just a very, very pleasant time of the year. And what are we expecting? 20 degrees today.
It's beautiful today. It really is. It's a lovely day. There's hardly any breeze as well. So it's a lovely day to have a bat. And the riders at the moment are doing pretty well. That's a good leave. Islam deciding not to waste this. Lets it go by, takes the wide and says, bowl me another.
Yeah, as I've got to say, I didn't get too much of the city last night because I was tuning into Portugal, and Phil G taking care of business over there. First couple of games in the night series. It'll be going for the next 3 weeks or so. That's good location from Munn. You're right, I was kind of highlighting the importance of the bowlers getting it right in the first place.
Yeah.
And I think often we see batters crashing and bashing, and maybe it looks like bowlers are powerless, but I think over the length of the ECN journey, I think we've seen that when bowlers get it right, batters still got to work hard for their runs.
Well, that one's again down the leg side, and I think he gets a little bit on this, and it will race to the boundary. And this outfield, especially with the last couple of days having plenty of sunshine on it, is getting faster and faster. And just watch this one go. There's hardly anything on it, but that Grizzly is just going, and going for more. But once again, it's because he goes from outside the off to down the leg side, and that's where you can't be at the moment. So both batters in the 20s here.
Yeah, it's good partnership. I feel like they've really got to cash this in if they're going to be competitive in this game.
It's another one that's down the leg side. It's sort of been the pattern so far, hasn't it, of this innings? Every over it's probably had 3 good deliveries in the right areas and 3 bad ones. And the bad ones get put away. The over comes to an end. Also, that boundary brings the 50 up. 51 off 4 overs.
Yeah, consistency is key, isn't it? I mean, these two, obviously they've both had struggles. I mean, Mr. May Bulls do have a win to their name, but obviously they're going to have to play well to play themselves into a strong position in the second week of the tournament. So it's a solid start for the Tallinn Super Riders here. Let's see if they can turn it into something more. 126 right now, and yeah, Mr. May Bulls, they picked up their win over the Strikers, and yeah, that was pretty good defence actually. 96, but they were able to restrict the Strikers to 69. Obviously, the Super Riders, they did put 111 on the board in the first game, so that was something at least. Got chased down though. Their bowling has been a bit of a concern. Anyway, let's see. New day, new plate. Wickramasinghe to bowl.
And this one is going to be crashed away. Well, that goes into the banners there. That's banners that are representing cricket in Estonia and also junior cricket in Estonia. Well, takes a bit of a wallop.
That one goes into what I'm calling Bubble Town over there. It just looks like a bunch of suds. But I got to say, I love the banners. I love the enthusiasm for cricket here. It's a different kind of a vibe here in Estonia to a lot of other countries we've been to.
Yeah, Wickramasinghe, this time it's a full toss, and he's trying to get this in the gap, and he will succeed. Not a good delivery. He didn't bowl badly when we saw him first time up, but I'm quite surprised that they haven't gone with Ravi here to bowl Lingamaneri, because he certainly bowled very well. Remember, he did take 3 wickets as well, 3 for 6. They're just holding him back. Manipuriyal was the other successful bowler when we saw them up against the Strikers. He took 3 as well, but he hasn't quite found his form this morning. But they're trying Wickrama. Oh, he's very unlucky here. Very unlucky. Keeper does really well, because I think he probably thinks he's going to hit the stumps, but he still follows the ball and makes a stop. A little bit unlucky. Wickramasinghe, but that's better line. Right, that's hit firmly, and that ain't going to be stopped. That's a really good shot. He just takes a step across, and he hits it straight. And when you hit it straight like this, there's no fielder that's going to stop it, because even though you got long on a long off back, that is right in between them.
It's actually a really good shot because he doesn't chicken out there, so it was a bit wider. I think the bowler deliberately bowled it wider to try and get the stumping, but Ramani backed himself. And one thing they'll say, and they coach you, if you're gonna move your feet to the spinners or with the keeper up the stumps, don't worry about the keeper. Don't worry about getting stumped. Don't you take your eye off the ball. Make sure you hit it well. That's exactly what he did. And it was a difficult shot because it was away from his body, outside his eye line. Could have easily missed it and been stumped. Instead, he nails it down the ground for 4. Clever bowling as well to try it, but Rahman was all over him.
This time he pushes it wider. It will be fielded out there, or the man with the hit with his cap stay on. Yeah, it does. He doesn't try to throw it too hard. There's Makalande who's out there. So just a single this time. 13 off the over with the ball to go. And we're getting up to the halfway point here. And that's not a good delivery. That will be a wide. And once again, unlike the fact that Islam, he's probably not so strong on his legs, not as strong as what his captain is. So he cleverly gets out of the way, makes sure the ball doesn't get any part of him. And it will have to be bowled again. And this time he just plays this away. Single will get taken. It takes the score and this partnership to 66 at the halfway point, and we'll take this opportunity to welcome you in the cube, the boys in green today, Vinny.
Yeah, it's something about the springtime. I've got the duck here, and this was just to scare the geese off a little bit later on, because I know that they might take over. Good morning to everyone. Great to have your company on ECN. Once again, this is ECN Wednesday, and isn't it crazy at the moment? You're getting 7 games every day. Soon it'll be even more than that, because this weekend we'll have this series still going, we'll have the night series still going, and I'll be in the Netherlands for the Dutch Tri Series, so you're going to get a triple treat there. Just speaking of the Portugal series last night, I mean, that was a bit of a throwback series, I've got to say. I really enjoyed it. Great job by Phil G over there.
Yeah, well done, Phil.
Had some viral potential. I know that, I think I showed it to you this morning, I think you might have caught it last night. Had an all-run 4 off a ball that really didn't leave the circle. And so, like I said, it's got an interesting feel. The night series, it's always... Yeah, it's got a kind of different vibe to it.
I always say it's always party by the night when you have the night series, and there's party here as well, as that one is blasted away. Bully. And I can see the batter Islam, he wants a no ball for this. I don't think it is, because he's pretty low down when he crunches it away, but I tell you what, it's a monster strike. Let's just have a look. We'll double check this. And it's easy on the way down. Yeah, it is on the way down, so I think that's just going to be okay. But, yeah, there's a signal, 6. And keep count, people, because yesterday I reckon that we had about 5 or 6 balls that went into the road behind us. One of them nearly took out a nice motor, has to be said. Let's see how many go there today. It's still very early. It looks like Islam is starting to get his range. Okay. But oh, he'll get clobbered here as well. Nobody's stopping that. It's a good hit. It's just in the slot from Burumbat. All right, it's outside the off, but it's at a length where the batter just swings and connects. What? It's right in the hitting zone. You either go fuller and get the Yorker in, or you go a little bit wider. At the moment, these two are putting on a cracking partnership.
Yeah, absolutely motoring away here, aren't they? And yeah, they have made them pay so far, but can they sustain this? If they can, then you're kind of looking at 150 or something like that, potentially. But again, we saw with some of these teams the other day, if you can crack that top order, get the new batters in, you can slow things down, keep yourself in the game.
Yeah, I think that's very much the case here with the Riders, and they know it as well. This partnership is so important. That's going to be a wide. It gets through the keeper, but not past the short third, who backs up nicely. Good bit of... We're seeing good swing from some of the bowlers, but they just haven't been able to use it to their advantage. The batters, they're milking it at the moment. Okay, Kush, but needs to get it right, and he's not getting it right. It's going to be 4 more that gets put away. Both these batters, well, they're saying game from one hit to hit with each other. A bit of a competition. Who's going to get to maybe that landmark of a 50 first? Both in the 30s. Well, Islam now with that boundary moves into the 40s, 41 to 34 between him and his captain Rahman. Good partnership. And the Riders, remember, are searching not just for their first victory, but their first points in this 2024 European Cricket Series in Estonia, in Tallinn. Still down legs, but he gets lucky straight to the fielder. Good pick up and throw. And still wanting the single. Rahman this time says no, stay there. We don't want to run ourselves out. Yeah, you're right, Vinny. Need a wicket. Get 1 wicket here and things can change pretty quickly. But where's it coming from at the moment? It hasn't looked likely, has it? Launched. Adi Ospolota. This one has gone. It's going to be 6 more. Launches into it. That's a lovely shot. It's a biggie. Gets down on one knee this time and says, all right, I know it's slower, but it's going to come off the bat just as quick. Ay, ay, ay. Gear. Shaka la gear.
Yeah, it's powerful striking, isn't it, at the moment? 87 without loss. Now they're on that, pretty much that 15 and over pace. This is turning into a really good first innings. Like I said at the beginning of the day, I thought it might not be a bad toss to lose.
All right, this one, is it going to go to hand? No. That's probably the first real miscue that we've seen that could have resulted in a wicket. Doesn't get taken this time, but the real opportunity, of course, was earlier on when Rahman should have really gone when he was dropped on one by Chandra. That one is what they'll be looking to. Well, they've capitalised on that, have the Riders, but well, the Bulls, that's hurting them at the moment. End of the over, since gone 88 without loss.
The one thing that has been better is the extras, so kind of 5 wides and 6 overs. That's something we've seen teams struggling with, especially early in the day. But I also think just the length, I think what we see on this pitch, not too many bowlers are really kind of troubling batters for pace.
Yeah.
So then if you're bowling that kind of middle length, once batters have gotten their eye in, they're just kind of stepping, they're hitting, and they're absolutely smashing the ball everywhere. So I still think I haven't seen enough Yorkers. I think when bowlers have gone fuller, they've at least forced a few more mistakes. Obviously, you don't want it to be a big hanging full toss, but I think I'd rather risk that in the search of a perfect Yorker.
Yeah.
Just kind of keep rocking up and bowling in the slot. Anyway, here's Manan, who's coming back to bowl out in the 7th.
Okay, doesn't quite get it out in the middle. The fielder should stop it.
What I'm talking about, though, I mean, is kind of just missing the Yorker, but it's a better outcome than giving the batter a good look at a ball that's shorter than that. So, I just think it's the odds. I
think also, and I know you highlighted the wides, not so many, which is good, but the thing is, though, I think I'd be happier to see a few more wides because the bowlers have tried to get the ball in the offside corridor rather than what they've been bowling here, too much down the leg side like that. That short is ugly and it will get peppered. So now Rahman, the captain, will also move into the 40s. Islam on 49 looking to bring up his first century. Rahman, of course, has already scored a half century. He was the first to do it in this series in match number 1 when he got his team to 111, but it wasn't enough to get the win. So this time round, they're both hoping that they can put a big score on the board, and the way they're going at the moment, they're doing just that. Remember the Bulls, we've seen them score 96 and then in reply to 145 against the Tallinn Hippos 126. So once you get past that 130 mark, I think the Riders will start to feel very confident.
Manan searching for this first wicket. That's an interesting one because this, again, is it completely outside the wide line or is it getting a bit of the line? I had a feeling it probably did get a bit of the line, but yeah, see, it's a tight call. But I suppose if the umpire has doubt, then they're going to give it a wide. I think it might have been one of those occasions.
Shane is looking very cool.
Shane is a cool guy. So, I mean, he can basically call whatever he wants. Cool.
Well, that one definitely is a wide. It's a very good take, actually, by Hetarachi behind the stumps, the keeper. Hey, what has been the past score? Because we're in day 3 here now. We had 2 days. What's it been about? It's been around, I'm going to have a guess and say probably around 123, 25.
Not far off. I'll tell you the day by day if you want.
That one is going to be to the fielder.
I think it was around that until last night's game where it was 179 against 176.
Yeah.
So first day it was 11.8 run rate, second day 13.9.
Okay.
So it averages out 12.9.
Okay.
And so, yeah, probably the 120s, I would say, is par.
All right, high, good luck. Keeper's got to want it. Okay, Hetarachi is going to completely miss it. And, well, that's one way to bring your 50 up, isn't it?
Well batted to Rashidul Islam, but I got to say, I would love to have the heart rate monitor on the keeper here, because if you could graph how he was going, he was cool, and then it takes a dramatic turn. He realises that he hasn't really controlled the swirling ball. Ends up, I don't think he even gets a hand on it.
Doesn't get anything on it.
Anyway.
Big moment. All right, that's been well hit. And then, of course, the other batter is going to go and punish you for a boundary as well. He shouldn't be on strike, really. New batter should be on strike. And Tarachi, when you got the gloves on, you've got to be taking those catches, and he knows it as the captain. And now, well, the runs keep flowing. That was one hand of the bat as Rahman now moves to 45. And Maximo brings up his 50 as well. The 100 partnership between these two, well batted. That's a good hit, but it's straight to the fielder. Good throw, he could be in trouble. Now, I don't know if he has the ball here. Let's wait and see. It was a great pickup I think that's a Makalande out there. He's a very good fielder. He's sharp, gets the throw in. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, I mean, bit of a shout. Let's check it out. I think he's in anyway.
He doesn't have the ball.
Doesn't have the ball. Plus, he's in. Two good reasons that it's not out.
Yeah, I mean, wicketkeeper asking. I mean, maybe he thinks he might have pushed the ball onto the stumps. He's not sure. But, yeah, you're right. The batter is in. This partnership continues to grow. What a good one it has been. The Riders, remember, we're talking about the same team that had all sorts of issues. Remember, they were bowled out for 68 by the Tallinn Hippos. So this is a great comeback from the last time we saw them with the bat. And that's what the European Cricket Network is all about, and you're going to see plenty of it as you look at our schedule.
I'm going to go backwards. So we're finishing with the ECCW, which is 2 divisions this year instead of 1, so that's twice as big. It's 2 weeks long. Spain, great to be back in Barcelona. Hopefully my Spanish is very good by then. Malta for the first time this year. I'm looking forward to being back there and seeing what the ground looks like as well, because there's been a bit of redevelopment there. The ECC is the Euros of Cricket. We talked about that a lot. Go back to Croatia a little bit earlier in the year. Hopefully the weather's a bit more kind to us, as this is hit leg side and should just be a single. Should be even with that slight fumble from Bopagi out there. Going back before that, we've got Austria, which I think is going to be a sensational tournament. Always is there. Some big hitters. And obviously, before that, we've got the summer months where going to a lot of locations. All right, here we go. Second time around. Keeper is going to take it eventually. And he uses several parts of his body that are not traditionally used to take a catch. But I've got to say, this one's probably even harder for Vimukti because he's under the lid. He has to find it straight away. Remember, the sun is belting down in his eyes, but he does what he has to do there. The non-striker probably makes it a bit tough for him. We're charging him down. There we go. Look, pops out and ends up taking it. And yeah, well done to the keeper. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do when you drop the high ball to get another one. But that'll be the first. We can finally, their partnership is broken, 105 for 1.
Yeah, Vimukti Hetarachi, the captain, he said, well, all right, I was nice to you. I gave you 1 to get you 50, but now you're on 50, I'm going to catch you out. So he does, but it does almost bobble out. Watch this again. It tries to get out, and he holds on to it, keeps it close to his chest. And, well, there's celebrations this time there from Wickramasinghe.
Great experience from Moshu there, who definitely runs near him, but not in his way. Just to create another little complication, a little bit of traffic for the keeper. Anyway, well done to Hetarachi, who takes the catch behind the stumps. And I actually think he's been pretty good out there for the most part. Anyway, Chandrappa batted well the other day. He's on strike now.
All right, and he goes for it straight away, and he'll get it as well. And you can see the bowler, Wickramasinghe, he's looking and thinking, have I got another wicket here? Has he got enough of it? Oh, he's got enough of it, all right. It's just lofted out there, but once again, you see, it's that hittable length a little bit fuller, and it's a different ball game. Nice strike, nice start there for Anand Chandrappa. He's just keeping the acceleration going here. This one, that's well bowled, I think. Oh, I don't know here. I know that ball does swing, but I don't think it gets past the line.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's one of those ones, maybe there's a bit of doubt there.
Let's have a look at he does get the foot back as well.
Yeah.
Well, I reckon he can do the splits there, Chandrappa. He's very flexible.
Umpire just giving the wicketkeeper some instructions about how to set the stumps up, so he didn't need to. Anyway, this is a cracking shot as well, but almost reeled in the circle. Chandrappa, one thing about him, he does hit the ball hard. That was a bit of a stinger for the fielder. That
could have been a great catch, though. That's a Rajiva run. And this is hit well hard, and I thought, like you, that's going to the boundary. But he pops up, and he saves 4.
That's a positive at least. Here's Rahman, who's on 47. We're going to have the second half century of the morning.
And it could be caught, but is it a no-e? The throw comes in. I think they know. I think it is a no-e, and probably could have been a run-out. Let's have a look at this. No ball has been called, so the fielding side, good alertness for them, especially the fielder who takes the catch. But I reckon this is could be another fumble here from Hetarachi.
Yeah, even though he's on the charge, I think that you're not certain that's coming below the waist. It was touch and go with the run out. I think he probably would have. The throw tested him probably a bit too much. Anyway, free hit coming up. Another drop catch, but that won't. Fake drop catch.
Fake drop. Okay, Wickramasinghe Can he finish well? Look, if he goes for less than 30 here, he'll be pretty happy with his spell. And cracking shot, but to the fielder. And Makalande makes no mistakes. Should keep it to just the one, and he will. So, score. Still a ball to go, of course, because of the no ball. But now, is there? No,
that's
not.
it now.
That's it.
Yeah,
He's
8
done.
overs down. It is 116 for 1. You can see that they've kept wickets in hand here. They've had their top order do the job. I mean, that's always your plan, eh? I think if you're batting first, or whenever you're batting, is to not lose too many wickets and hope that your top order can get the job done. That's what they've done here. Hey, last night in Portugal, though, I've got to say, some pretty interesting performances. Amir Zaib at one point when he was bowling and basically had a last over that he couldn't quite control things the way he wanted. We had Najam Shazad making some runs over there.
Yeah, playing for the Lisbon
for
Capitals.
The Caps, yeah. Anyway, here's with the Krishnan, and that's going to be pulled away, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Chandrapa's been good, like I said, so far this week, and I think he's enjoying this opportunity to come out. He's got nothing to lose, doesn't have to be fearful of losing his wicket. He can just express himself, and he's raced to 14.
Yeah, I've got to say that I'm very surprised that we haven't seen Ravi have a bowl. I really am. I think he bowled really well the other day. He picked up 3 wickets, so the captain is not going for him. And also, he took the pace of the ball. I'm big time surprised. Chandrapa hitting it well, came in, and he's doing the right thing. Goes for this one as well, scuffs it, but nobody in that short mid-wicket area. So they'll settle for 1, I think, because I think Rahman is saying, hey, I've been stuck in the 40s too long.
That's true. I mean, he's got the chance to bring up his 100, but I think in other circumstances, that one was hit slowly, and I reckon he might have got it. Might have got it too there, or at least be looking for it. Anyway, Rahman gets another chance. He's on 48.
All right, well, it looks like should be just another single. It's well fielded. Nice, calm bit of fielding done there by Manu Priyal, who, well, probably will be warming up to bowl the last over, I guess. All right, Rahman has moved to 49. Can't get out the 40s. Chandrapa, 15 of 6, going well. Oh, Gandhi ball. And he's just bowls this 3 or 4 times in his spell. And that's Muthu Krishnan. I don't really know why. It's right from the moment he starts to the delivery point. He's never right. He never gets the body in the right area. He never gets the old twist coming in. Well, let's see if he can get it right here now. Comes back again. No, still down the leg side, and he's going to get punished, and rightly so. That one's going to go over the banners, and it's going to take some time for this one to come back. It's not good bowling. And I think one thing that Hitarachi has done here, probably, he's gone back to bowlers that haven't particularly bowled very well in the first over, and he's got other options, and I think he just needed to be, needed to be able to say, right, okay, I'm going to take a chance, I'm going to take a gamble. I don't want to go back to somebody who's already gone for plenty of runs.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision, isn't it? Kind of stuck to his guns here. Maybe been a little bit inflexible with his plans. That's a good one, at least in the right channel. Hey, I was doing a bit of a deep dive on the squads as well of Portugal, because as you know, we've got a few characters over there, and I know Miranda Dragons are back, right? Famously 14 for 8 in a 10 over innings.
Yeah.
I got some good news and I got some bad news.
Tell me both. Better. First, the good news here is that Muthu Krishnan has managed to get 2 balls in the right area. And like I said, it's been probably the story, most of the bowlers. 3 good, 3 bad. Tell me more about the Dragons.
All right, so I was kind of hoping that we'd have Paul Stubbsy Stubbs, holder of the world's longest duck on ECN, none off 13. But no Stubbsy. That's the bad news. I'll get that out of the way first. But good news, Panda What Up is in the squad. The Panda will be back. When are they playing, please? Oh, that's must-watch TV. The Panda is up tomorrow night. Set your watches to Panda time. You don't know Panda What Up? He's like a human. Uh-oh, blooper time. Well, you mentioned Panda. All you have to do is mention him, and you're going to get some viral content. Unfortunately, Muthu Krishnan misses one that was crawling him like a caterpillar. And that's going to be leaked. And guess what? Rahman will bring up his 50 in an unexpected way. Brings it up off 28 balls.
Yeah, well batted to the captain. But once again, Muthu Krishnan just hasn't got just hasn't had the best of mornings. Maybe he's not a morning person. That one was clearly a wide.
My two favourite highlights on the field, at least, of Panda are causing an overthrow that resulted in 6 runs total off a drop catch that was kicked by 2 people on the way to the boundary. This is in the air, and fielders going to have to run back with the flight. Touch and go here. I just ran a slightly suboptimal route there. He zigged when he had it to zag, and that one's going to curve away for 4 more.
Yeah, he's trying to catch up with it. We really, I think at this point, dive, slide, flick it back. But once you try and chase it, forget it. This outfield is getting quicker and quicker, just like Terry told me it would.
Yeah.
And Terry was telling me that the pitch itself would get quicker as well, the more sun on it. So we'll have to wait and see on that one.
So
yeah, go on, tell me the other highlight.
And my other favourite was when he batted number 11 and actually batted okay. They all batted terribly. So the next game they were opening, and then they just let him open. And he hit 3 of the biggest sixes we've ever seen. And each time after a 6, he'd moved 2 metres out of his crease to face the next ball. And the third one, he was pretty much halfway down the pitch. And Corey was losing it. Oh, classic Panda. But he will be back. Anyway, here's Chandrappa right now in the present in Estonia. He's going to go up. And fielder goes back. Again, can't quite find the drop zone. There's 2 there if they want it. They will get it. Good running, and they move up to 143 with 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, there's the score. Just keeps clicking in the right direction for the riders, the super riders. Or maybe they've had a super breakfast because they needed something to try and elevate their game.
That was a really good shot to show you how he misjudged that. He kind of ran to the rider's screen and then... see how if he actually stayed where he was or on the same line, might not have time for this. Let's just see what happens on this ball first, which is going to be up and one of the longer parts of the ground, but that's going to be 6. Maximal. Chandrappa lighting it up here, first innings of the day with a cameo.
Good striking, isn't it? Very good striking. He gives himself a little bit of room, doesn't he? He's just come out at the right time, hasn't he? That's the difference, because the openers have done their job putting that partnership together of 105. Chandrappa's come in and thought, right, I'm just going to give it a go, and it's working
beautifully. He's
beautifully.
quicker than Rahman.
This one, catchable and taken. Good catch as Muthu Krishnan this time doesn't make any mistakes, holds on to it. And Manu Priyal will take the wicket of Chandrappa. Nicely held. So, but he's done his job, has Anand. Chandrappa comes out and he scores quickly. 29 off 11 before he goes out to ball number 12.
And let me just throw this out there though, Rico. I mean, Tallinn United scored 149 yesterday in match 8. Exactly the same score as that. That wasn't enough. The other thing was the Tallinn Stallions last night scored 176. That wasn't enough as United got the chase. So this game's far from over.
Yeah.
I do think they're pretty happy with the position they're in though. Super Riders with 149 off the first 10 overs of the day.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. As they're happy about things at the moment, and so they should be, because they've not had too much to be happy about, especially the way day one went for them. I mean, one thing to be thinking here, got to be thinking the win, but they're also got to be thinking that there's no way we shouldn't get a point from this match as well as we see the highlights. But you're absolutely right. Look, if you talk about some of the run chases that we've seen here so far, 134 wasn't enough, 149 wasn't enough, 176 wasn't enough. So really, they don't know yet if 149 is going to be enough or not. 150 is going to be the chase.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really fault the effort here, but I suppose the fielding was a bit hit and miss. The bowling, I think they got it straight enough. I still don't think quite the lengths are right this pitch, which is slow enough for the batters to kind of adjust those slightly short deliveries and just slam them straight down to the ground. And when they get on the pads, you can whack it to the right of screen. They take nothing away from the openers. I think that Rashidul Islam with 50 off 19, he really set a cracking pace, and Rahman, the captain, was a steady hand there. And they made him pay, essentially, for missing an opportunity or two early on and turned it into that score. So remember we identified that, didn't we? We're halfway through the innings. If they bat well, if they keep the wickets in hand and the top order can fire, then they're looking at 150. Essentially, they have set 150, so they've done their bit. But the Bulls, well, they'll be charging in the reply. That was a little bit of a misfire, wasn't it, from the keeper? But hey, life doesn't always give you second chances. Sometimes it does. And even though it took the entire of the forearm and the chest to take that, that's a catch in the book. And yeah, I think both teams come out there, they give it a red hot go. I'm looking forward to second into this game.
Yeah, looking forward to it indeed. But well done to the captain there Monsieur Romani does bring up his half century earlier before then. Islam did as well. But I'm liking the hitting of Chandrapal as well. Chandrappa, I should say. He came out there right from the word go, hitting the ball well. It kept the acceleration going and gets him to this 149 score. So 15 to left to go from. Well, we did see some hiccups there in the field with the Krishnan putting that one down and allowing the 50 to the captain. But then when he did get another opportunity, he was to take it. This one is the one Vinny was referring to when the fielder sort of ran all the way around it. If he kept running straight, he might have found himself with a grizzly in his hands. And then the last ball of the innings, it was Muthu Krishnan who finally at least finishes the innings with a smile on his face and on the face of the bowler, Manu Priyal, who picks up the wicket. But all the smiles there you can see at the moment currently on the team from Tallinn. Tallinn Super Riders have put 149 on the board. And when you look at that scorecard, you got to say, it looks pretty rosy, doesn't it? But now they've got to do it in the field, so they can't get too complacent. I think Monsieur Romani's an experienced campaigner. He'll be telling his boys, hey, we've already done half the job, and he'll be reminding them of some of the run chases that we've already seen here at this national cricket and rugby ground in Tallinn. Let's have a quick look at the bowling figures. And look, they weren't particularly bad. I mean, Muni Priyal and also Muthu Krishnan at 28 and 27. There was a wicket there right at the end for Manu Priyal. Problem was they were bowling too many balls down the leg side, and some of them were called wides, but a lot of them were punished and put away, and that was really the biggest problem there. So we're going to take a short break here now. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Estonia. We're in Tallinn, their capital. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me is Vinny Sandhu. We'll be right back with a reply from the Bulls. Can they get to 150 and win this match number 11? Come back in 10 minutes' time to find out.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome to International Family Day here on the European Cricket Network. Well, we're going to give you some excitement today. 5 matches from Estonia and 2 from Portugal in the night series there as well at the Miranda the Corvo Cricket Ground. But at the moment we are here at this National Cricket and Rugby Ground in Tallinn in Estonia. We're halfway through match number 1 on day 3. It's match number 11 and it's been a good start from the team, the Tallinn Super Riders, who have yet to register a point in this series. They played 2 and lost 2 and haven't got any points to show for it. But this time around with the bat, they've gone and scored 149 thanks to Islam and their captain Rahman, both scoring half centuries. That means that first equation we need to look at is the bonus point equation. So 104, if they can restrict the Bulls to 104, they could take all the 4 points here. And the Bulls, well, quite unlikely if they can get to 150 and 7. They take all the points, but they need to get to 105 to at least get a point from this match. So here we go. We're going to start off here with Deepak Kumar in the air. Could be a wicket straight away. Are we going to see a royal duck? No, we're not. We're not going to see a royal duck because I think, look where this ball lands. It's got to be the bowler's catch. The bowler's got to want this. He's come in from a long way, has the fielder. He does really well. But the man with the Nelson on his back, the captain, Monsieur Rahman, he can't get there. Let's have a look at this. You see the bowler just stopped and look where it dropped. It's a step away from him. And then he says, unlucky captain Saab. Could have started with a royal duck. It won't be. And, well, Makalande does survive. Now, Makalande, we saw him bat well the other day as well. More on him at the moment. Let's see how Chandra deals with the first one from Kumar. Down the leg side, he doesn't move. He'll take the wide. It's a nice work there for Anand Chandrappa, who takes the ball. So, yeah, I mean, they showed 2 signs of the batting, didn't they, when we saw them on day 1, the Bulls. Gone, edge, gone, gotta go. And a wicket straight away. And look at the keeper here. I'm telling you this now from that reaction. He catches this ball, but doesn't know too much about it. Because as soon as he catches it, it's surprised. And then he says, I had no idea where it goes. Because look, his helmet is over his eyes. And then he throws it up in the air and still doesn't know where it is. But he does take the catch. And there you go. Look, you can wear a lid and stand back. You can take the catch. And it's going to be a wicket. And it's going to be a golden duck, unfortunately, for the man who has to depart, and that's Chandra. So he's going to get a golden Derek. Hello, Derek. Good morning. And happy family day to Derek as well. Also part of our family, isn't he? And that was the golden Derek. Chandra will go very first ball. Catch taken by Chandrappa, and Deepak Kumar has taken the first wicket. Fine time to welcome back into the queue to Vinny Sandy. Vinny, welcome back, and a great start here for the Riders.
It is. I mean, they get a second opportunity. They dropped Makalande, who, don't forget, scored that really good 54 against the Hippos on day 1. But it wasn't a royal. It's a golden duck, and still an early wicket. Wickramasinghe comes to the crease at number 3. Kumar, bit of reward there for getting it right. I think bowling that offside channel. Let's see. Wickramasinghe can change things around. Pretty good start as well from Kumar. And it's not necessarily about the pace here. I think it's about the motion. It's about getting it right. And Kumar, so far, so good.
Yeah, I mean, I've said all the way along from day 1 that I think this pitch is not about pace. It's about the slower bowling and the line. That was just lack of foot movement really here from Wickramasinghe. Wickramasinghe as well is a guy that can crunch it. We know that. We saw him score 41 not out against the Tallinn Hippos, trying to get to that 145. They finished on 126. Okay, he can hit the ball pretty well. And Muthu Krishnan is another guy that's got a bit of power about him. This one gets worked away on the onside. But you're right. I mean, Makalande, he did score a half century. It was against the Tallinn Strikers, and it was an important knock because remember, he scored 54. He got them to 96, and it ended up being enough
Yeah, that's right. And the other thing about Wickramasinghe, he's batting at 3 here, but he was batting at 5 on day 1. So they've obviously identified he's in good form. I like the move to bring him up. Yeah, Makalande with that half century against the Strikers turned out to be the kind of difference between the two teams, really. Last ball the first over, it's been a good one.
And cut away, it's well fielded. They've got a little bit of hype about them here today, the Tallinn Super Riders. They know it's a big day for them, these 2 matches. They play back-to-back matches as well, so they'll be back on the field straight away as well when they take on the Tallinn Strikers. Now, remember last time they played the Strikers, that was the game where they got to 111 for just 3 wickets down. But the Strikers, they walloped them. They got those runs with 25 balls to go. So it's going to be a replay of that match. 35 matches, by the way, since that golden ball.
Well, that's 1 week in the ECN universe, so it's slightly less because we've had a couple of extra matches last night. Yeah, but that's a week ago. It was last, and it makes sense, right? It was last Tuesday night.
Yeah.
So here we are, Wednesday morning. And, well, we get a golden ball in Estonia. Never had one here. Although, there's a bit of a Finnish influence in this tournament with a lot of players that we have seen, even playing for Helsinki Titans, for example, in the ECL. And they do have some golden ball experience because they went down to the Luxembourg team, the first ever ECL golden ball. So, yeah, there's a few that have golden ball scars that we'll see over the next couple of weeks. Anyway, Udin comes in. He's kept it quiet pretty early as well. Not the start the Bulls wanted. Hardly charging out of the gate here.
Yeah, there's no charge from the Bulls as yet. Just the 3 from the first over. Udin gets away with that one. It's a short one down the leg side. Right now he's got to adjust to Makalande, the left-hander. He likes to play outside the off. He's got a good cut shot, and straight away he shows us what he likes to do. He's actually very untypical of a batter that you see on the European Cricket Network. He will actually move down the leg side to actually play on the offside, and sometimes balls clearly going down the leg, he'll still try and play them on the off. Yeah,
it's an interesting technique, and we do see it from time to time. So Rajmani in Italy being a little bit like that as well, maybe a little bit too much. But he called it, and I suppose the key then is you want to draw him forward and try and give that ball a chance to maybe move away and draw him into an error. I think we know with this pitch, not particularly fast, so if you get to that's slightly better, although it might bring him a boundary anyway. Good shot by Makalande, goes leg side. He's kind of living on borrowed time because he probably should have been out off the first ball of the innings.
Yeah.
And it's a good, powerful strike against moving ball for runs.
Yeah, Makalande hoping to recapture the form that he did show on day 1.
My tactic, watching him bat for live for the first few balls, go around the wicket, bring it in, move it away. Okay. Because I think he quite likes this angle, and right now he's going to go over mid-on. He's going to get 4 more. So, yeah, good power play batting when it comes down to it. Bulls need someone to fire it. Maybe Makalande's the man again.
Yeah, they needed these 3 boundaries, didn't they, in this over? Because, like I said, the first one only going for 3 and need to catch up. And they are catching up. So, Makalande is doing the striking. The thing is, when you look at him, there's nothing off him.
That's right.
There is nothing off him.
Power comes from somewhere, though.
It's the hair. He's the Samson, I reckon.
That's better. That's more like what I was
He
thinking.
wants to have another go.
We've seen one guy hit the ball twice ever on ECN. 16 for 1 here after 2. That's Fabian Magal in a T20 International. I think he's still the only player in a T20 International to get out hitting the ball twice.
Yeah.
He hit him, it was just dropped.
He just gave it
and
a
then
little...
he hit it back to the bowler when there was a chance for a run out when his partner had overcommitted.
Yeah.
So that was a bit of a strange one. This is the table, of course. Their teams will play 8 matches each in the group stage. The top team goes straight through to the finals day, and teams 2, 3 and 4 will get to play in round 2 against teams 2, 3 and 4 in the other group to fight for the other 2 spots in finals Friday when it comes around. So 16 for 1 after 2. No surprises going back to Deepak Kumar in over number 3.
And that has been played beautifully. That's what they need here now. And Wickramasinghe missed out on a couple in that first over. But this time, that's a really good shot. I mean, it's not just a swing of the bat. He knows exactly where he's playing this. Just watch the last moment where he gets the bat. He angles the bat in the right area, and he's got eyes in the area. That's the way to explain it. He's got eyes in the area where he wants to hit it, and he nails it. They're sort of following the ball here a little bit early on in this power play. Edge gets it over the short to third man, so 4 more. Hay suerte, suerte, suerte. Pero también hay una Nelly Cuatro carreras.
Need a bit of luck factor. They get it here. Thick outside edge, flies away. And the result is 4 runs. So the kind of the seeds of a partnership and a little bit of a turnaround here for the Bulls.
Okay, it's more up than distance. I think it's an opportunity, but he's already gone over the rope. That's 6 runs. He's already gone over the rope. There's the captain here. That's Monsieur Roman, who's in that position. But as he's watching this ball, myself and Vinny are watching him because he's right in front of us, but he's already stepped on the rope.
Several ways at 6. 3 steps over the line, then he puts it over the line anyway. So the result says carreras. It's a bit of a teaser, but handy runs. Bulls getting something out of this power play now.
Kuma bowling his second, but it's not going quite to plan this time. Down the leg side, and it's another one that Wickramasinghe has missed out. And I think he might have clobbered this onto the inside of his leg. Yeah, yes. It's hobbling around a little bit. Yeah, that's the ones he's missing out on. It was the one in the first over from Kuma to him there as well, but he missed out on it. And now he gets beaten outside the off.
It's always a little bit of a risk if you bring your first over bowler back. There's sometimes they can't quite reproduce the magic, especially if the same batters are there that have kind of seen them in the first over. Plus the ball, even in the third over compared to the first, maybe isn't doing quite as much. Been whacked around a couple of times by now. Not quite as shiny and new. Last ball of the third over coming up.
And this time, he only just manages to get it over the fielder. That will go for 4 as well, so good way to finish. As Kuma will go for 21 of his spells. Still not bad, but mainly because of the first over, only went for 3. So 4 más. And after a slow start, they are up and running. Just have a look at the power play scores here. Very, very similar.
Yeah, you're right. 34 for 1 versus 37 without loss. I just think, look at the consistent scoring. 10 overs, and they were all double-figure overs.
Yeah.
And it was just the one magical. So it was just kind of death by 1,000 cuts there. It wasn't inconsistent. It's just steady building blocks. 149. It's above average. It's probably 20, 25 above par. So I think the Bulls will have to replicate that consistency from here on in. Bearing in mind, they didn't have a very good over at all in the first, did they? Yeah, they only scored 3. So they're already playing a bit of catch up. Can't afford to have any more. I think, probably afford to have 1 more single-digit over, full stop. I'll have to catch it up somewhere. Ronnie Zaman is going to bowl over number 4, coming on for the first time today.
And he starts with a loopy sort of in-swinging full toss to the left-hander. Single gets taken.
Now, I know you'll like this little slogan I'm going to say today, but full is cool.
Full is cool.
I know that Rico Full would enjoy me saying that.
Yeah.
But Zaman, it gets full, draws him forward. Get him hitting down the ground. You can protect down the ground now a little bit.
Yeah.
And I just think
it's a good strategy to somebody like Makalande, because he doesn't drive, does he?
Even that, good result for a ball that wasn't very well directed. Double glove ejection from Chandrappa. It's just a single, it's a leg by.
He misses out on these, doesn't he, Wickramasinghe? That's probably the 3rd or 4th delivery that he's had on the leg side, and it's a gentle full toss, really, which you'd expect him to clobber. So he's a little bit weak on his legs.
Ball's still given 23% chance, so some sort of chance, I suppose, with the wickets in hand.
Goes for this. Here's a fielder back there. What's the spin? And they're looking to come back for 2, and they'll get there quite easily because it's a very weak throw.
It was a mixture of things. It was a good, quick turn from the batter Makalande, and he spotted the fielder. Wasn't really attacking it. So in the end, he steals 2 where it looked like there was only 1. He gets another chance at Zaman.
Zaman, good so far, first part of the over. I think he sneaks this one in beautifully.
Full is cool. Doesn't really move his feet. That's the thing, because he does back away a lot to try and open up that offside. He kind of does that to a ball here. Look at his feet. Goes outside the leg stump to a ball that is well outside off. So makes that hard to reach.
Dot ball.
Clever bowling by Zaman. Been impressed with his over so far. And
that one will go all the way. Well, he may be little, There may not be much off the matchstick man, but he can still smash the ball down the ground. That is a biggie. That is Unakus.
Well, full might be cool, but this batting's hot. And this is what happens when you don't quite get it right. And it's a step hit, smash from Makalande. But still, having said that, they need 17 and over. This over's still only gone for 9. So as long as you can avoid a boundary, it's still a pretty good over for the bowler. This ball, and there you go. That's the difference, isn't it? Little differences. And paying off there. Zaman goes single digits in the 4th. 9 off that one. I think there was a leg behind there, but anyway, it's 44 for 1 for the Bulls after 4.
Yeah, he'll take that well bowled by Zaman. And a couple that he got away with, but look, as you're saying, they're full. It's better. I always say it's better to be fuller than short. The short ball gets punished. The full one can quite often bring you wickets. How many times have we seen these days, especially in this shorter format, where the slower ball has always got you the wicket? And sometimes it's even a full toss as well.
So just Mustame, by the way, a few people asking what Mustame is, where it is. It's actually one of the 8 administrative districts of Tallinn, the capital. And that's gone. Well, it wasn't quite out of the screws from Wickramasinghe, and it's a perfect start for the bowler. It's Tanvir Ahmed coming in. It was just kind of middle length, flat batted bat. He stayed put, the hands went up, the ball stuck, and the Bulls now 44 for 2.
Yeah, well, Wickramasinghe is going to be very disappointed because he finally feels he hits one pretty well, but that's a lovely catch. This is all about, just look at the posture of the bowler, keeps his cool, keeps his head nice and straight, eyes on the ball, takes the catch over his head. Wickramasinghe will have to depart.
Hold your catches. And obviously that didn't really stick first time around, and the man they dropped essentially missed. Makalande still there on 22. But this is the keeper, Etiarachi, coming to the crease now, number 4. Now, Mustame is about 5 kilometres from the centre of Tallinn, and in Estonian, Mustame means Black Hill. So, interesting little bit of background on that part of the country. You can see the leg by here, which is not really doing him too much damage. And it covers about 8 square kilometres. Established in 1962 and completed in 1973 as a micro-district of the city.
Yeah, it's very flat. I mean, we're here. I mean, if you have a look, extremely flat. And in fact, the highest point in Estonia is known as the Big Egg Mountain. It reaches only 318 meters above sea level. So that's not high at all.
A Big Egg? Now that I didn't know.
Yeah, the Big Egg Mountain. I reckon our sheriff would like to go there. He likes his eggs, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does love his eggs. He looks a bit like an egg if you take his hat off.
Tanvir Ahmed, it's a good delivery. Angles it in once again to Hitarachi. The captain just gets nudges this away for another single.
I know from these type of countries, in a lot of ways, the fact it's so flat, they actually save a lot on fuel and things like that. Think about what it takes to get a truck or a car up a hill, right? So yeah, they've got that going for them.
Okay, this is also, so all the little shots here at the moment going to hand. We saw a very good over from Ronnie Zaman, only went for 10, which included 1 leg by. Now this one, so far, only going for 3. They really need a boundary here, but look at the rate. It's almost going to be, if they're not going to boundary here, be around 20. They go for it, and they'll just get it. That's a very important strike. It just means that the over is still a good one, goes for 9, but at least they keep that rate just below that magical number. So good hit, good use of the feet, and the captain needed to get that out in the middle, and he does. It means that they get to the 50 mark here. So the score moves to 54 for 2 at the halfway point here.
Yeah, just creeping over and giving them a bit of a prayer in this chase. They're going to need, 96 second half. Hey, coming up tonight, we've got Lisbon Supergiants taking on Werewolves CC in Portugal. So that is the Lisbon Werewolves. They've now decided to make themselves a bit more representative, and they're just known as Werewolves. They'll be right at home there in Coimbra from what you told me as well, Rico.
They certainly will. And of course, it is the night series as well. So the Werewolves will be feeling at home and pretty comfortable. Good delivery. Really good ball.
And Oh, well, this is going to have to hustle. I think this is gone, you know. And he's been given out. Well, it's a total mix-up. And so Makalande is going to get away with it again. It's Hediarachi that's going to pay the price. It was a direct hit. I mean, it was a bit messy. The fielder came in. I thought he might have disturbed the bails, but the stumps are knocked over by the throw. I think it's a pretty interesting replay, but it looks
I'd like to see it,
yeah.
because from our end it looked that way, right? But let's
Yeah,
see it side
the
on.
ball definitely hits the stumps. I'm going to have a couple of looks at this. The keeper misses it, and then he becomes like kind of a little speed hump to get over. And yeah, okay, we can't really see there. Oh no, he's just out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't anywhere near the stumps in the end. It had to be direct, and it was a direct. There you go. He's gone by about 2 feet. And then nice kind of backup from Nikhil, but he had the best seat in their hearts to see that Hiderachi is going to have to go. The worst possible start to the second half of this innings for the Bulls as they lose their keeper. Hiderachi is out for 7, and the score's 54 for 3. And it's Managaran that throws that. See there, just gets past the keeper, and I think he's unsighted there, so like neither of the batters really knew where the ball was, if there's a run there or not. So to be honest, it's slightly bad luck, I think, for Hediarachi, who's just kind of biding his time to see if there was a run there or not. In the end, it cost him precious meters.
Yes.
Sathis even comes into bat at number 5.
Yeah, Sathis even knows what he's got to do. He's got to get on with this. He's got to try and get some big shots. And now they're a long, long way away, not just from this win, but also from getting something out of this match here. Where are these runs now going to come from? Very good bowling. You know, we've been saying that we haven't seen too much of this Yorker lengthful bowling, but this is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
He's bowling a very good length here, and Ronnie Zaman, outstanding figures from him so far.
If I could train bowlers in this, it's probably lucky I'm not, I'd probably get him to try to hit a cone for 2 hours and say, that's your training tonight, and come back in and do it tomorrow with my Miyagi-style teaching methods. I'd probably get him to go across the road and right, hit. Here's a rock, hit this. Because honestly, if you can do that, then it's such a great base. Now this could be gone as well. Little edge, angling across, and Makalande, we mentioned he might be susceptible in that direction. And again, it's a fuller length from Zaman. I've liked what he's brought to the table so far. The Super Rider's looking good here. Bulls on the ropes, 55 for 4.
Good catch, good bowling. Loving this from Ronnie. Well, Ronnie's the man. You see, once again, that's his shot to go to, but this time round, he goes for a little bit of power. The keeper, helmet and all, takes the catch. Well done to Chandrappa. And now, really, I think that the Tallinn Super Riders are really homing in on all the points.
Yeah, nice catch. And we have seen more of the keepers keeping back in helmets, but I told you there's a lot of reasons that it makes sense if you're comfortable doing it. The amount of slower balls you get that might bounce in front of you on a second bounce, that can actually do you damage and allows you to keep your eye on the ball more if you've got the helmet on. The other thing is returning or trying to receive throws from the outfield when you've got things like the edge of the pitch and things like that. It just gives you a lot more confidence. Anyway, Zaman gets the ball to Muthu, who's coming in at number 6 with the Krishnan. First one to wide.
Yeah, with the Krishnan, he can use a long handle. Saw him score 34-17 against the Tallinn Hippos on day 1. So I really think that you got the last sort of roll of the dice here in these two and trying to get you to that 105. Let's see how they fare. Zaman is bowled beautifully. And once again, getting it in the right areas. I think there's a little appeal here between, I think more from the keeper and then the bowler. Zaman just inquires politely and the umpire says
apparently Roni's nickname is Rocket Roni, right? Rocket Roni. And apparently he also owns a Thai food restaurant, a Thai food truck called Thai King. So the Thai King here coming in. I'm glad I know that now. Anyway, Rocket comes in, fires another missile. I wouldn't say it's a rapid missile, but it's a missile nonetheless, and he finishes with great figures. Well, all hail the Thai King, because Zaman takes 1 for 12, and the Bulls are 57 for 4 after 6. Big thank you to Terry for that little nugget about Roni Zaman.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tenny. Well, okay. The Thai King. All right. Well, we'll have to remember that. But he's bowled very well. He's put his team in a very, very good position. Well bowled by Ronnie Zaman, the Thai King.
Yeah, delicious.
Well, the man.
And Roni's made me hungry after I had a decent breakfast this morning. I think a good pad thai would go down pretty well. Anyway, here we go with over 7. Suppose now you reassess, can you get the point out of this? They need 2 a ball to do that. 48 off the last 2 overs. Well, they need 2 a ball. They'll get 2 this ball. Mitsubishi pushes and the throw just bouncy, taking a bit of pace out of it. They get 2 there. So, I mean, that looks like they're probably the more realistic target now for the Bulls. Remember, the only one team's completely eliminated from the competition after the group stages. 2, 3 and 4 will all get the chance to play again. So these points all matter.
Yeah, umpire just making sure the stumps are right. That's umpire Sumanta, of course, who's come down from Finland. And, well, the man at the bowler's end, Shane, of course, from Barcelona. It's probably going to be a wide.
Shane, because his partner is speaking Spanish, and he's learnt a lot of Spanish. So Shane and I have good little conversations.
That's good.
As 2 beginners.
You're not a beginner now. You were a beginner 3 years ago.
Then I was clueless 3 years ago. But it's good. He talks, and I talk, and then we walk away and spend 5 to 6 minutes trying to work out what the other person was saying. It's very natural.
I thought you were going to say you spent 5 or 6 minutes saying what I'm going to talk about next. You know?
Yeah, sometimes in Spanish conversation, because I am learning, I feel like you should be able to pull out like a timeout card that you can throw on the table. It just buys you 1 minute to think.
Process
Okay, hold on. What am I trying to say? I got to say that the Spanish teams were very good on the weekend, the men's and the women's. They talk to me in Spanish and it helps. Anyway, let's have to see them trying to get going here.
All right, doesn't get out the middle, but it's still going to get 6 runs. It's another one that goes over the captain there, Rahman. And this one is almost at the bottom of the bat, but he's a big unit. Well, both of these guys are pretty big. But just watch this. He's not out the middle. It's almost right at the off the toe end, but he still manages to get it over the boundary rope.
Yeah, got bottom hand in that shot. That'll help them in their quest for this point. They're still giving a 1% shot at the game.
It's going to be another wide, you know. Yep, so a couple of wides sneaking in here. That's the 3rd in the over. And so 3 of the wides, a single, a 2 and a 6. So a better over. They've been pinned down for about 3, well, ever since Ronnie Zaman, the Thai King, came in. Hit hard, and that is going to get peppered to the boundary. That's 6 more. And, well, yeah, so like I said, they've had to wait for about 3 overs to get going again. But it's starting to happen. Sati Sivan gets this one away as well. He gives it some welly. 6 more.
Sati Sivan said he wants to get going. He does with a couple of good strikes. 30 off 20 now. To at least get the 1. Flip side of the coin, Super Riders, they would really love another 4-pointer, wouldn't they? Or a 4-pointer.
Yeah, it would put them right back in contention after not picking up anything in the first 2 matches, that's for sure. And this one is going to go over again, is it? Yep, it is. The fielder waits there patiently thinking he's going to be in with a catch. There's a double teapot there from Satasivan. He doesn't know what all the messing around was about. He's saying, look, it ain't that difficult. You just stand here and hit the ball. And the bowler gives him the double teapot back as well. As Tanvir Ahmed is thinking, what's happened in this over? And it's another wide, you know, good leave. You can see that he was drawn, Satasivam, to play this shot. And at the last moment thought, nah, I'm back in. This is wide enough. I'll leave it be. I'll take another. Well, this over now has gone for 24. With the ball still to go. And it's better finish, but 24 off the over. So that quest to at least get a point from the match stays alive as the score moves to 82 for 4.
This is what's coming up. Super Riders going back-to-back, taking on the Strikers. And this will be a rematch of the first match of the tournament on Monday morning. So Moshe Rahman obviously coming off half century, and Rashid Al-Islam likewise against the Strikers, who made pretty light work of it the other day. Now, just looking at that, not so sure that they've got the opener that made all the runs the other day for them. Remember in that chase made light work, Asan Amjad. Didn't see him on that sheet. Don't know if I just need to cast my eye on it closely, but yeah, if he's out, maybe it brings things a bit more into the mix. Yeah, not listed there for me. So yeah, that game's coming up in around about 35 minutes right here on ECN. Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. Of course, a lot of cricket to play, so there's going to be times. Okay, what's going on here now? There's something going on.
Keeper's getting the spray job.
Yeah, something to do with the thumb. It gets a little bit of spray, says right. Chandarappa says, I'm all right now. Thanks very much. Yeah, I mean,
be much better now.
We always remind our viewers, don't we, that all of these players, they're not professionals. They all have other duties and jobs, etc. So its availability sometimes isn't always 100%. So we will see times when some players will feature and some won't. For example, yesterday we know there's a number of occasions when players played 1 or 2 games but not the third. All right, here we go. Udin starts with a bit of a pudding, really, doesn't it? That's not a good one. It's very wide. Now look, Tanvir out the attack, Ronnie Zaman out the attack. The last over went for 25. If they keep going magical, they win the match. It's not impossible, is it? That's better. Just doesn't move to the ball. That's the problem here for Muthukrishnan. He hasn't quite got going yet, but if he does, if he can start going the same way we saw Satul Season go in the last, then it could be an exciting finish. This time he plays out well. He's in the gap. They haven't got anybody in that part of the ground. They've sort of got the man who's in the circle around the point area, which means that covers is left open. So that one goes in between the long off and the guy that they got an extra cover. Good shot, nicely played all along the deck. So Muthukrishnan, that's that one where he just doesn't get his feet across.
Yeah, good observation there. Just kind of throwing the hands at it. And again, I just think the bowling already you can see compared to the first day, it's a little bit more on the mark. You mentioned, for example, yesterday, first day Group B. And right on cue is a big filthy full toss. And
what a stop.
It's a kamikaze stop, isn't it, there?
No, he's like the mantis here. This is a bit of the mantis fielding. Look at this. This is a little bit of kung fu fighting.
It could be a no ball, you know.
The Grizzly. Watch the old kung fu fighting here.
There's a couple of things
foot?
here.
That's look at the foot, Vinny.
Yeah,
look at the
I know.
foot.
Yeah, but is that foot in the air by the time he touches it? Not really. That looks like 4.
I reckon that's 4.
I'm scoring this no ball plus 4.
Yeah.
There's 2 calls to make, and let's see what the situation is.
Height on this.
Yeah.
And
that to me is too high, right?
Yeah.
It's too high.
No ball 4. Got to be. It's got to be a 4 because the rope also moves as well, and there's the 4.
Well done to the officials. A lot going on there. Well done to Spring Media as well.
Yeah.
For getting all that, and so it will be a free hit to come.
Yeah, Spring Media.
I just noted. Yeah, it was like a proper I'd say panic stop, but it was like a bull rushing. I know the bulls are batting. But it was like a bull charging at the ball there, wasn't it? Great effort.
Like the praying mantis, isn't it? I think they're just. Are they not sure what? Maybe they're just waiting for the scorers to say, hang on a minute. Yeah, get the right batter on.
Yeah.
Because, you got to have, because it's a 4, he's got to go back on strike, hasn't he? So that's correct. Muthukrishnan.
The thing is because he had 1 foot that he came from, but if he had lifted that foot, and because he had other foots in play, if he'd lifted that foot that was on the rope before he touched it, it wouldn't have been 4. Because you can go out of bounds as long as you can come back in bounds before you touch the ball. Anyway, 13 or 15 for a point. Time for a free hit. Shot, watch out. Guess who?
Going for 12. He wanted a 2. And
Well fielded. I mean, I know he didn't get credit with the stop on the last ball before that, but you can't doubt the effort. That was also pretty good to keep it to 1.
Yeah. Yeah, well done, as you said, from Spring Media as well. We've got Andres, who's in the Indian room today. Oh, that is a biggie. It's a monster strike. Shaba. Getting us on up. The first one in the road today. Well, we'll have to wait and see if he's made it to the road. But it was a good strike. Quick hands here. Really quick hands. So, yeah. Lovely hit. So, Satya Visam Gets this one away, and it made it over the logs. I don't think it quite got into the road. Mind you, they're still waiting for it to come back, so it might have done, you know. There was a great one yesterday where the ball was hit in that direction, and it followed the green cross code beautifully. Just waited there at the side of the road and decided, no, too safe to go, too risky to go across, and it got picked up and brought back. All right, that boundary helps matters, isn't it? That last over, by the way, went for 17, just below the 20 which they needed to go, so it goes to 23 per over here now, which means the equation is quite simple. They need to go, I think they need less than 50. It's on your screens there now, I think.
Yeah, it's a 6 of 13, something that should
6 of 13. Oh yeah, I'm thinking about the wind here. The wind's not out of it, you know. All right, this one's up in the air. Now they should be looking for 2 here, because it's not going to be the easiest to pick up. There's going to spin on the ball, and they will get the 2.
Yeah, clever batting. All the elements are here, aren't they, for the Bulls? 100's up now for them. Oh, look, it's not impossible. I mean, we've seen them hitting the ball hard, hitting the ball well.
Yeah.
And they're going to have a dream run and probably a bit of luck as well to get anywhere close to this now. It does look like they've got that point sewn up. The score is 101 for 4 after 8.
All right. That's where you can see they are here. So they have got the point and back. So you got nothing to lose now. Nothing to lose. I reckon, yeah, they're just having a little discussion here, the bowler and the wicketkeeper. Now, what's going on here now? I can... some discussion.
Well,
I just heard we don't have no other bowler. I don't know what that was about.
Well, this happened last night. Shazad went to go bowl the last over of the game, but it was a 6-over game, and someone had already bowled 2. And, of course, the scorers, they spot it straight away saying, no, hold on, you can't bowl again because you've bowled, you're allotted over. Because, the rain came after 4 and a bit over, so it's a bit of confusion there. I don't think this is one of those situations.
Well, Rishikesh Ram is going to have a bowl. And let's see. And, all right, it's a wide. So this could be the moment. Remember, they're needing 49.
Here's the thing. They've bowled out 4 different bowlers. So they're going to have to bowl a 5th and a 6th bowler.
Yes.
So maybe a bit of mismanagement there to kind of close your options to that, given the game situation. Let's see.
All right, this gets played away, and they'll be disappointed that, once again, it's a bit of a full toss on the leg side. Doesn't get put away. So,
yeah, that was a bit of a hit-me ball, wasn't it? Really, full toss on the pads.
Well, this guy can't hit it. Satha Sivam has been good, and oh well, he wastes this one as well as it hits him on the pad. But he says, "Wait there, I don't want to run. I'll get the next one." He says, "I promise you, I'll get the next one."
Deceptively slow. I mean, even without pads, this probably doesn't bruise you. It really dropped him at the last moment. So getting away with it.
Well, Satha Sivam misses out on one the same way did Muthu Krishnan. Ouch.
There we go. Watch this. Oh, thought he might pick it up. I like this from Extentation Love in the chat saying, stake your house on the Bulls. Maybe not my house, maybe Rico's house I will. Because right now the Bulls need, was it 45 off 8?
Oh, this one might get to the boundary, will it? Yeah. Well, it just haven't been, from the moment this innings has started, really, they just haven't been able to put away these slow full tosses on the leg side. We saw that right at the beginning from Chandra. We saw it from Wickramasinghe as well. And they just haven't been able to capitalise on some of these bad loose deliveries on the leg side. And this over, they needed it to go magical. And at the moment, with 2 balls to go, only 7 have come from it. And now it's another full toss, and this time it's straight. Well, I did say earlier, you're better off bowling full and straight, and sometimes the slow full toss, let's get a wicket. And Ram, the man, rams the stumps down. Well, not really. It was a gentle full toss. It gets missed, and he gets a wicket.
Well, I guess, I suppose pace on isn't always a thing. He's way too early. I tell you what, he actually jogs at the batter faster than he delivered the ball there. That one, it was like a drop ball, wasn't it, from Rishi? And he's done that a couple of times clocked into the pads. And there we go. I still think, given the game situation, the cricket I played, you're probably more likely to get one out of the middle of the bat to the chops than the high five back. But that's what I love about the spirit of European cricket. And the Bulls, they've battled hard here, haven't they? They've gotten to, I think they're going to get to more or less an average score, maybe 120, something like that. But again, they just couldn't quite break those partnerships in the first half of the game. I think that's the difference.
And this one's been put up in the air. It'll just be a single as Manan gets off the mark. So that's, you'll have to say, it's a very good over.
Yeah.
When you look at the runs from it, 1 for 8.
This is my point. So strategically, if you'd bowled him 1 over earlier and then bowled Tanvir in the 9th, then Rishi could get another over because he deserves one, right?
Yeah.
But he won't be able to. So that's just, if you can avoid bowling 4 bowlers out, then do it. And normally it just means bring that 5th bowler on in the 8th rather than bowling your 4th bowler in the 8th. Extentation Love, though, continues to say no problem, stake your house on the Bulls. Well, they need 41 of this over. They have secured that point, though. And at least that's something they can take out of this game.
Yeah, also they do have a point. That's very important. It means that they will stay ahead of not just their opponents here, the Tallinn Super Riders, but also ahead of the Tartu Wolves, who we've yet to see. Oh, well. It's Ali, who also probably another one who's probably a bit of a makeshift bowler, Yunus Ali, but he starts with a dot.
I was going to say, yeah, perhaps you could try some of these bowls a little bit earlier and just kind of give yourself a few more options at the end. Anyway, it's a good time for him to get a bowl now. Has a good start, good line, good length, and Manan can't deal with it.
Work it out for a single, so gives an opportunity to Sathasivam to hit out a few more. He's sort of just gone a little bit quiet, hasn't he? He started well. He smashed Tanvir Ahmed for a magical over. Then after that, he hasn't really got going again. So let's see if he can find his rhythm again and give the Bulls a good finish. All right, down the ground. He should be out, and he will be out. Catch nicely taken. And it's the Thai King that holds on to the catch, Ronnie Zaman. And that is the end of Sathasivam. He goes for 28 of 10.
Well, European cricket's also all about characters, and Rocket Ronnie, the Thai King, has a nice ring to it. And he makes no mistake there. Barely had to move. Just kind of settles in the hands, just like I'm sure one of those Thai King curries would settle in the stomach without any dramas at all. 110 for 6, 3 balls to come as we welcome Kush Brumbat to the crease.
Yeah, well done to Yunus Ali. So probably wasn't expecting maybe to have a bowl a bit like maybe Aram, but does pick up a wicket. So that's a nice memory and a nice moment for him with the Thai King taking the catch as well. All right, what can Kush do here? Kush Brumbat is the new batter. I like the way he just gives his shoulders a little bit of a shimmy there before he faces his delivery. And he hits this very well indeed. That's 6 runs. Beautiful shot. 6 carreras. Well, Brumbat is saying, I've come in too late here, fellas. That's a lovely strike.
Yeah, where you been all my life? That's an absolutely cracking straight hit. And no one else has seemed to be able to kind of handle the pace or time up these slower balls in the last 2 overs, but really good shot. First up from Kush.
And he waits patiently as the ball that he smashes down the ground comes back to the bowler. Yunus Ali comes to bowl now the 5th in the over. And that's well struck as well, but there was a fielder out there who doesn't make any mistakes, keeps it to just a single. So they will finish at that around about that par score. So it's a good effort here from the Mastami Bulls, a team that are only around 2 minutes away from where we are at the ground. I was talking to them the other day, said we're just over there, we're not far. And oh, there's a mis-stumping. They'll get a bye, and it's the end of another very good over. So well done to Yunus Ali, and also before him he saw Aram bowl very well as well. So it will be victory. The first points on the board then for the Tallinn Super Riders. Well, they did the job with the bat, didn't they? Scoring 149. And the Mastami Bulls will fall 31 runs short.
And it's a brave try, and I think they get close-ish. I think they're more or less a par score or a handful off it. I think, yeah, for the most part, the Super Riders, they just kind of outplayed the Bulls in some key areas. I think that their top order were able to be a bit more productive and they could bat for a bit longer. And then I just think in the second innings, they kind of had the answers that for the most part they had a plan that they stuck to, and they stuck to a bit better. And that's the reason they get up by 31 runs. And just a reminder, we'll be back in around about 20 minutes with the Super Riders. Well, they'll take a lot of confidence into that next game, taking on the Strikers, who are without Arslan. I noticed that. But Habib, he's a good player. He'll be at the top of the order. Watch out for Cheyenne Khan as well, listed at 3. So just about 20 minutes away from that one. The Super Riders, well, they'll be happy. They're batting first again. And that was the winning formula in the first game of the day that they end up holding on to by 31 runs over the Bulls.
Yeah, and I suppose you could say when you look at the way this match finishes that maybe the difference was in the field, because I think the Bulls will know that they put a few catches down, which were quite important. If they were able to hold on to those, things could have been a little bit different. That was a nice catch taken by Chandrappa behind the stumps. That was a good wicket to get. That was Chandra going for a golden duck. Well, you did see that Makalande did survive a early scare, so he did make the most of it early on. He played some nice shots. Him and Wickramasinghe were just starting to find their rhythm and their flow, and that one certainly was high in the air. Great effort there by Mushir Rahman, the captain, but he just couldn't keep himself or the ball in play. And there was Makalande played these shots quite nicely. But one thing I do like is that most of the time that the bowlers did execute good line. This is a great caught and bowled by Tanvir Ahmed. His first over was sensational, and that was an over that followed a great one from Ronnie Zamana as well, who bowled beautifully, kept it nice and tidy. The second one, though, didn't go so well. That's a caught and bowled, delightfully done, and that was the end of Wickramasinghe. We know that if he gets going, he's a hard hitter. Didn't quite find his touch today. I think all the batters from the Bulls missed out on a few on the leg side. Makalande, though, probably was the key, and he, first of all, involved in that run out there. Hatarachi, the captain, unfortunately doesn't see the ball first up, but a great bit of fielding. Fantastic direct hit, and then Makalande himself snicks one behind. Another good bit of work there from Chandrappa. He was very good behind the stumps, and fielding in general was good from the Italian Super Riders. They certainly did look a very different side here today, and maybe they were, well, like the name suggests, there was something a little bit super about them today as they produced a good performance. But really, I think for the bowling, especially in those middle overs or those 3 overs, 2 of them from Ronnie Zaman and 1 of them from Tanvir Ahmed, took this match away really from the Mustame Bulls. Well, that was not the Bulls on charge. That was the bowler Ram when he had the grizzly ram into his foot. He just needed to run it off. And he did run it off, and then he got a wicket. It's another full toss that wasn't executed. I think one thing with some of those hitters there towards the end of the innings, they'd like to stay in their crease. They weren't prepared to come out. It's not often that you get bowled out and then you get high-fived out of here. And a good catch there taken by the man himself, Ronnie Zaman, the Thai King. It allowed Yunus Ali also to pick up a wicket as well. And that was it. The team wearing the purple, wearing the royal colours, getting a victory finally to their name, and they'll be very happy about that after a disappointing day 1 for them. They got points on the board, 3 of them, but a point there for the Mustame Bulls as well. The Bulls, they moved to 5 points, and the Tallinn Super Riders will get 3 points on the board as well. There's that scorecard, so you can see from there, batters, a number of them making starts. Makalande, Wickramasinghe, Satasivam, as well as with the Krishnan, but they just weren't able to go and push on to a big score. One batter gets a 40 or a 50. It could have been a different ball game, but well done to the Riders. This is the bowling figures here, so they just got that a little bit mucked up, I think, early on with bowling out the first 4 bowlers straight away. But I have to say that Rushesh Ram and Yunus Ali played their part beautifully. Both of them taking a wicket, and both only came just for 8 runs. So in a way, that worked out pretty well for them. So we have a break now of over 15 minutes. It gives us a time to get ourselves maybe a little drinky poo, and it gives you a chance to put the kettle on and sort yourself out as well. Get a few of those chores done. But come right back in 15 minutes time, because we have a Tallinn derby. The Tallinn Super Riders taking on the Tallinn Strikers. These two have played before, and the last time they played, it was the Strikers that were victorious, chasing down the 112 that they needed in match 1 with 25 balls to go. So join me and Vinny Sandhu and the rest of the gang here at this beautiful Estonian cricket ground here in Tallinn. We'll be back in 15 minutes' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Time for the second match of the day here on day 3, and it's going to be match number 12. The Tallinn Super Riders will continue going back to back this morning, but it's the Tallinn Strikers waiting for them in match 12. The Sheriff has the 2 captains and the coin toss. Let's go over to Charles Croucher.
Strikers to call.
Yes. Charles.
Dales is the call. And it's ahead.
So we are batting first.
So it is the Tallinn Super Riders that have won the toss and elected to bat first. And it makes sense. They did put 149 on the board in the first game this morning. Twin half centuries to the openers, including the captain, obviously getting them off to a decent start. Of course, they'll know that their job is far from done here. And they've had a mixed start, let's be honest, to this start of this tournament. So I think that they'll be very keen to go out there and put some runs on the board. They did put 1-1-1 against the Strikers in game 1. Of course, these two teams did meet in the opening game, and that wasn't nearly enough. The bowling kind of fell away, so as we've seen already, that has been a bit of a concern for them. We'll say that Asan Amjad was pretty impressive in that chase. Expect him to open up with captain Habib for the Tallinn Strikers, and they'll be keen to essentially win the mini-series over this opponent 2-0 in the early stages of this tournament. So two teams, I'm sure, are keen to prove it to each other again, and also try and score those points to put them up and in the best position come the second week of this tournament. Rico Full is standing by. Let's get ready for this one. I can tell you that it's Tallinn Rising Stars that are batting first once again here in the second match of the day. Over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Hello everybody and welcome back, and I think we're going to have a very good contest here as the Tallinn Super Riders winning the toss, and they want to have a bat again, and I don't mind that at all. It's worked for them. They've got their first points on the board, and they're looking to do the same here again. They're looking to get some revenge over the Tallinn Strikers. Now, one thing that's in their favour, when they did go down to the Strikers, it was Arslan Amjad that scored a fine 65 not out, and he's not playing in this one, but the Strikers, remember on day 1 they had one loss, and that was to the Tallinn Hippos when they were rolled over. Just have a quick look at this. You can see that it is the Strikers. They're 71% to 29. That's probably based on the last time that they made as well. But one thing to point out with the Strikers, that even though they haven't got Aslan in their side, they've still got Shayan Khan. Now this guy is unique. His hitting ability is sensational. Watch out for him if he clicks. And then also, remember their hero in that run chase against the Tallinn Hippos when they needed 135 was, in the end, after Shayan Khan scores at 55 of 19, it was Elias Hassan who scored 34 of just 15 to get them the win. So they have Hassan in their side, even though they are missing Amjad. I think it's going to be a good contest. I reckon it's going to be closer probably than what the win predictors suggest, because I think we saw good performance from the Tallinn Super Riders a little bit earlier there. So let's get ready. Let's get ready to start. And here's the first ball coming up, and it's going to be bowled here by Shayan Khan. So Shayan Khan, I mentioned him already, probably a key figure with the bat. He's got a very unusual technique, but he does play very much on the leg side, so it'll be interesting if they have figured him out. He's going to start. No change though. The two men that made a very good partnership in that first match, helping the team to get a win. 105 they put on, and it's going to be the same again. Monsieur Rahman, the captain, and Rashidul Islam, both scored half centuries in the earlier match. The umpires get ready to go. Wide ball first up. Good swing though, good movement from Shayan. Just look at that, look at the loop on that. So once again, the swing is there. Interesting swing how it was, isn't it? I mean, if you were going to the ground today, this one gets played away, but it doesn't pierce the field, will take a single. Yeah, if you got up this morning and thought, I'm playing cricket, and you looked at the conditions you got here, you'd probably be saying to yourself, okay, it's probably not going to do too much. There's no cloud cover, etc., etc. But yet today we've seen that ball move around quite a lot. There we go. All right, high in the air opportunity. Well, the batter is all over the place, and the catch in the air gets shaken. With Cheyenne Khan, everything's happening around him. Fielders running around him. The batter, he doesn't know where the ball is. He's running all over the place. But Cheyenne, he keeps his cool and he takes the catch. Well, this is the way that the European Cricket Network goes, isn't it? I mean, made a fantastic 50 in the last match, and yet here he's out for a golden duck, caught and bowled by Cheyenne. Let's have a look at this one more time. Look, it's all happening. I mean, he doesn't know where it is. He's getting dizzy. Fielders coming on. And also there, I mean, where's he running? I know he gets dizzy, but he's running right at the bowler there, probably trying to put him off. That would have been interesting if that catch went down. But anyway, it's going to be a golden duck. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Just because he's got a half century in the last match, it means nothing. As Rashidul Islam has scored 50 of 19, is out for a golden duck. And Cheyenne Khan gets one of the key wickets. A new batter now comes in. It's going to be Chandarappa, who also batted beautifully, played some very aggressive shots, Anand Chandarappa. But of course, in that last match, he went out to bat when 105 was already on the board. This time, well, there's only just the one run, but he takes a single. He gets himself up and running. So both these two batters have got off the mark. That's a nice looking shot, beautifully played. Gets it in between the two fielders. And the short mid on, and they have got the mid wicket back there, but he's not going to stop that. So the first boundary of the innings, nicely played. So Cheyenne checks his field, mid wicket just gets moved around a little bit. And that's well bowled, a little bit quicker right at him, so that's where he needs to be. Does have that little bit of pace about him as well. He's a good cricketer, he's an interesting cricketer. I love watching him play. Hits the ball really well, and he could be key, I think, here for the Tallinn strikers here today. Good quick delivery. Oh, hesitation. In comes the throw, but he will get back as he's wild. Just losing his footing there is Chandarappa. He wants to take the single, commits himself, and then almost gets stranded. That's a really good delivery again. Sort of cuts the batter in half, and Rahman is not paying any attention to Chandarappa. Certainly was a single there. It's the end of the first over. It's 7 for 1, and the news, of course, Rashidul Islam this time goes without scoring. It's a quick look, a brief look at some of our schedule. Of course, we continue here in Estonia. The night series started yesterday. That was a bit of a thriller. Netherlands coming up as well. Plenty of big cricket coming up in the Netherlands. T20 style Continental Cup in Romania. Then, of course, we go to England as well. And Cyprus, looking forward to Cyprus starting once more. So plenty of action to come your way on the European Cricket Network. Stay tuned. And, of course, you can follow all of that on our website as well, europeancricket.com. All the information there at your fingertips. Habib Khan, the El Capitan. He's going to start with a big wide. He's trying to keep it outside the off. Don't mind that. I was saying earlier to Vinny, I don't mind it when bowlers are just take a little bit of time to adjust to that line to get that ball in the right areas outside the off stump. I think it's far better to try and go full and straight in that area than short and down the leg side. That's where these batters will look to go after you. Chandarappa batted well, didn't he? 29 of 12 in the last win for his side. And this one is a bit of a streaky one. But he goes for the shot. He's committed to play it. And the captain's happy about it anyway. He's going to get 4 runs. Up and over. Not quite where he was looking to go. So a minor victory for the bowler, Habib Khan, the captain of the strikers. But it will go for 4. Beautiful around the ground here today. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's the one. You can hear the wicket keeper. That's a Thisham saying, that's the one. That's where you need to be. draw him into the shot. Yeah, I mean, very peaceful apart from the cricket. You got the birds chirping away. I can see at the far end the rugby ground, the lawnmowers giving the ground its stripes. And that one, once again, not quite where he wants this to go. It's another bit of a miscue, but it will be another boundary. Look, he's looking to play this straight down the ground, but he gets the inside edge of the bat and finds its way through. So 4 more. You'll get away with these in the power play. That's why the power play is very key. One man is not impressed. He is the captain of the Strikers, Habib Khan. Does he sneak this in? No, he has a quick look round at the umpire, but umpire Chain is having none of it. Look at him looking super cool there with the mirror shades. I remember when the mirror shades were in, a little bit of Miami Vice there from umpire Shane. And also Magnum, yeah, that's right. Magnum PI. That's another wide. It's the swing, just can't control the swing. Must admit, I wasn't expecting my daughter to know about Magnum. Was talking about shows the other day. I said, oh, Magnum PI. She said, yeah, I watched that. I thought, what do you mean you watched that? And only to find out that Magnum PI, exactly like they did with the Hawaii 5-0, they make these remakes. I'm not with all of that. Leave them alone. Don't touch them. That one I think is okay. Oh, umpire Shane. But he's very harsh, isn't he? I think this one is okay. That one is probably, if it does touch the line at all, it's just the inside part of it. And you can see, yeah, Habib, he keeps his mouth and his lips sealed. I know he wants to have a word. I'm not sure what he's looking at there. He doesn't want to look at the umpire. Slower, but well picked. Down the ground, 4 runs, nicely played. And doesn't try and hit it too hard, he knows, in the power play. Makes good contact. He's going to get it over and past the fielders. It's a nice looking shot. Well played. Cuatro más. Hello to everybody in the chat as well. It is International Family Day today as well. And of course, you are all part of our family, the ECN family. So enjoy Family Day. Remember, family is not an important thing. It's everything. And this one's a leave this time. Chandarapa decides this one is too close for comfort to play at. Also, International Buddha Day is celebrated in countries where Buddhism is present, including the core Buddhist countries such as Nepal, China, India, Sri Lanka, Thailand and Laos. So if you are celebrating, enjoy those celebrations. Okay, chance and straight to the fielder. No mistakes at all. He wasn't going to drop that, was he? And that's Majural Alam, I think, who takes that catch, makes it look easy. It's hit hard and straight at him. In fact, that's not, that's Cheyenne Khan. I'm just having a look at him. That's Cheyenne Khan, not Alam, but a good catch. It hits it firmly. But there you go, you see, this is what I was talking about. The persistence of keeping the ball outside the off. Now, I know there were a couple of wides in there. And one of them, yeah, let's say was a little bit unfair, if you like, to the bowler, but he remained consistent. He stuck to the task, wants to get it, keep it outside the off, and he does, and he gets the second wicket. So Chandarapa will also go. That's the way the tables look. So hugely important match this, isn't it, for the Strikers? And the Riders, they love to progress, continue to go up the table, but I think the Strikers will be looking to get the win here. And they got a big day here today. They got 3 matches. They will play this match. They will also take on the Mustami Bulls, and then also it will be a repeat of an absolute humdinger that we had at the end of day 1 when they'll play the Tallinn Hippos. 24 for 2 then at the end of 2. Once gets played away. I think it's a long chase, but this time doesn't really get too much of it. As well, Ronnie Zaman, the Thai King, has come out to join his captain. Let's see how he fares. Oh, that's a lovely delivery, but it gets through the keeper. It was too good, wasn't it, from Cheyenne Khan? Too good for the batter, and too good for Atisham as well behind the stumps. What a good delivery this is. Absolute corker, and I think it swings late. That's the issue there for Mohammed Atisham. Really gets this one to move late. Shayan Khan bowling that good heavy delivery. He's bowling a line where if you want to stay inside your crease, you're not going to get too much joy. You've got to be trying to come out to these and get into it before the ball's hitting the deck. So it's got to be moving forward. You see he's waiting for it. Oh, that's gone too quick and too fast for the keeper. Atisham to do anything about. Well, a little bit of a celebration from the batters, I suppose, only because it goes to the boundary, but he had no idea where that was going to go, but it goes quick. It's suerte, hay mucho suerte ahí por el capitán de Riders, Monsieur Rahman, having a little bit of luck. I suppose he's really the only sort of key batter now that can get them to a good score, so he's got to stick around. Oh, that's an absolute gem. What a piece of a delivery. That is an absolute jaffa from Shayan Khan. Watch this ball, everybody. It is a beaut. And it goes back to what I was saying before. If you don't move your feet, you're going to get into trouble. And he's staying in his crease, and watch this move away. What a beauty. What an absolute beauty. That is a gem of a delivery. And it's a delight to see. And it's a delight for a bowler as well. What a ball. And Shayan Khan, well, we know all about his abilities with the bat. Well, he's showing us what he can do with the ball as well. That is the end of Rahman. So he gets cleaned up, Jaga de Hutte style, by Shayan Khan, who picked up his second wicket. So the wickets that have fallen so far, we saw Islam go without scoring. He was caught and bowled by Shayan. It was a really good catch. Then we saw Anand Chandarappa go. Once again, he was caught by Shayan Khan of the bowling of Habib. Once more into the pads from Shayan. I think they're just happy to see him off. That is going to be the end, I think, of his spell. End of this third over. The power play has been completed, and it's 30 for 3. I often say if you can pick up 3 wickets in the power play, then that should serve you well, and it should be restricting, and that's exactly what I think the Tallinn strikers will be looking to do, is restrict the Riders to a score around about that 100, 110. Of course, they'll love it to be even less than that. And the thing is, though, it has to be said that you're into batters now for the Riders who haven't really performed. So even getting to that, I mean, you can see there the expected score 94. Even getting to the 90s and the 100s there could be a bit of a struggle. Power play is being signalled the end of there by the umpire. Welcome to Dave and Richard Bird. Hello, Birdie. Hope you're well. And Birdie saying that was a jaffa. It really was. And Zakia saying hello as well. Emil Robin saying what a jaffa that was. Yeah, it was an absolute beautiful delivery. Always good to see. I mean, we know that we've been pretty, a little bit critical of some of the lengths and some of the lines that have been bowled by the bowlers. But I have to say, the last 2 matches, in the last match, the Riders, they bowl very well, especially somebody like the man who's out there at the moment, Ronnie Zaman. He's hoping he can do it with the bat now. And we've seen a really good bit of bowling there from Shayan Khan. Excellent spell. Well, if this isn't catching any of the bat, it's a close call. I'd like to see it again. It's pretty full. Let's have a look. Does it catch any of the bat? Let's have a look. Or is it the angle? Yeah, it's drifting, isn't it? Yeah, drifting away down the leg side. Good call. A quick early shake of the head. And now this one just gets past the bowler. And there's Shuvo, who probably feels he should have done a little bit better here getting to this one. So Zaman and Udin trying to make things happen. And another man that always makes things happen joins me in the cube is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, well, watching this ball bend like Beckham at the moment. I mean, how's that outswinger last over from Shayan Khan, and now you can see Shuvo, left-hander, getting it to go the other way. So strikers striking 3 times in the first 4 overs of this game. Anyway, let's see what the Super Riders are made of, but you can see they're troubled by that swinging ball. I want to say hello to Birdie as well. I'm looking forward to seeing Birdie soon. Of course, he's part of the Hornchurch setup, and we'll see them at the ECS England. And of course, we'll be commentating that. I think Charlie will be doing a little bit of it as well. And Might have a few special guests as well during that week. Bowled him. That's such good bowling, and we've seen it once now, we've seen it twice, and this time it's the mirror image as the left armour swings it through the gap of Zaman, and unfortunately it's good night as the Super Riders have lost a fourth wicket, 33 for 4. Once again, fantastic swing bowling and a great length allows the ball to move.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There was one, the LBW appeal earlier where I said the ball just did a little bit too much. But, we go and we harp on about this so much. Get the ball up there full and straight, especially when it's moving around a little bit as well. So well bowled, and the good line, getting the ball pitched up, certainly is doing the job here for the Italian strikers. And what I like about the strikers here, they're not trying to do too much with it, are they? They're just focusing and getting the ball in the right areas.
Pitch it up. I mean, bowlers, we know that they're not always the sharpest tools in the shed. Those that can read, I would say, stick it on your arm, right down, pitch it up, because you can have better outcomes. And you can see it here. Shuvo trying to do the same thing to Manogaran. He almost does, but again, the importance of being able to play with a straight bat if necessary, just to preserve your wicket there and survive the over. Shuvo, though, he's still got one to go, and I'll be bringing him back as soon as I could, because after 4 overs, the Super Riders are 34 for 4.
Yeah, they are struggling. I said that it's always difficult when you lose 3 wickets in the power play. Well, they're continuing to lose wickets. They've lost a wicket in every over so far, and that's been the problem this time around for the Tallinn Super Riders. But we say this so much, don't we, Vinny, that you can't judge one match to the next, and they were so good with the batting, especially that opening pair, the Tallinn Super Riders, in the last match. Yet here this time around, Islam goes first ball done.
Yeah, and look, harsh reality is that they only used 3 batters in that first game, right? So
yeah.
Depth is always a bit of a concern, I think. But at least, they've shown they can win games. But you can see here that the strikers looking the good so far. Just a bit more kind of in control of their game, kind of a bit more at the level, I think. But still, plenty of cricket left to go. We never call a game too early. See if these two can put together a bit of a partnership. A little deflection shot this time, but the field's well placed down there. Just a single.
Yeah, one thing that we did notice about the Tallinn strikers, that while that first match was happening, they were all in the nets, and we've already mentioned that the nets here are absolutely fabulous. And I'm looking at the nets now, and I can see an array of pink. So that means that the Tallinn Hippos are here, and they're looking to warm up in there as well. This one is going to be a chase, but yep, he does make the stop, so it will just be a couple of runs.
Oh, geez. In 5 years, when we have the loser shoe for foot fielding rule, that'll be a big review for the third umpire to work out if he meant to kick that or not. But, yeah, look, just trying to pull something here. Again, if the Super Riders, let's say they're not quite good enough to win this game, but if we could get a point out of it, that all helps as far as trying to progress further in the tournament. It's been one thing the cricketers, they always want here is more cricket. So, maybe your teams are outsider to win the tournament, but at least all teams would want to at least make it through to round 2.
Yeah.
4 out of the 5 will make it at least that far.
And that's nicely played, and this time he gets it through the fielder, and that might just go all the way with it. No, it just slows up, so maybe in the process of trying to stop it, get something on it. And well, there's another stopper, and there's the Nahid Manan who gets a hand on this one. There he is there, and gets a hand and stops this one getting past him. He's actually pretty agile, we saw him make some nice stops the other day as well. There's Manan.
Yeah, Hassan's been a pretty useful bowler here. They've just had a succession of bowlers that have been able to get it right and keep it quiet, haven't they? Last ball, the 5th over coming up. This one swings, but actually swings into the body. Would have been a big wide. It'll be the end of the 5th over as the Super Riders are battling on. The score is 40 for 4. Let's welcome you into the cube. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full as well. We've gone north, haven't we? Like proper north for the first time in the season here in Estonia. Tallinn's a beautiful city. I got to say that as well. I know that Birdie's in the chat right now. We're talking a little bit about ECS England. So much cricket happening at the moment. We've been talking about May Madness. So we're kind of just overloading you. So we've got the day and the night series at the moment. We'll have the Dutch series, the Dutch Adventure coming. That'll be the 3rd. And then the following weekend will be in Romania as well for the Continental Cup. So that'll be 4 series at once. First time we've ever done 4 series concurrently. And I'm as interested as you to see if we can pull it off. But knowing us, I think we can do it.
We're going to do it. No problem whatsoever. And of course, sport for choice, though. That's the other thing. So much cricket. And of course, some of that cricket, of course, the T20 as well.
T20 internationals, yeah. And we've actually got something probably level-wise, it's probably the highest level cricket we've ever had on the network this weekend. Netherlands, Ireland and Scotland, 3 of their full T20 international teams, full strength. And the next week they're going to the World Cup in the USA and West Indies. So that's something we're really looking forward to. I know that I'll be travelling. That's why, unfortunately, I'll leave Estonia probably earlier than I'd like to because I really want to spend some more time here. But I'm also very excited to go to The Hague, actually, which is where the ground's VCC. It's a late decision to change the ground due to some early season weather. VRA Amsterdam, which is where they were planning to have it, just not quite up to scratch. And they've decided to move those games to The Hague, which is about 40 minutes away. But there's a lot of buzz about that at the moment. Obviously, to have that level of cricket on ECN for the first time, teams that are just going to go to the World Cup again. It's just showing
super exciting, isn't it?
The kind of world's colliding a little bit. The ECN kind of has its own universe, but I think because we've done so much now, and we're getting asked to do higher and higher level matches that are, I suppose, not necessarily ECN organised matches, but we do T20 internationals around Europe, and I think, credit to all the crew behind the scenes to set the standard for cricket broadcasting in this part of the world. Yeah,
looking forward to that, of course, and a venue there, The Hague in the Netherlands, and also, once again, looking forward to seeing the Moana Vasia cricket ground.
Yeah.
Because that is a beautiful ground as well.
4-way series, Gibraltar, Bulgaria, Hungary and Romania, and they'll play over 3 days. They actually have 3 T20s per day. Good luck, Danny. That's a long day. And then there'll be a 3rd place playoff and a final. So 8 games over 3 days. Glad that Danny had a bit of a warm-up. Well, that one looks like it got pretty big on the keeper, but does well to make the block. Yeah, so just quickly with that Netherlands team, for example, I know that Scotty Edwards will be leading the team, Max O'Dowd will be in the team, and that kind of takes us right back to the first tournament, ECL 19, where they were both superstars for VOC Rotterdam. Also, Scotland, I think, have Michael Leask in there. That's lifted up, and that is out of the ground. Maximo! Nice shot by Managaran. Duvala just getting a little bit leg side there, and he pays the price. And he'll go for 9 in the over, 49 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, well, they needed that, didn't they? Because the last boundary actually came in over number 3 from Cheyenne Khan when it was the 4th ball he bowled. So it's been a long time since we've had a boundary.
Yeah, good spot there, Rico. Very good spot, because they'd had, what's that, 19 balls since a boundary, something like that, maybe 20 balls since a boundary. So 49 for 4 after 6. Nice shot, though. I think also Jack Jarvis, who was the MVP of the Western Shield, I think he is perhaps being rested. He was in the squad. It was a late withdrawal, I noticed that. But we'll get Brad Curry that we saw playing for Scotland 11 last year. We'll chart, see if he hits, but he's going to throw it away. Probably one of the easier overthrows ever there, but he'll turn it down. It was a slow throw, so it never got to the backup fielder.
Yeah.
Who else? Michael Leask, of course, played one amazing innings in the Western Shield, didn't he? He couldn't quite get that 100. Kind of just forgot how to bat for the last 3 balls. He hit some big ones.
Shame about Jarvis, though, because he was really in good form.
Yeah, it's a shame. But like I said, I don't know if it's a minor injury or that rules him out of the World Cup. I hope it doesn't rule him out of the World Cup, because it would be great to see him there. Because this is just leaned away, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot. And so, well, when it rains, it pours. Without boundaries for 3 overs. This is Habib, the captain, brought himself back. But good use of the pace there from Managaran. He'll get 4 more.
That is a lovely shot. It's just all about the timing. Beautifully timed. So we know that Habib, he will keep on persisting and keeping that ball outside the off. That's how he picked up his wicket eventually in his first over.
A little bit of a dab shot again. Fielder runs around it. Kind of stopped the 2, but been a long time chasing it. Then he just kind of taps it away to his teammate. Now, Irish squad I haven't seen yet, but I'm actually pretty excited to see some of the players that we almost saw. I think for ECL, I know that They've had some availability issues getting some of the clubs getting their Irish representatives on the park for ECL because of some scheduling clashes, but also like seeing players like Paul Sterling and things like that on ECN. Right now, it's a pretty sterling effort from Habib, who'll take that running to his left. So Managaran, look, it's a bright cameo from him. Gets something going. He'll be disappointed that he just misses this slightly, hit high on the bat. And so he'll have to go, and the score now is 56 for 5.
Yeah, the second caught and bowled in this innings. He does well to get there, Habib. He's the only one that could. He realises that if he gets a sprint on, he will, and he does. So Managaran, just as he started to get going, after a long period of time with no boundaries, Managaran, well, he did hit a lovely 6 and a 1-4, but he now departs. So it's an opportunity for us to see Rikesh Ram, who comes out. Well, he needs to get running straight away, doesn't he?
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, at least they've got something going. Just looking at this this island squad. Well, Harry Tector's in there, brother of Tim Tector that we've seen on ECN a fair bit. No, he's a very, very talented player. Driven off the front foot, but no run here. As Ram comes in, I like what he brings to the table. He's always giving you 100%.
He got a good over in, didn't he? I don't think he was expecting to have a bowl, and he picked up a wicket as well. And now he gets an opportunity maybe to ram a few out of the ground. They need that. They need to. I expect to score 81. I don't think that's going to be enough. You've got to be looking to get past that 100 mark.
Off the pad again. Won't get a run there, so just cramped for room, and Habib will finish with reasonable figures, 2 for 24. And after 7 overs, the score is 56 for 5. As they try and rally towards some sort of a total tonight. Just a reminder that Phil G is standing by. Lisbon Supergiants versus Werewolves. I know Dave's always been complaining lately the music's too loud. I said he must be in paradise last night. There was no chance of that happening. But I got to say, credit to everyone over there. And look, one of the things with more and more cricket, it means that I suppose we're training more and more people about cricket in Europe.
Yeah.
So I know the crew over there, they're still finding their feet, but I'm just excited. It means more cricket on ECN, means more opportunities, and obviously the format is so exciting to watch. There was a really close game. First one was a reduced 6-over game. Second game, a little bit more of a margin between the two teams, but it was 1 apiece between Punjab CC Amadora and Lisbon Capitals last night. And weather update.
Yes.
Shuva. Surprised they didn't bring Shuva back quickly. I'm about to say he almost sneaks this one into the stumps. Apparently 2 minutes after the last ball last night, it horned down. And luckily the game had finished.
I've been in that Miranda de Corvo ground when the rain comes.
Yeah.
And of course, the thing about it is, more on it after this delivery from Shuvo, it's another swing and a miss. So he's trying, isn't he? But he's swinging and missing, and dot balls are mounting up. I wonder if they think about removing him here, because that's what, 10 balls for 7? What do you think, Vinny? Time for a change?
I think the biggest problem is you're running out of wickets. So I mean, if you give it up, then you're 6 down, and the biggest question is who's going to replace him.
Yeah.
But I kind of get what you're saying. Shuvo, at least he's trying something here. He'll get some bat on this. So, yeah, I know it's a tough one. Then you're going to put a new guy under pressure to a guy who's on fire.
Yeah.
A rock and a hard place here, really, for the Super Riders.
Yeah, going back to the weather in Portugal, I know that one night series that I did there, the rain came, and I'm telling you, because of the mountains and the way the landscape is there, when it comes, Vinny, it hammers it down. It really does. Okay, that's a Gundy ball, but a beautiful bit of keeping behind the stumps there from Mohammed Athiam. He's got very good, clean hands, hasn't he? Good take, good movement, good take.
Yeah, it was good keeping.
And listen, I know you're going to spend just a few days there in Portugal.
Yeah, the last week.
All right, well, you've got to take a walk up to the Pyramid Temple.
All right, done.
All right, it's a beautiful walk.
Yeah,
I've heard
there's very a lot of nature around there.
I
want to know about the path in the forest where you go and the animals are all, there's a little fence stopping the animals from getting you.
Yeah, there is. I mean, you know, you got everything there, from llamas to deer, from wolves.
It's made Mars scared of wolves for a good 4 years now.
Yeah, Marzi.
Anyway, that one goes pretty close to knocking out the stumps. Hey, got a great question from John Gray asking that Saif's century last night, I think it was 137 not out. Is it the highest score to play in a losing side? And I honestly think it is. Although we'll do some checks on that. Maybe
it's got to be, Vinny.
Yeah, it's got to be.
It's the joint. Was it the joint?
There's a couple.
Third highest?
There's a couple I'm pretty sure, but not 100%. So I'm going to check. Maybe some of the Barcelona ones where things get a bit crazy. where someone else will hit 140 in the other innings. Anyway, it's the end of the over, 60 for 5 after 8. So yeah, maybe we can have a look, at the list. Here's the top. Okay, Harms are definitely one. Pretty sure Shafat won. Conrad, yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of those have been in winning games, except for Cypher Rahman last night. But it's definitely worth me just checking. Mate, the Barcelona ones are the only ones that I've got questions. But I was there. I'm pretty sure that.
Yeah, Royal Barcelona, Shafat Ali Saeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 137 and ending up on the losing side has got to be it.
It was a good question, John, by the way. We also had third highest chase last night.
Well, and see the umpires just looking at each other, but I don't think any issue in the high tier at all.
So Shafat Ali Saeed scored 150 not out for Royal Barcelona in match 42. This is going to sneak through off the inside edge, rolling away, and it makes it to the boundary. So Udin, he's been battling out there, and he'll probably can use a bit of luck. He moves into double figures with a bit of a French cut.
Yeah, well, he does. Gets a little bit of luck, but they could do with a bit of that at this late stage of this innings. They need to try and get something going. Just 10 balls left here now, and that expected score now in the 70s. Remember, so at one point we thought they might get into the 80s, and they still could, I suppose, with a few big hits and a few more of those inside edges. All right, up in the air, but I think this is going to drop short of the fielder. They will try and come back for 2. They do, and he says, I don't fancy it. You don't throw it like that to me, says Hassan. Hassan says, no way. I got to admit, the fielder's very sluggish getting to this. He doesn't really charge it, the Shuvu, and as a result of that, the batters think, yeah, let's go 2.
It's like, how do you throw it both ends at once, basically? Yeah, just looking at the Shafat Ali Saeed, he scored 150 out of 191, and that game was 191 to 169.
All right.
Okay, typical Barcelona scores. That was in match 42. The next one is played away for a single, and so I think tick that one off the list. Asjad, match number 49. Remember they were pretty close together. One was in match 42, one was in match 49, so just a couple of days apart. Asjad scored 143, not out. It's a really big score as well.
Oh, that is, well, curtains. Well, you'll see the camera have a little bit of a rattle and roll as well when we have a look at it from the other angle, but that's gone. It's a big swing, hits the stumps, and wait for the little rattle. Camera, how you doing? Hola.
Dunk. Yeah.
I'm doing fine, it says.
Reposition camera 4, please. That one hasn't gone to the walls, but it will be the end of Ram. He'll go for 1. Hassan gets it spot on. Yeah, the location, I think, for the most part, okay, not 100% perfect. No one ever is, but just think they've executed their bowling skills pretty well, and they've made the most out of a little bit of movement as well. Okay, match 49, when Asjad scored his 143. It was out of a score of 175, and they won by 9 runs.
Okay.
175 to 166.
How did he fare in Italy? Because he played some games, didn't he?
He was playing for Marco Milano. Ended up making the final. Look, I think he was okay. I think he'd be a little bit disappointed that he didn't score more runs. But again, different conditions there. It was a very bouncy pitch. Couldn't be more different to Barcelona. And to be fair, Marco Milano, they finished 4th in their group, but then they took out a couple of giants on the way through. They took out Jandra Brescia, they took out Brescia CC, ended up making the final. But to finish runners-up as a team, I think would have been pretty happy. End of the night, 67 for 6. Hey, speaking of last night, didn't we have a monster chase? And that 177. Yeah, you can see it there. It's actually equal third, I think, on a count back, because they chased it in 9.4, whereas Pac Barcelona chased it in 8.3. But basically equal third highest chase of all time. And now, look, to get on that list, you have to be better than 172. And just have a look at how many 2024s are in there. We have 6 out of the top 10 chases of all time. They've all happened this year. And the season's only 4 months old. Anyway, well done to Tallinn United. As this is in the air and flying for 6. Maximo! Well, Udin, I know Rico wanted his head, but I had faith, and now he breaks the run of ball barrier. It is a tough place to be. You know, I can relate to it because I used to sometimes come in, say 7 or 8 in first grade cricket in Australia in a T20, and you'd be 20 for 5, and you just think, well, what am I meant to do about it? You know, you want to keep attacking. You also don't want to get out and have the team really routed. And now he's going for it. This is a miss hit. It's going to work out for him. He'll get a single. Now, he probably wants 2. Going the long way. He spent way too long looking at the ball.
Missed.
Watch this, because he actually turns it. He applauds now. But if he was going to run, he should have spent 100% of his effort on running and less on turning around with the rear view mirrors. Because look at this. And then the keeper. That looks like a bit of a one short to me as well. But luckily the keeper couldn't gather it either. Now he's going to get lucky with an edge. Oh, Willie. It's almost dropped in. Now, bit of a battle for the fielder. Oh, this has been chaos. That looks out to me as well. Anyone?
They're going upstairs.
I think this is out. I don't see he's made this. It's like he's running a beep test here. He's had to work. This is what I mean. He's out.
Bat's in the air, isn't it?
Oh, it's way closer than I thought it was.
He might have made it. The bat goes down, I think. The wicket keeper had a long way to go.
To be honest, it's pretty hard to work out if that bat's in the air or not. It looked like a plonk.
Yeah, just about there, I think. I think benefit of the doubt will go to him.
Honestly, he's done well to make that. I think that it's not conclusive enough to say it's out. They'll go with whatever the umpire said on the field. The umpire said not out. So, no. Still, I thought it was a bit of a plonker, but he gets there. Well done.
Who didn't need some oxygen? Who didn't say, hang on a minute, can't these balls go to the boundary? I'm done with running.
I'll keep my review on that one, by the way, because I reckon that was umpire's call. Here's the next one, though. He's there, and he says, well, I'm sick of running, so I'm just going to do this. And he puts, that's a huge 6. Maximo.
A lovely stroke.
Rico, you had him in the hutch way too early. You need to have faith. Who didn't? He's got the constitution.
I think that one is one that was going to trouble the traffic.
I was going to say, is that our first rotor of the day?
I think it could be, you know. All eyes are still in that direction. Well, we know whether the ball comes back. If it comes back, yeah, it's coming back. So it didn't go across the road into the ditch. That Grizzly survives. But all right, fair play, Udin. 32 of 21.
Hardest thing is you got to get the gravel out of the ball then when it comes back from across the road. Anyway, 2 to come. Udin. Rags to riches, really. I mean, they could still get something in the 90s here, and we saw that can be enough.
Charges again, all right, in the air.
Right, you need to be looking at 2 here. If they drop it, they don't drop it. Bit of an ice cream cone, but it's a bright 32 for Mofiz Udin, but he's going to have to go. But a fantastic effort. Without him, I think they're kind of stuck low 60s and completely out of the game. Have a look at that. He had two hands on it. But luckily, it's stuck in one of them. And so it'll be 83 on the board. 6 out, 7 out now. Look at this catch. Say it was exactly the technique that you'd want, but good result in the end. Well done as well to Davala, who comes back well after getting hit across the road.
Yeah, it does well.
Last ball then, and this is going to be Nikhil Singh coming out. Get your running shoes on, guys. They've gone up to 2%. They were 0 at one point. Here we go. Oh, I reckon he might nick that. Keeper takes some time, hits. I think that's that's leg by. Okay. Whatever, Shane. Here's the end of the... That's the end of the... Well, either way, it's a run. It'll be 90. It'll be 84 for 7 after 10. Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, hit the pad. Shane's always right, so I got to be careful. We can't get into Shane. But well done, bien hecho. As they get 1 run. Who knows? That might be the difference. But we're in the Grady 80s, and just you never know. I just have this feeling in Tallinn that anything's chaseable, anything's defendable, and they do make something at least, something more than look like they might make at some point, thanks to the late hitting of Mofiz Udin, and here's 32. Let's check it out on the replay as we check out the highlights of this first innings. And I've got to say, I was really impressed with the strikers, their location, the way they were able to move the ball around. A little bit of the old sideways glance from the batter there, hoping he might be able to kind of mind bend the bowler into dropping that catch. That didn't work. There were a couple of good shots early, but I've got to say, I was impressed. And there was really one ball, wasn't there? There was one ball, an outswinger, which rattled the stumps. that kind of changed this inning around. It was a good catch as well, so that kind of set things up. Couple of early wickets, but I just think once this ball started swinging and they were bowling that full length, they really kind of took the oxygen out of this innings in the middle. It was Cheyenne Khan. This ball for me was the one that really put the strikers on top.
Yeah, I mean, that was an absolute beaut, wasn't it? Cheyenne Khan getting it absolutely right and taking the stumps on Mushir Rahman this time. So the two men that were instrumental in helping the Riders get to a big score last time, Rahman and Islam, they were removed. And then, well, it needed somebody to stick around and they couldn't find anyone. Chandarupu also would go, caught well by Cheyenne Khan. Ronnie Zaman was bowled well there by Shivu. And that's when Mufis Udin came in, and it took him a while to get going, it has to be said. I mean, he was watching on as it was some good shots played there by Chandra Moharan, but he was going to that. It was a really good caught and bowl there, and that was Habib, the captain, coming back and getting the wicket. Wickets were falling all around, but well done to Udin. It took him a while, like I say, to get going, but when he did get going, he did hit a few out of the park, and he hit one huge six as well. And then, well, first of all, he was made to run hard, wasn't he? He survived that one. He was to survive another close one as well, but Vinny was pretty sure that he was gone. And then he thought, you know what, I'm done with running. The only way this was the second one, a good recovery from the fielder. He said, I'm done with running, I'm just going to hit it. And did he hit it? That was huge, humongous six. And then after that, he went for another one, but this time he gets sliced up in the air, and the catch gets well taken there. And he looks like he's well dressed for this kind of weather as well, doesn't he? Does Alarm. Takes a good catch. And, well, they're going to finish short of 90. It's more or less what the expected score was, sort of all the way along. 40 came off the first 5 and 44 off the second. So without Udin's 32, they would have been in dire straits, wouldn't they? But they get to 80s. We have seen scores in the grade 80s before being sort of tricky ones. We've seen teams win and defend these sort of scores. But you got to feel that even though they haven't got Arslan Amjad in their side, that the strikers with Cheyenne Khan and also somebody like Elias Hassan should go on and win this match. Habib Khan, also the captain, it's about time he showed what he can do with the bat as well. He's normally is the opener, but he hasn't really clicked yet. So they would be the favourites. But one thing I would say to the Tallinn Super Riders, if they can bowl well and do the same thing, pick up 3 wickets in the power play, then this game stays very much alive. We're going to take a short break. Join us back, myself, Rika Full, and Vinny Sandhu, when we return for the reply from the strikers. Will it be straightforward? Will they get the win, and will they do it and take all the points away from the Riders as they did the first time they met? Or will there be a surprise in store for us all? Join us back in 10 minutes time to find out.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Yeah, big shout out to our partners, the Paramatch HCL Software and Bisaway Travel, Locker Lifestyles as well. And of course, we thank them for their support and we thank you for your support as well, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, abawan, and welcome to all of you that are tuning in by fan code. You see match number 12 in progress here. It's the second match of the day, match day 3. 58 is the bonus point equation. But one thing I can tell you is, knowing the Italian strikers, they're going to be trying to do this in 7 overs. If they can, they will take all the points away again from the Italian Super Riders, and I suppose that means that they do the octopus over their rivals. Let's see if they can do, because they did do that in day 1. Here's the first ball, and this one sort of seems in a bit. Well, how about this is a bit of a change up. They obviously like what Rikulesh Ram did so well, bowling the 9th over in the last match, that he now has become the opening bowler. So Ram bowls the first and he gets a little bit of movement away again, but he's got to try and stay away from being down the leg side. And he gets another. What a start this is. And the captain, Habib Khan, will go for a 2-ball duck. So they found a new hero here. And it is Ram the man who rams the stumps down for the second time in the day. It's just full and it's straight. It's not the best of shots from Habib. He should be looking to play straight down the ground, and look at the joy. You're gone, says Ram. You're gone. So Habib, he's, well, not so good. Tournament continues. He's going to go, and there's Derek. Derek's going to say, come on, buddy. Walking him off. He's saying, I'm behind you, I'm behind you, I'm right behind you. And yeah, well bowled, full and straight. Full and straight. I did say he's got to just be careful not to go down the leg side. He doesn't, and Habib will go for a 2-ball duck as Vinny Sandhu comes back into the cube.
What a start. What a start for Rishi. And remember, the computer had them 0%, or obviously a fraction of a percent at one stage. And now they're starting to believe that once hits on the pads, worth a huge shout. Not even close to being out, but that's the adrenaline of the start as Hassan comes out at number 3. Yeah, Ram, he looked very capable, didn't he, when he came out and bowled the last couple of overs before. Could only get the 1 over. Keeper appealing from off the pitch down the leg side, but never mind about that. We're definitely getting this ball to talk. Has been swinging around here in Tallinn. Now he goes with the swing. Smart shot, really. And you said it, Rico. Can't get to leg side. He does. And that's 6 out of the park. Maximo! The scoring underway for the strikers.
Yeah, I mean, Mustami Bulls, that's where they sort of lost out in that last match for me. They finished on 118, 31 behind the Italian Super Riders, 149. And they missed out on a lot of balls on the leg side. All the bowlers bowled them there. But it was the Bulls that couldn't put them away. But the Italian strikers will be looking to capitalise on anything that drifts along that side, especially the guy at the other end still hasn't faced a ball. That's Shaheen Khan. I know that batters have this thing about facing the first ball. Shaheen Khan has to always face the first ball.
Yeah, sometimes they need what I call gun to the head tactics, which is, you know, okay, would you like to face the first ball? And they say no, and they're like, well, bad luck, because you're going to face it. You're going to have to face the first ball. And do you know how I know that? When I opened the batting, I never wanted to face the first ball, because I felt, okay, let me have a look. In a longer form game, it doesn't matter so much. In a 50-over game or even 20-over game, it doesn't really matter so much. But it can matter in a 10-over game. As this is flicked up, and what a stop.
Brilliant.
If he stopped this, that is unbelievable. I have to check the feet. But he goes up, and he's just saved a 6.
Yeah.
And he doesn't know if he has or not. But this is all about the feet, because he's in the air. But when he touches it, does he take off from inside the line? Let's have a look. Oh, I hope we got this one more time.
That's Rashidul Islam, by the way. For me, it was a save. Let's see if we got this. Here it is. For me, I don't see any issues.
Yeah, that's fine. He's taken off from inside. There it goes. Brilliant stop.
Superb from Islam. Superb.
And there wasn't even a thought that he could, like, get it and throw it away or anything like that. but it's a fantastic stop.
Incredible. Look at the applause from everyone now that it's been looked at. I mean, he's holding his hand because that would have hurt, but that saves 6 runs.
Yeah.
Well, it saves 5. They get a single, don't they?
They get 1. But when you think a low-scoring game, that could make the difference. 7 for 1 then after 1. And I don't know about you, Rico, but this game's got a weird feel about it. And I've got a feeling that if they can just keep things quiet, maybe we're in the golden ball zone.
3 wickets, Vinny, in the power play. Get 3 in the power play. You got to get the wicket to Shayan Khan, who, by the way, will stay off strike. And that's another reason why, if you're the best player, if you're the best batter, you got to go and strike. He hasn't faced the ball yet.
Yeah, so statistically, whoever faces first faces more balls in the power play.
Yeah.
Not always that way, but there's more likely you'll face more. You can control the game early. So come back to that in a second, as looks like we're going to get Unisali coming out. So the last 2 become the first 2 for the Super Riders. And this one is going to get pumped straight back over his head for 6. Maximo, that's kind of full, but it's not quite the Yorker. Allows the batter to get under it, put it out of the ground.
Yeah, a big, strong, firm hit down the ground. Hit long, strong and hard, and the fielder, I think that's the captain, probably is sticking a hand out there, but I don't think you want to get anything on this because that would have hurt. So 6 runs.
So yeah, it comes from a fear, I think, of not wanting to be out of the first ball of the innings, but or not want to think about it in like a longer cricket contest, like you have a night watchman to like protect someone. So like the other batter kind of protects the other guy from getting out too early. But like, before you know it, the game's gone. You know, so like especially not in every game, but in a lot of these 10-over games, having your key batter face more deliveries or be in a position to face more deliveries is important. Doesn't matter if it's the first delivery or the last. So yeah, even if it's not the preference, I think. I put someone like Vasi Karan, for example, from Germany. For his club, he'd always be batting 6 or 7. And he doesn't like opening. He doesn't like opening.
Yeah.
Eventually, they force him. I mean, consent's important, but they force him. Next minute, he's opening for Germany and doing ridiculous things in the opening position. Just getting over that kind of anxiety, I suppose, as this is knocked away for 1. So
you're talking about guys hit the 6 sixes, right? And talking of 6 sixes, he had 6 sixes yesterday as well. Sahil Chauhan. Well, I'm sure that's probably making its way on the social media today. That was quite amazing.
Everyone, put your cricket balls out for Aurangzeb, Aslan Aurangzeb. God, feel for that guy.
You cooked him proper. He's
a very good bowler. But he did go for 45 and an over at the ECL, I think in their first game. And then I mentioned it. And from that point on, he got an absolute toweling. And I know he hopefully didn't watch it back for his own welfare.
Yeah.
Anyway, he'll be back. And hopefully he has a bit of success before the end of this tournament. That's bowling, though.
That's the way it goes.
Just look at some of the top bowlers in the world and what their most expensive overs have gone for. They're quite pretty big. Now it goes for it again. It's not quite full enough to be a Yorker, and that one's a fence rattler. Maximo Hassan trying to take the game away pretty quickly in the power play.
Yeah, well, I mentioned Hassan, didn't I? I said, I know there's no Arslan Amjad, but don't forget this guy. He was the guy that got them the victory in that run chase at the end of day 1. And he scored a fine 34 of 15. I think he was my player of the match in that, because if it weren't for that, they would not have won. They went with Shayan Khan, who made 55 and 19, but he did get out at the wrong moment for his side, so they needed Hassan to do the damage. So he can hit it, and if he scores at that rate in this match, well, this match will be done and dusted pretty quickly. 21 for 1 at the end of 2. Now, do they go back to Ram here? It looks like they are going to go back to Ram. So
I like it as long as he can get it right. He was moving the ball. But, let's have a look. Over number 3. Well, this one's going to nutmeg him, and it's going to go for 4. Well, he gave it a bit of a thought, didn't he? And it was a bit more Irish jig.
Didn't he do this in his first over in the last game? He got a foot on it, and then before he bowled the next ball, he was like going giddy up, giddy up, giddy up before he bowled it just to get his foot going. So this time round, he says, not this time, I'll let it go. But he goes for 4. It's well timed, well hit.
Cost him 4, but I think the medical bills could have cost him more than the boundary, if you get my drift. Anyway, Cheyenne's off with his first boundary. Now he's going to go up in the air and get it out of the ground. That's big.
Beep, beep,
Maximo.
beep.
Oh, once that's hit the door of the container and come back, could be a knock-knock job. It's going to be 6 out of the ground. And again, I like the idea of pitching it up, but it's not really that pitched up, and it kind of allows Giant to free his hands. He's got those very strong wrists, doesn't he?
The door there
door's
stops
open.
the ball going into the road, because I was already going the beep, 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 because that was going to cause a few
Is that
issues.
strategic? I think they did strategic to create a bit more of a barrier.
All right. Nice to see Shine actually hitting straight. He normally likes to hit down the cow corner area like this. He plays on the leg side very well, and he just, well, gets the swivel on this, gets a bit of the old MJ. Oh, he goes, as that's going to go for 4 as well.
Yeah, it's good batting, just playing the line of the ball. And I think that's a ball outside the leg stump. And I suppose it was a bit of a risk to bring round back again. They showed in the first game they kind of wanted to give people second overs before they tried others.
Ram is a 1-over specialist, maybe. Well, mind you, he's still got 3 balls here. Get the wicket of Shine here. You're back in this match.
Yeah, a little bit short. Really good shot selection again. And that's going to be 1 bounce and 4 runs. So 4 carreras más. And I'm just going to give you a bit of a preview to the next game as well with match 13. So it's the Mustame Bulls who are taking on the Tallinn Hippos. Now, the Mustame Bulls, they're actually kind of part of the Stallions organisation. They're like their second team.
Yeah.
So you'd expect them to be underdogs, I suppose, most of the time in the European Cricket Series. But the Bulls beat the Strikers, remember, 96-69, match 3. Then the Strikers beat the Hippos.
Yeah.
So does that make the Hippos underdogs in the next game? Just saying.
I don't think so, but it could happen.
The Bulls are taking on.
Yeah.
Bulls versus Hippos. It's very kind of large mammal, isn't it, in that next game? That's better length. So he can't get under it. And so change of angle as well. Just trying to change something up. Just a single.
Yeah, single, but they've gone to 40 already. So just 45 required now, 25 balls. But, that's for the point, and they're of course wanting that.
Drags this leg side, low bottom hand, long chase for the fielder.
Oh no, that's awful.
I guess what you don't want to see, really, and he knows it as well. I mean,
the guy who saved 5 runs now gives away 4.
So he's already saying he's +2, he gives away 3. This is just one of those cases, did all the hard work, and to be honest, running there, used up all his energy, had no more energy to bend down. But it was the best of fielding, it was the worst of fielding, and that's the European Cricket Series, end of the 3 overs, 44 for 1.
Yeah, we maybe put those two together, the save on the boundary and that one, and then they say do the maths.
He thought it was impossible that it would miss his foot, and I suppose it did hit his foot, just went over the line. So, a question here about who's playing next. Well, I'll do even better. I'll put the fixture list in the chat so you can check it out any time. And don't forget, 2 series on at the moment. The day series here in Estonia and the night series in Portugal. I know they've been tuning in a little bit, the Portuguese crew, just to get a bit more of a feel for what might be going on tonight. Anyway, this is going to be Rahman, captain, coming on over number 4. First one's going to test the field. It's another one that hits the feet. This time he gets lucky. Does Roni.
Yeah, running's not very good. I mentioned this about Cheyenne before. He's not a good runner. And when you see him at the non-strikers end, and let's see if he improves, because I was ripping into him. Just watch him as the non-striker. Well, he's moving. I must admit, he's moving a little bit more than he did the last time.
Taking it on board.
I was asking him to go back and look at his backing up. He was just standing there stationary. He sort of cradles the bat. The bat stays in his hands, and he doesn't move. Let's have a look.
It's fundamentals, really.
He's walking now, actually.
Yeah, he's got something going anyway. So does Hassan at the other end. He'll get 4 runs here. So now we're kind of looking at bonus point territory. It's around about 10s that they need to do that. Nicely clipped away, finding the gap.
Yeah, good shot. He's hit the ball sweetly, hasn't he? He's timed it well, and it's well, when it's hit the middle of the bat, it's pinged along. Last over from Ram, by the way, went for 23. So he definitely, for me, is a 1-over specialist.
So after that early wobble, things just settling down a little bit now.
Yeah, we've seen that before from Habib. I think if you look back at his scores, he might have actually, that might have been his 2nd or even his 3rd duck.
That's hit back powerfully. It's going to test the field. It does well this time with the hands. It's Rocket Roney, the Tiger King. It reminds me a little bit of Tiger King.
Yeah.
That's very 2020 now. When I think the Tiger King, everyone's stuck at home, no one can go out. Everyone's watching the streaming services. That was a crazy one. Anyway, that's a proper shot here. Going, and gone. Maximal. Straight over the cube. Look both ways before you find that one. 6 more to the strikers, who look on their way to a 4-pointer if it continues. That's Marzi there. Lucky he didn't run back and try and take a catch with the flight. Might have been flattened by a truck on the way to Helsinki.
If it's gone over the cube, it's gone into the road because there's nothing else to top it. And I think that's what Marzi does there. He just turns around and says, get another one out there, guys. This is gone.
I think there's a TV show called Ice Road Truckers. And I just know that you'd be in big trouble if you're trying to chase that one. One thing I think that from next week, or perhaps at the international at the end, they're going to bowl from the other end. So they've got the cars in play there.
Oh, yeah.
And I know we had some issues with cars in Brescia. For sure we had in France as well, didn't we? Anyway, that's a giant hit. He fetches it, but he nails it. Fast hands there as Cheyenne has woken up. And he moves into the 30s, 18 off the over, 62 for 1 off 4.
Yeah, this is the way. That shot there from Cheyenne is what we saw him do when we saw him on day one. That's his shot, isn't it? He doesn't like to get the bat to go all the way around over his shoulder. He plays quite flat. He's sort of a flat batter, but boy, does he hit it far. And they certainly are eyeing up all the points here. 23 they need just to win. And that is the end of the over. So 4 overs complete, 62 for 1.
Yeah, so now you're talking 3 overs. They'd have to chase it in to get the BP. They only need 23, so way to go. It would seem likely. Credit to the Super Riders. Obviously, they did pick up their first win in the European Cricket Series earlier on in the day, 149 to 118 against the Bulls. But again, it just shows if their top order gets quiet, it's going to be tough for them to win matches.
Well, this guy bowled very well in the last match, didn't he? So it's Ronnie Zaman,
all hail
the Thai man.
Rocket Roney, the Thai King. And then he bowls a bit of a powder puff full toss down the leg side. That's going to go for 4. And so Hassan can cash in. This one looked like it'd be high, but I think it does come down at the last moment. But anyway, that's just the entree. Yeah, I think that's fine. Maybe we can have one more look at it.
Just the starter, Vinny. Just the starter from the Thai King. It's I've seen him called, but it is on the way down.
It's got a bit of a dip to it.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be 4. So
it's
he's
a
got to
food
get it
truck
right.
as well. I love a food truck.
We'll have to find out.
You never know where to, they'll just pop up. You go looking for a restaurant, and then you get what you expect. But food trucks are always have a bit of mystery to them.
Hassan just fends this one off.
I mean, one day when we've got, say, 50, 60,000 people here, we've got the music going, I can just hear, like, him coming on and, like, Ronnie, 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 Ronnie. I'm hearing music in my head. Hopefully you are as well. Ronnie, Ronnie. All right. Well, now I'm kind of hoping he takes a wicket, but at this stage it's looking like a long shot because these two look like they're in for an early lunch.
Well, the thing is, though, it's possible. All I'll be saying to him, full and straight, because these two batters, they're in. They're going to go for the big shots. They might get overconfident, might miss one. So get it full and straight. Come on, Ronnie.
Inside edge.
He's lucky here. That was the one. You see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. They want to play the big shots. They're feeling a little bit invincible, but one good ball can do it. And he's very, very lucky here. It just gets a little bit of the inside edge. You've got to try and stop him getting down on that sort of knee and flat batting the ball over that mid-wicket area. So the only way to do that, full and straight Yorker length.
That's out of here as well. Going, gone. Maximo. Cheyenne moves to 39. And it's no love for the Thai King here. And look, again, where can you pinpoint it? Okay, the line's fine, but the length allows a real skillful bottom-handed player who's in like Cheyenne to fetch it, put it out of the ground. Now, still, it's not an easy shot, but I suppose the fact there is some length on that makes that possible.
Okay, Zaman, can he get a good finish here?
I've already put the clip to Moni in the chat, and I'll be listening to it as soon as this game is over, which might be soon, because that's another one out of the ground. Maximo! And Cheyenne, only question is now, can he bring up the half century? Maybe, if Hassan whacks a 6, he'll be stuck in the 40s forever. But right now, this game is on borrowed time. The Strikers within 6 of victory, 79 for 1 after 5. And of course, next game we have starting around about 45 or 50 minutes time actually. Mr. May Bulls taking on the Hippos. Well, Hippos have to be big favourites going into that, but we did see them drop match 5 on Monday night. Got to say, Mr. Muscles at the top with Stefan Gooch, a pretty good opening combination. Robson at 3 can also bowl. Jones impresses me. Marco Vike, really good native Estonian player. Same with Kale Vislapu, who I thought bowled really well. And Richard Parkin looks like he's converted from his left arm spin to a bit of left arm wobble board. Bit of left arm pace about him.
Yeah.
So that was an interesting thing I noticed on Monday. For the Bulls, obviously Makalunde has a half century in this series. They'll be relying on him and maybe a few others to provide a spark against the defending champions, Tallinn Hippos. This is one thing. I remember we won the Indoor Cricket Championship in 2019, and we got to be champions for 3 years because they didn't get to play it again because of Corona. So we kept saying back to back and all this the next year. So the Hippos essentially have been champions for 4 years. As that is up and out of the ground, it's game, set, Maximo! And that's a long chase for somebody. Both these will end up in the 40s. It's a big win as the Strikers will take all 4 points out of match 12. Chasing this one down, and they do it with a fairly large 28 balls to spare.
Yeah, they do. It's a good win. So they have done the Octopus over the Italian Super Riders. The Riders, though, they do get 1 win out of the 2 matches they do play here today, but for the second time on the spin, it is the Strikers that are too strong and too powerful for them. And Cheyenne Khan, 45 not out of 12, and 40 from Ilyas Hassan. Those two were in good form in that win against the Tallinn Hippos when we saw them at the end of day 1, and they've shown their form here once again. Speaking of the Hippos, they are next up, and Stuart Hook, he missed the first match, but he came back with a bang, didn't he? Got a good half century. Stefan Gooch was in scintillating form on day 1. He'll be hoping that he can perform again with bat and with ball. And then the likes of Ben Jones and Marco, they played good supporting roles as well. And well, with the ball, they had, of course, Vislapu, who always finds a way to take wickets, and I like what Parkin did as well. The Bulls, well, they know they've got to be better, they've got to be tidier, particularly in the field. Any chances that come their way, they've got to take them.
Also, like Wickramasinghe at the top, whether he bats or not, I just think he's an informed player. So go try and have a good start, see if you can get the Hippos on the back foot. That one coming up in 45 minutes. All right, shake, rattle, and roll these highlights. And it wasn't necessarily a huge-looking total, but there was a sense of possibility, wasn't there, when Rishi was asked to open the bowling, and he rammed the stumps, getting Habib, the captain, for a 2-ball duck. But then Cheyenne Khan and Ilyas Hassan went on a bit of a rampage, didn't they? Hitting 9 Maximos in their 5-over partnership. That was an extraordinary bit of fielding, though, and it was all applause right there. But, you know, life's a funny thing, because you can be on top of the world, you can be stopping impossible stops like that, and then next minute, I think we'll see something that's the other end of the scale. But take nothing away from these 2 strikers, Cheyenne and Ilyas Hassan, who made sure they had not only the win, but they had the win in the 7 overs required to take all the points. But I think, again, you can draw a straight line between the bowlers getting it right and having good results. That wasn't a good result. It was the same fielder, wasn't it? Rashid of Islam. But again, when you got these kind of, I call it tape ball style, kind of shine with the ability to fetch it outside the off top, you don't want to give them the length to work with. And I think that was the issue there. But in the end, you know, it was a brave effort, I suppose, even to get to 84 in the first place from the Super Riders, who looked like they might make a lot less. Just not quite at the level required to take a point out of this game. Yeah,
not at the level, and this time even Ronnie Zaman, the Thai King, he couldn't make a difference. In fact, it was it was all free at the buffet for the batters when he came on, and they smashed the ball all over the place. And it's a good, comprehensive win from the Tennis Strikers. I have to say, it was a good performance from them all round with the ball and with the bat. They get a win, and that's important for them, picking up 4 points there. They got a big day here today on match day 3. They play 2 more matches. They'll play the Bulls, and then also they'll finish on playing the Hippos.
I will mention the 2 batters, of course, Shane with 45 not out, just 12 Elias with 40, but I'm impressed. It could be our first clean innings with the extras, albeit it was only into the 6th over, but no wides or no balls, buys or leg buys or pens. Gotta love that. Ram, he did start with a wicket, but unfortunately couldn't really make a bit of a difference after that. Really some good striking from the strikers, gets them across the line. And we will see the strikers later on in the day. They'll play the Mr. May Bulls in the 4th match of the day and the Hippos in the 5th. But the next match you'll see will be the Bulls versus the Hippos. And that's starting in 45 minutes time. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Take a break, but then come back fresh because plenty more cricket to come. Still 5 more matches on ECN today on a wacky Wednesday. We'll see you shortly right here in Estonia for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we roll into the third match of the day. It is match number 13, and we know that some spooky things can happen in match number 13. It's going to be the Mustamay Bulls taking on the Tallinn Hippos, who make their first appearance of the day. Let's go over to Charles Croucher. He's lost his hat, but he does have the coin. Watch out for the reflection. Here's the coin toss.
Hippos to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We're gonna bat first.
So it is the Bulls that win the toss, and they have elected to bat first. So that's a good confident move to try and take on the bowling of the Hippos. And the Bulls, look, like I say, they're a team that are probably in most of the games we'll see they'll probably go in as underdogs. I don't think they mind that tag at all. We've certainly already seen the other day that they're very capable of eking out a win. They're not easily pushed around. Let's talk about the Hippos though. I've got to say they were pretty impressive on day one, winning their first two games. They're going down in a bit of a shock. A bit of a topsy-turvy pendulum game in match number 5. Got to say that Robson, the captain, he's always pretty useful, swings the ball around. At the top, Stephen Gooch has had a pretty good start to his tournament as well. I think Jones provides a lot. I think the Hippos, they are defending champions, and they're defending champions for a reason. Watch out also for Mr. Muscles, Stuart Hook. I'm always excited to see him out here in the middle. First time I'll get to see him bat live here at his home ground. So now it's time to go to the first ball. Rico Full is standing by, and it will be the Bulls to open up with the bat after winning the toss. Let's get ready for the start of match 13.
Hello everybody and welcome back. Hope you enjoyed a nice little break there. We certainly did. Had a nice spot on lunch there. Thank you to Terry O'Connor and Tim Cross for organising that and looking after the ECN crew here. Yeah, had a nice spot of lunch. We actually sat on those logs that you see around the ground, the perimeter, and enjoyed a bit of lunch in the sunshine because it's a glorious day here today. And now we're ready for the action to start in a couple of minutes' time. The first ball will be bowled between the Mustamay Bulls taking on the Tallinn Hippos. The Hippos, as you heard Vinny say there, had a good start, didn't they, on day one. They got an emphatic win over the Tallinn Super Riders, chased down to 69 with 30 balls to go. Then also they were in good form against the Mustamay Bulls, who they're taking on here again, 145 to 126. But then they did go down, didn't they, in that match to the Strikers. What a match that was, the last one on match day one. 73% to 27% favourites this time round. But yeah, that match, let's talk about that. The Hippos put 134 on the board. Stephen Gooch scored a very fine 67 on out, batting through the innings, but it wasn't enough. Shaheen Khan, when we've already seen what Shaheen Khan and the likes of Ilyas Hassan can do, they got the runs with one ball to go. Those two, of course, were in good form in that last match against the Riders. Mustamay Bulls, we saw them get a win in day one. That was when they defended a relatively low score of 96 against the Italian Strikers. But this morning, they did go down to the Italian Super Riders, the Riders getting their first win. So they'll be looking to put a better show on here. They're going to have a bat first. I like that move. It's a positive move. That means that the openers have to make a good start. Makalande, he's a left armer who there may not be much of him. Well, I refer to him as the matchstick man, but he can hit a ball if he gets going. And let's see if he can get some good runs on the ball. We've seen him score a half century already, and it's going to be Dave Robson who's going to start off with the ball. He's somebody else that has done a lot of good work here in Estonia. Dave Robson, development and media manager, and a member of the men's national team as well. And of course, we heard from him on day one when I spoke to him briefly, and he told me about all the work he's been doing with the juniors as well. So, wonderful man, great to talk to, and a pretty decent cricketer as well. He'd be hoping to get a wicket straight away here. So, Robson to start off. We're ready to go. The umpires for this one are Samantha and Venkat. Here's the first ball. It's down the leg side, and well, maybe that catches a little bit of the batter. But no wide call, so it must have caught something on the way through here. And maybe just catches a little bit of the pad. So it'll be a dot ball to start. That's the loosener from Robson. Hippos were working out in the nets before the start of this match. But, well, Robson, maybe he didn't have a ball because he's certainly not ready. Couple of balls down the leg side. I'm sure he'll get it right straight away. They would be good deliveries if he was bowling to the right-hander. but just needs to work on this to get it right to the lefty, to Makalande. That gets played away, no run this time. So big time favourites, the Tallinn Hippos, but we have seen already some upsets, and of course when the Hippos went down to strikers, that was one of them. That's better areas this time from Robson. Hello and welcome back to everybody in the chat. Nice to have you with us again, and I hope you're going to stay with us for the rest of this afternoon here in Estonia. And don't forget, we've got the night matches happening in Portugal as well. The night crew will get ready to talk you through those. This one gets worked away. I think there is a single there, but I think Wickramasinghe, who keeps his position as the opener, the hard hitter, not really backing up and doesn't really fancy taking on the field. So just the one wide to show for so far. And that's the shot that the left-hander Makalande likes to play, likes to be given a little bit of room outside the off. So a single does get taken. So let's see how Wickramasinghe goes here. I think he can hit a good ball, can hit hard down the ground, but one thing that he wasn't able to deal with was the balls that were coming into him, coming into his pads. But what he'll have to deal with here from Robson is balls that actually are going away from him, as they'll be angled in and away. Robson making the adjustment now to the right hander, wants to move the fielder that was behind square across. So you can see that they've got at the moment long on the boundary and a very wide third man. And that will be the end of the over as Robson zips it through. So despite the wide, only the two from it. So a good start from the Hippos. Well, maybe they'll be the hungry Hippos today. Let's have a quick look at the field. You can see the field that's being set here, keeping it nice and tight. Stefan Gooch, now remember Stefan Gooch, the first 2 overs of 2 different matches that he bowled on day 1, from the very first ball he took a wicket. Now he's going to be able to do the same again here. We're looking at Group A action. We're seeing all those teams in action here today, apart from the Tartu Wolves. We're still yet to see them, and tomorrow we'll go back to Group B action as well. And again, it's the team from Tartu that we haven't seen yet. I know Vinny Sandu was telling us about some festivals going on there at the moment, which involves a fair bit of kissing. I'm sure Vinny will tell you more about that. Stefan Goot, well, he will start with a wide this time, so no wicket off the first. This one just, I think it comes out wrong and it just keeps going the wrong way. So big wide first start to Makalande. And this one might not even be on the pitch, he's not. Well, Stefan Gooch, he probably does the double teapot here, and he's saying, well, what's going on here now? Well, maybe Stefan's nervous because his wife, Meta's at the ground watching, and she's not here, Stefan. Just imagine she's not here. She's not here. She's not looking. Don't worry. He wants to make a change. He's going to come around the wicket. There's Meta. Meta Gooch. So, of course, Meta did an outstanding job in Brescia in Italy. Had a couple of days off. I'm sure we'll see more of Meta pretty soon. Always a place for the Estonian women's team in the air. Has he got enough of this? Just about. They should be looking for 2. Wickramasinghe, though, is very slow. That's very poor running. Has to be said, the running hasn't been good here. There was a couple of singles missed out in the very first over from Robson. That one, you've got to go for 2 here. You've got to run the first one quick. You've got to go back to the basics. And even though Wickramasinghe may not be the quickest, you've got to get back. Gooch, I think, will like the fact that he's now bowling to a right-hander. Wickramasinghe has a look round. And that's being clubbed away pretty well. Nice shot to play in the power play. It's an up and over, gets it over the 2 fielders on the leg side there at the square area behind, and that square leg going to be 4 runs. So a boundary, the first in this contest. Match number 13, well, it's unlucky for some, but for other people, it's a lucky number. Let's see how it works out for both these 2 teams. Match 13 on day 3. Stefan better, bit fuller, better ball. This one gets worked away. to Robson, who's at that long on position, makes the stop. Once again, I know everybody appreciates and loves the colours of the Hippos. Of course, Dave Robson himself told us a little bit about the Hippos and the Hippodrome story. And of course, the Hippos, they did start off mainly being a women's team, and that's why they stuck with the colour pink. That one probably was going to be a wide. He plays at this, as spoils a wide, will take a single. Of course, it's Family Day today as well, International Family Day. So welcome to all of you, our international family. Family is not an important thing. Family is everything. And Stefan Gooch comes in again. And once again, better areas. They will take the single. Wickramasinghe does dash to get to the other end this time. The throw's a little bit wayward. It's down the middle of the pitch. So no wicket yet for Stefan. He's always picked up a wicket in his first over. Will he get one here with the final ball off the over? Still nice and tidy, only the 10 from it. Just had a few issues getting started with that wide and the no ball. It's up in the air. It will get over the infield. It slows down when it hits the deck, so it will just be a single. So 11 come off that over, and the score moves to 13 with that loss after the 2 overs. So Stefan Gooch does get his line right eventually. The umpires change over. The umpires, Samantha and Vankat from Finland. This is how Group A is looking so far. So the Strikers, after picking up another 4-point win, now go 4 points clear of the Tallinn Hippos. And talking a lot about Stefan Gooch, and most of you will know that he holds the best bowling figures on the European Cricket Network, 6'2". But myself and Vinny Sandhu, who will be joining me at this moment back in the cube, we both said that we're going to see 7 this year.
One day we'll see the magnificent 7. And I'm not quite sure when, but you know how there's the 12 sixers. I think 4 or 5 of them have had a ball at a 7.
Yeah.
So if we've had opportunities, then one day someone's going to take one. But to give you an idea, we normally, well, on average, we get about 2 sixers per year. And Stefan Gooch's 6 for 2 is crazy because he's not even a bowler. And I know he's getting the gig here. He can bowl a bit, but he's more of a keeper. And then the funny thing was, he was just brought on, I suppose, just to try something, and it was just like a dream day.
Yeah.
You know, it happened. I remember Michael Clark taking 6 for 9 in a test match to finish one off, and even Alan Border did once or twice. Guys like Dhoni have occasionally been thrown the ball and done something pretty cool. But yeah, I think that's one of the things we'll see one day. Another thing we almost saw from the Tallinn Stallions actually in the ECL was 2 players scoring 100 in the same innings. And it almost happened with Old Victorians as well. But as it was, I think for us it just kind of got cold feet. He was 96. His partner was already 100. And he missed the last 2 or 3 balls, didn't he? Finished on only 221. Anyway, Vislapu, player I like a lot, native Estonian player. Now a bit of hesitation here. If that hits, I think it was going to be pretty tight. But Makalande scrambles home.
Yeah, I mean, he's quick, isn't he, Makalande, unlike his partner. But the thing about this is he goes straight away. And I think as a result of that, even though he has to avoid Vislapu on the run to the stumps, he probably just makes it.
Yeah, I think so. They just kind of got moving in time. Wickramasinghe, I mentioned, I like the fact that they've decided to open with him. I think he's been one of the players that's clicked for them. So why not get him out there, see if he can make something happen. Gets this off the end of the bat. It's not going too far. Hey, Rico.
Tell me.
I've got a couple of special guests in the box, and I'm hopefully going to have a word with one of them in a second.
I have noticed, yes.
Yeah, and
nice and colourful as well.
Don't like to throw terms around, but we saw the Thai King this morning. We're going to get a couple of the princesses of Australian cricket in the box pretty shortly. As this is lifted up, and it's gone. Maximo! All right, on cue. Wickramasinghe has gone out there to open the batting. He's taking on the new ball. He only has to deal with 2 outfielders. I think it's strategically pretty clever from the Bulls, who are trying to charge back into this power play.
Yeah, nice shot from Wickramasinghe. It's pitched right up there. So Vislapu is saying, right, it's there. Let's see what you're going to do with it. Are you going to go across the line? No. Wickramasinghe hits it clean through, hits it high, hits it long. 6 to his name.
Vislapu bowled pretty well on Monday, looking to strike back. And challenges him again, but this time it's holding up. Still going to go, though. Gone. As Steph moonwalks back about 10 metres over the boundary, back-to-back sixes, and the Bulls, they're a fearless kind of a team, aren't they? They never gave up even though they'd scored double digits the other day in match 3. They were able to defend it, and they're really throwing down the challenge to the Hippos at the moment.
Yeah, good hitting. Wasn't the cleanest, but he's a powerful unit, isn't he? And when he hits it, it stays hit.
Goes a little bit shorter, maybe rolls the finger slightly on this. Wickramasinghe wears it. And that'll take us to the end of the third over. The Bulls 27 without loss after 3. Okay, Rick, I know you just had lunch, but I also saw you bowling a few, so I'm going to let you hit the cold shower for a second, because I've got someone in here. I know that we're on YouTube a bit. She's someone that I got to say, I first met her through that platform. I want to welcome Estonian national women's player Ragnar Halleck to the commentary box. And Ragnar, welcome.
Thank you. Long time coming, meeting you.
Yeah.
So lovely being here. Of course, supporting my own club, Bad Boys.
Yeah, you are. You are a Hippo through and through. Now, you are Estonian, born and bred, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yes.
how long have you been playing cricket? First question.
Started in 2020. They brought a cricket set to a company event, and I managed to broke Stu Hook's finger playing
You
cricket the
broke
first time.
Stu Hook's finger.
I didn't know I'm a non-striker, and they were like, just hit the ball when the ball's coming to you, and I didn't know that they're throwing the ball back to the bowler, and I was a non-striker, so I just hit it again, and...
Wow, I've seen some pretty cool injuries. I don't think I've ever seen that. Anyway, here's a guy I've got a lot of time for as well, Richard Parkin, to bowl over number 4. Now, he's made the transition from spin bowler to fast bowler in the last 12 months.
He has really gotten his bowling down this season. We're really impressed with him.
He's tall, so
He's tall and
gives him a
left-handed.
good. I mean, some good spin bowlers are tall as well, but he certainly bowled pretty well on Monday. I thought Makalande's been a bit slow to get going here. He's on 5.
Let's see what he does today. Hopefully.
I know who you're going for, Magna. Anyway, here we go with over 4. Starts with a big filthy full toss.
But it's okay.
Oh, almost caused the run out, then the throw away from the keeper. Well, this is ECN cricket. It's chaos. Have another go at bowler's end. That's almost out as well.
Oh, that's lovely.
Wow. Well, firstly, I got a feeling this might have been too high, if it's waist high or above. Yeah. As to me, I don't think that's
hips.
Yeah, so in ECN, if it's waist, it's a no ball. So that's
hips.
the thing. So yeah,
Yeah.
where's the waist is a bit of a philosophical one.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't see any signal yet. There we go. Now the signal, no ball. So free hit coming up. Let's talk a bit more about you though. So you're wearing your pink, beautiful jacket, supporting the Hippos, of course, today.
No, that's actually our club's punishment for me. So after every season, or outdoor season, we give out this like silly award, and I got it for the next year, so I have to wear it now. Every
but
Hippos
it looks
event.
so good.
I know. The guys thought that they're making something. Oh, you have to wear something ugly, and I'm actually enjoying wearing it.
We'll see it pretty shortly on the camera. But anyway, here's Parkin. He's got to find the pitch. Free hit. Another one that flies as Wickramasinghe won't be able to reach that. This also looked slightly over pitched to me.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's. I mean, it doesn't matter if that's high or not, really, I suppose, because of the fact that it's still a free hit. So Parkin trying to get himself going.
Okay,
Better
that's
ball.
better.
Much
Yes.
better. Has to come around and almost kind of gets done by the spin there. Well, there's Stu Hook, who you just mentioned. You broke his finger the first time you picked up cricket. So my question would be, why would you want to keep going if you've caused an injury in your
The
first
thing is, we didn't know
attempt?
for a couple of weeks because he's a guy, he doesn't go to an emergency room to get it checked out. But they lured me back in. They're like, come to trainings. We have a Prosecco and pitch afterwards. So I'm like, sure.
I see how they get you in now. Anyway. This is skied in the air. I don't think
Come on,
anyone's
guys.
reaching it, though. It's
I
going
don't
to
know.
fall safely. And now they might get 2 if they're paying attention. They are. And so Makalande's had to work hard for his run so
Great
far.
running between the wickets.
Gets 2. Now, I'm going to put it in the chat as well. If anyone has questions for Estonian national player Ragnar, then please put them in there. And let's see if we can get a few random questions in here. So, okay, obviously you've stuck with cricket now for, 3 or 4 years. What do you like about it?
It's a wholesome like team spirit thing to be part of.
He's parking. Well, Bold gets it full. Bit of work.
Steph, wow, what a dive. Nice, I love diving.
Yeah, well, you're an enthusiastic character. He is as well.
Yeah,
Again,
yeah.
Steph and I, we actually grew up pretty close to each other, so we're cut from the same cloth a little bit. So he knows what he has to do to get down. He makes sure he gets that before it bounces again, because if it bounces again, it's going to be really tough. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. It is a cool team sport. You must have made a lot of friends through it as well.
I have.
Anyway, here's parking. His time over at the offside is going to carry, not quite.
Oh, no.
In fact, he's been Tortuga. That'll run away, and it'll run away for 4. I don't mind that. I mean, it goes for the catch there, tries to make something happen, but it can be a cruel game sometimes. Yes. That one zipped off the turf for 4 runs.
Definitely. So I'm always on the field having the most fun, but I'm also so competitive and asking my teammates to be really competitive, and that's another thing to learn, not to be too cruel on them.
It's a good outlet, that's for sure. Okay, we've got a question coming in from Emmanuel, who I think is in Brisbane right now. This could be caught, and it should be caught. Gooch comes around and makes sure of it. So that's going to be a wicket, and Wickramasinghe is going to be the first to go. And he just got a little bit too much of an up and under job there. So, yeah, Steph makes it look easy.
Yeah, I think he's on 7 wickets already in this tournament. If I'm counting them correctly, he's doing great for himself.
Yeah, no, he's certainly enjoying playing cricket up here for the Hippos.
Loving
of course,
having him.
Come into the national side as well with his Estonian citizenship, which is obviously something he has through his family. But anyway, the Bulls, they're fighting hard, 38 for 1. Why don't we just say a quick hello into the box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and here with Ragnar of the Estonian women's team. Of course, we will see an action. I know that maybe you won't be available for that, but I'm sure you'll enjoy the opportunity. What's it like when you go out there? I know that you played in Malta on ECN. What's it like with all the lights, camera action? I know a lot of cricket, though, is televised here in Estonia anyway, right?
Yeah, first ground games are televised, but yeah, it's really windy here, but mostly it's great ground, really. Ooh, what's going to happen? Oh.
Well, we don't really know yet, but now I can tell you it's going to be 6. So that's a pretty good start. Comes out there, and that's Adesivam, who cracks it maximal 6 runs. And how would you say 6 runs in Estonian?
Kuusjuoksu.
Kuusjuoksu. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Kuusjuoksu.
Your pronunciation is on point.
I get paid for it, but not in Estonian. Anyway, 44 for 1 after 4. Yeah, Ragnar's hit. And Emmanuel is watching from Brisbane in Australia, and he was asking, is cricket growing in Estonia?
Slowly, yeah. It's growing more amongst Estonian women than amongst men. And my job actually is to grow the junior cricket.
Yep.
So me and Dave, and also Lina, who's hiding behind the here.
Lina's here.
We're working to go to schools. I teach kids in after-school lessons, and it's just growing in small steps, in small steps.
Yeah, I think the people that are from cricket playing countries or countries where cricket is an established sport, they don't quite understand the challenges of bringing cricket to places it's not as well known as. Says Henry Pattenden coming in for over number 5.
So he's one of the younger ones who started with us 2 years ago. They moved here. He obviously played cricket in England.
Yeah.
And his whole family plays. So mum and his sister are on the national team, and he used to play in the women's indoor league. We called him Henrietta. But let's not stick
I
with
think
it.
he looks like a Henry to me now. This one is just a little bit wide of the mark. Yeah, so that's interesting you say that you've done a lot of work in schools. And so, what's the reaction like? I mean, because you are obviously as Estonian as it gets. So it's different, if I was to go there, or if someone that's come from England or Australia or India or anywhere else. So what's the reaction like when you can kind of communicate the game in your own language, in your own way? I'm curious about that as Pattenden comes in. And he gets lifted up, but I don't know if this is going to go all the way.
Come on, guys.
It is going to go 1 bounce 4.
Yeah.
So that's even. Gets that one away.
So for the kids, that looks big. For the kids, we always bring the comparison of baseball. And they're like, oh yeah, okay, we need to hit the ball, but for them it's hard to understand or grasp the idea of
is baseball
360 feel.
Exactly. Is baseball big here? Or in a way, maybe
they
not.
Play some of it, but no, not big.
This is hit down the ground. Stefan Gooch takes a brilliant catch, diving to the left.
Sorry.
He's loving it, and the Hippos are loving it. And co-commentators loving it, and why not? Because that is a brilliant grab.
It's like flying catch.
It's a flying hippo, you called it, and Patton breaks through. It's 50 for 2, and you said you love diving around. That was a brilliant catch.
I love it. Henry must be loving it as well, and Steph getting his 8th, I believe.
Yeah, the thing with Steph is he picks up the length and the trajectory of the ball very quickly here. So he knows that if he can kind of move a mixture of left and in, he can get it before it hits the ground. And then once he's got it, it's perfect technique because he protects the ball and see how he holds the ball up and he rolls. Well. He lets his body take the impact and he ends up kind of a bit of upside down, but perfectly positioned for the cameras there. Stefan Gooch
making
his
knees
difference.
Are fine because that's what he does his knees for. It's the dives.
When he was living in Hungary, he founded a team called the Budapest Blinders. That was a blinder from Gooch. Anyway, Pattenden gets the ball at the new batter. And as Muthu Krishnan, as gets down the ground, almost takes out his partner. Chance maybe here at the keeper's end, but in the end, it'll just be a signal. Okay, so single. So we were talking about when you go to schools. So you talk through baseball, which I suppose it's not a huge sport here, but people would know about it.
But we do like continuous or non-stop cricket with them the first time around. So it's really easy, give them only 4 ways of getting out. So, and maybe then if they grasp the non-stop concept, then we introduce the pairs. So it's just to get them playing cricket, running after a ball.
I think you're not trying to coach people the first time to be perfect cricket players technically or anything like that. It's about sparking the want to know more. It's obviously happened with you pretty recently in 2020.
Yeah.
And then from there, you've got to develop that inner drive with people to want to learn more and to be able to improve. Anyway, this is a reasonable ball up in the air and caught.
Yeah, Stu.
Yeah, well, Stuart Hook. We mentioned
he's so happy.
You broke his finger once, but that one hopefully takes out no fingers. And they've caught well down the ground, haven't they? Makalunde had a bit of a rough time there. 10 off 16, he'll go for. And Pattenden has 2.
Yeah.
And in the 5th over, it's 51 for 3. Robs him of a Maximo here. That was definitely going for 6. And the Hippo...
the
hat was over the line, but luckily it was off Hook's head.
Yep.
And some high quality catching. I think you can see here where the fielding's at with the Hippos compared to some of the other teams we've seen in the series. It can really make a huge difference, as this looks like it's the captain, Vimukti Hediarachi, coming in.
The Hippos, they've been playing together for so long. They have a couple of newer players, but there's such a well-knit community.
There's a certain feeling about it. There's a feeling about partly having success, but also just whatever you do, winning together, losing together, failing together, succeeding together, and backing your teammates, making that kind of positive environment, which I think is really important. But credit to the Bulls, they had a very good win on day 1. You would expect them to be underdogs in a few of the games.
For Henry. 2 for 7.
2 for 7, but you know what?
Let's go for 3.
Probably not old enough to buy a drink, but he probably owes a couple of drinks to the outfielders so far. Anyway,
the dad's here. Dad can do that.
Okay, here's the last ball of the 5th over. Hirachi faces up, gets a good ball full, fairly straight, and this is the end of the over, and the score is 51 for 3. Once again, let's welcome you into the commentary box. And I'm here with Ragnar Halleck of the Estonian women's national team. Now, there was a question here. It was a bit of a request.
Yep.
Everyone wants to see me wearing your glasses. They think it's going to go with my shirt. Okay?
Yeah, so these glasses are the ladies' version of You Suck the Most.
What do you mean they're ladies' glasses? They look fantastic.
Exactly. So we went to Gibraltar in April just now. Yeah. And after every game, we nominated like a new lady got the glasses. And I was doing great at batting. And the last game I got a duck, so now I have to wear them until the next game.
It probably makes sense I'm wearing the duck shirt, I'm wearing the duck glasses. I actually think they look pretty good on me now. You're going to have to do me a favour because I can't see anymore because I've actually got really bad eyesight.
Oh no.
So I need you to, can you just do me a favour, commentate a couple of balls in Estonian for me? Do you think we do that?
Yep, lovely.
Let's rock and roll. And I can't tell you who's bowling because I can't see. Off you go.
I need a name as well. He's a little bit newer player. Oh, Stu almost, yeah, he's still eesti keel, sorry. Stu suutis selle palli siis piiri pealt täpselt peatada. Ja poisid said ühe jooksu.
This is Quasi, by the way, who's coming on.
Quasi, yes, Simon. Nah. Tal on selline veidi natukene kummaline hoojoks, aga sama hästi väga hea pall ja vaatame, mis järgmisest pallist tuleb. See läheb kõrgele, aga Kutšu uuesti võitis püüdki kinni väga hästi. Sorry, I was maybe too loud. Ja ilgelt vinge tagasi. Vaata, kus nähakse uuesti ka seda, sest et see oli taas siuke lendav kinnipüük. Nii, ma olen nii ärevil lihtsalt. Adrenaliin on õhus. Milline kinnipüük. Wow, Kutš is on fire.
Yeah, how would you say Kutš is on fire in Estonia? Give us that one. You wouldn't say it literally, right?
No, I wouldn't say on fire.
What would you say? What's the equivalent?
Liina. Tal on tulitakus. Tulitakus, something with fire, yeah.
Yeah, well, I love that, and it was a great time for you to bring it out. But once again, Kutš making a catch out of something around him. Exactly. I love hearing cricket commentary in languages that you wouldn't hear cricket commentary in. So that was a bit of a highlight for me. I've also got plenty of we got plenty of Estonian viewers that follow us around the traps as well. I know that Jacob Stewart's in here, James Stewart's in there as well. I think they'll be enjoying the Estonian commentary as well as Quasi has his first wicket. Now this time it's Hook and he's going to dive.
That was 6.
Well,
good effort.
That was a proper. It's like if a hippo was to jump off a diving board into a swimming pool, I think that's what it would look like. But there's no doubt about the effort from Hook. Tried to make the impossible possible, but the result is maximal 6 runs. How do you say 6 runs again?
6 jooksu.
6 jooksu.
Yeah, so we actually had almost all of it, but like 360 Estonian, not in Estonian, but cricket terms translated into Estonian.
Yeah, okay. I'm curious about this. In the air, Hook this time should handle it. He will. Yeah, fairly easy bounce.
Nice.
Because this is a debate in lots of languages. Because do you use the kind of straight kind of English cricket term or do you translate it? So give us an example of some that you translated and some that you didn't.
So shots we didn't.
Yep.
Fielding positions we didn't because slips.
Yeah, slips. What are you going to do?
Yeah, but
just wait for this ball from Quasi reaching as this batting lineup's kind of on the brink, and almost like it could fold into a bit of a house of cards if the Hippos can keep up the pressure.
We're almost done with the 6th over and just 60 runs. I think it's nicely kept back from the Hippos. But with the words, with the easy stuff like white ball, lai ball, no ball, ei ball.
Okay.
So it's like sometimes direct translation.
That makes sense, yeah. This one is just going to lock up the bat. He wants a wide there, Brumbutt. But remember, if it's on the line now, it's not a wide. So this one, I think, that's okay.
Should be fine, yeah.
Yeah, so that takes to the end of the over, and it's 60 for 4 after 6, or as you'd say in Estonian.
60 jooksu peale 6. vooru.
Oh, it just rolls off the tongue. I'm always jealous of people with such great language skills. Obviously, English is fantastic as well. I've got questions for Ragnar. We're still here. And people are pretty excited by the Gooch fielding.
Yeah.
Elephant Gooch is dangerous. That's one of our favourite comments that we ever had in the chat.
Okay.
So he's a hippo now, though. Hello to Leroy watching from Jamaica as well. And Dave B's got a question. By the way, I had great reviews for wearing the glasses. I might have to take those on the tour.
Ooh.
If it's making a duck, it's no problem. I've done that many times. But question from Dave. Where did you learn English? How's your English so good? Is that something you learned at school?
We started in the 2nd grade here.
Yeah?
And I picked it up from just reading books and watching movies.
And English is one of the official languages, right, in Estonia?
No, our official language is Estonian.
I said one of. I know Estonian's the official. I don't know. I just saw that. Well, that's what I got told anyway. Pretty much everything's translated into from Estonian to English and another one.
Yeah, in official government stuff, you get by with English. That's really inclusive because we're like such an e-country and e-residency and making e-businesses. So we want to bring more people in, so we have to be more English speaking.
Yeah, I know it's something I have noticed here. It's a unique place. I really enjoyed my time here. Wish I could have more time here. Actually, here's Parkin coming back for a second over. A bit short, but kind of rushes with the Krishnan.
When you're coming at the good weather,
I was going to say that I think originally
here
this series was replacing another series, and the slot was in May, and then it was kind of, okay, Estonia, we really want to do an Estonian series. Can you do it? And you guys said yes. But then when I saw mid-May, I was a little bit nervous because the weather here. I mean, I've heard that.
It snowed 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I've heard this, I know the guys pretty well here. Obviously, I remember Dave Robson telling me, we once tried to start the season in April, but it was snowing.
No.
We couldn't get going.
No. So we're definitely up.
So we have gotten lucky with the weather so far.
We are.
Here's Parkin again, lefty to lefty.
Ooh, how's that?
I get out leg side, but then he almost rips his trousers trying to field the ball that's rolling pretty slowly at him. That's Quasi there just in the circle. So tell me, what's the latest in the year it would snow? So does it snow in May?
This year was the latest, like April. Yeah, when we went to Gibraltar, like, can't hear you. 20th, so...
That's the voice of Lena Sormus as well, who we might be able to wangle into the commentary in the second innings, depending on how things go. So Parkin fighting back pretty well here. Yeah, so let's talk about that trip to Gibraltar. Obviously, the Estonian national women's team is fairly new, right? Playing first T20 international last year.
Newly picking up.
Yeah.
So Lena played 10 years ago already for the women's national team, but, ladies having babies and going to school, so it died down.
Parkin, nice strong action, thick edge flying away. That'll be 4.
Yeah.
And so, throwing the bat here, Brabant. He's got the right idea. Picks up 4 for the Bulls. Yeah, but I suppose from 2019, all international matches are given full status. So that's the thing.
Exactly.
It's the first time the Estonian women's played in the kind of modern era. Tell us a bit about that trip to Gibraltar. I know it probably wasn't quite the results you wanted, but how was the experience there for the team?
We went there 3 days early to have a training session as well, because we've been indoors for so long.
Of course.
Cooped up inside.
It's a bit of a disadvantage because they've been playing cricket 12 years around, 12 months around.
Yeah.
I was there earlier in the year, actually. As this is gone, Parkin.
Ooh, good job. Caught and bottled.
Yeah, caught and bottled.
Pailitud ja püütud.
Caught and bowled? Is that what it is?
Yes.
That's brilliant. Well, Parkin, like I said, he looks like a retired ex-college basketball player that's fallen on hard times, but he's turned to left arm seam. Yeah, doesn't surprise me, but he makes that look easy. That's the end of the 7th over. He'll finish 2 for 26, 69 for 5. Have a look at all these places. I'm so excited that Estonia's on the list today. We've already been to quite a few places.
Yes.
Now, I'm also really excited because we'll finish the year with our second European Cricket Championship W, so our second edition of the women's Euros of cricket. So it's expanded from 5 to 10 teams this year. My hope is that we can even eventually have a third set of 5.
Yeah.
Then I'm sure Estonia is going to find a place, and that would be an absolute dream to have you guys there.
Well, that's our idea as well. We want to develop, and that's what we're doing right now with the women. We're just learning the game. A lot of the women are not brought up with the game, and here, Stu stops it nicely.
Good down the ground. They've got the 2-man wall there of Hook and Gooch, and they're not letting too much past them. They've caught well. The ones that haven't reached, they almost have. As we'll get a look at Siva here.
Slowly climbing. It's just slowly.
Yeah, so I mean, I would love the idea. I mean, I kind of have this vision of, and it is challenging, obviously, financially and all that to support these things, but that's what ECN's all about, trying to develop the game. So this is cracked, and Jones should handle this to his left. At the moment, we've got Premier Division, which is the top 5 ranked that are participating. We've got Challenger Division, which is 6 to 10. But I feel that one day we'd like to have an emerging division, which is the next 5, and that one would be promoted and one would be relegated every year. That's kind of where we're hoping to get to. Hopefully, maybe a billionaire comes on board and we can make it happen even quicker. It's a good straight hit, and it's going to be 6. Hits the rope. Maximo! Well, it's a very good, like a tennis shot there, wasn't it? And it almost came to us in the cube.
Exactly.
We've had a bit of traffic from above in the cube here already. Don't you worry about that.
Last year we had a little cube for our commentating hut as well, and guys were traveling, so I was doing the commentary on our domestic games alone, and the ball came straight to the window. I was like, it happened with me alone in this cube.
I'm so glad you came into the cube because I can give you some emergency training.
Ooh, that was a close one.
Sneaks under from Henry. bowling a good spell here. Well, if the ball comes into the area, normally we have the cube. Rule number 1. Do you know rule number 1? It's
protect the camera.
Protect the equipment.
Exactly.
So I have. You can't see it on the camera, but as soon as the ball comes, I'm making like this. So I'm looking to pat the ball away.
Yeah.
These are actually
It's
mine, so
covering.
I'll have to pay for them if they break. This is gone.
Ooh.
Speaking of broken, the stumps are broken from Batten, who's got 3 now. And that's Muthu Krishnan, who's going to go walking sticks, 77 for 6. And Muthu has to go well bowled from the youngster.
Bailitut. Bold.
Bailitut. So it's got its own word.
Yeah, so all of the wickets we translated, like LBW, Jalgenne Varavat.
And so what are the letters at the start of those words?
J,
Yeah.
A,
Yeah.
E, and V. I'm not the best at spelling.
J-A-E-V. So you don't get LBW in Estonia. You get
Yeah.
J-A-E-V. I know similar thing in Czechia where they have a different acronym. I love that piece of bowling. Had a little bit of in-swing on it. But yeah, it just goes a little bit. Look at the little left to right wobble. I think this is why I missed it. Look, a little bit of that
Beautiful,
left to right.
Henry.
It was
Good
a
job.
perfect looking in-swinger. Anyway, Manu Priel gets a hit at 8 in the end of over number 8. And this one was probably hitting the stumps as well. But it'll just be a single, and that's the end of the 8th over, 78.
Yeah, Henry's stats
for
are
6.
looking great. 3-16. Wow. 3 for 16.
Question from Dave as well. Is Ragnar, does it have like an English equivalent of a name that it's related to?
I use Rachel. So I still can't say Ragnar. I'm like, just call me Rachel because I can't stand people butchering my name. They butchered my name so much in Gibraltar. I'm like, just don't call me. Just 21.
Rachel. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like a Rachel, but okay. But he was wondering if it was the equivalent of Regina.
Oh, no. Ooh.
All right, anyway, here's Robbo.
Dave's back, yeah?
Dave is back, and
Amongst men, he's called Robbo. Amongst ladies, he's Dave, because
Because
that's actually what he prefers.
probably told you that, but anyway. I like to call him the Gobbledoc.
Oh.
Now, if you need to look up the Gobbledoc
Okay.
on
Me too.
on YouTube, and there's a brand of crisps or potato chips
What?
in Australia called Smith's Crisps, and there was a big campaign.
Wait. Oh, nice ball there.
And don't worry, I've got you covered, and I'll put this in the chat as well. But when you see the Gobbledoc, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. That
Dave's coming in for another ball.
It's very Dave Robson. He's getting the angle across here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if you can see. I'll blow it up for you a little bit here, but don't worry, I'll put that in the chat. But no, he's a lovely guy as well, isn't
so
he?
he's like the bear.
It's not really a bear, it's a made-up creature.
Gotcha.
Anyway, this one gets wrong and it's out of here.
That's a big one.
That's pretty
All the way
large.
to the road.
Great shot by Manu. It's going to be no ball +6 and a free hit to come.
And that's what the batting team has to start doing now, really, to get a great score on the board for Hippos to
Anyway, don't worry.
be
The
defeated.
viewers
in
don't
some-
want to miss
in
out,
some-
so I want to
some
make sure I
kind of
put that
way.
in there as well.
That was a great shot. Oh, a free hit coming as well.
Yeah, free hit coming. It was no ball too high. And so Manu Priel, he showed a good bit of power there. It was like a baseball blast to centre field, timed around the bases. Now, this is not really a drop catch because it's a free hit. So Manu Priel misses out, but he did get the 6th ball before. Big swing and a miss. Mahmood is watching from Bangladesh, says that he's really enjoying the commentary right now. Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Right now, that's the end of the 9th over, and the Bulls, well, they're fighting on. I mean, maybe they could touch 100 here if they have a good last over. 85 for 6 after 9.
Well, the Hippos were saying that they're also sore from Monday playing 3 games. So
Yeah.
maybe if they're really bad at the batting today, so the Bulls have a chance, but
Hey, anything's
my
possible.
money on Hippos.
And the Bulls actually defended a score in the 90s on
they
Monday.
They did great on Monday as well.
And that was quite a turnaround, wasn't it?
Ooh, Stefan's coming back to bowl.
96 to 69 against the Strikers. Okay, last over together. Tell us a little bit about what you like outside cricket. Tell us about other interests you've got. Let's get to know Ragnar a little bit more.
Gotcha.
Sorry,
So
Rachel.
lately I've been quite into reading fantasy books.
Okay.
Of course, everybody knows me because I watch a lot of TikToks and I meme a lot. Ooh, nice ball, Steph.
Good start from Steph.
But just hanging out with my friends that I've made here at cricket. So we play loads of board games and we're having a board game night tonight.
That sounds fun. So tell me about that you got into cricket through a company day.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to ask you that after this ball from Gooch. It's a big swing and a miss, 2 dots to start the 10th.
That's what we want to see in
So
the last
what was the job that you were doing where cricket came to you?
I was working for Heat Mount back in the day. Now it's called YOLO. And I was working for the online casino. I was their cam girl there.
Ah.
I was the teller doing blackjack and
Right, and that's a big... It's a big industry here, isn't it? That's based in this
There are
part.
a couple of
So was that the kind of live play? So we'd actually deal the cards?
Yeah, live.
Now, people don't know this, but I am a former croupier.
Okay, gotcha.
So I did it for 10 years in Australia and split it with my cricket career. Probably the reason I didn't
I've worked
play.
so many jobs in my life. Sometimes it's surprising.
I know my way around blackjack. That's why I'm good at counting.
Nice.
Anyway, right now, this is
that's
going to be
go for a boundary.
Not a bad ball from Gooch. It's going to perfectly nestle next to camera 4. And so I suppose a bit of a fortunate one. This one, if it was a golf shot, it would be absolutely perfect because it just knocks it in the hole. Wait for the impact. Dunk. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Although, be careful just throwing out phrases in English like I was a cam girl.
I know, that's what I said. I know it's funny.
I knew what you meant, but I'm just going to clarify that.
I know what it means, but I'm also a cheeky one. I like to.
Hey, so all the Australians know the Gobbledoc, and he
Okay.
had a catchphrase which was chippy. So soon we'll...
Stu sees that.
Soon we're going to see that one with the... Yeah, I've put the link in the chat. Don't know quite what their hold up is. Gives us time to talk a little bit more. I'm here with Ragnar. Last chance to ask her a couple of questions before we go. Oh, that's really interesting. Look, I know whether you take part in this series or not. Obviously, I know you might be under a bit of a cloud for it, but obviously it's a long season ahead, and
I still come along and cheer my ladies if I'm not playing.
And I want to know a little bit about the club games as well. So you play for the Hippos, which have a ladies team. What's the ladies situation like here in Estonia?
So currently we only have 2 teams playing domestically for ladies.
Well, 2 teams is better than 1.
It is better than 1. Let's see what Coach can do with his...
Well bowled.
Yes.
No edge on it, but still just as good with the dot ball.
But obviously this year ladies are not really let into the men's games because they are getting ready for the World Cup qualifiers, but they said that they're allowing us to come and play on Hippos team then on the Pro 40s. So I look forward to that.
Well, that's good to hear. Now they're going to run. They have an easy run out. But
Come on, Coach,
yeah,
good joy.
This is pretty clever from Siva, who protects his average by not moving a muscle. That's going to be 89 for 7 at the end of the 10. I mean, it was an enterprising sort of innings from the Bulls. I think they are a little bit kind of outmatched on paper.
Maybe they're sore as well.
Yeah, well, maybe. The Bulls and the Hippos both trying to pull up after day 1. Took a little bit out of them, but I think the Hippos, they're reasonably happy with where they are, chasing 90 for victory. Of course, if they could do that in the 7 overs, which is about 13 and over, they could take all the points out of this game. Had a question from Mahmood. My favourite women's cricketer? Well, if it's not Ragnar, who's beside me, I'm saying I do like Charlotte Taylor from England. I think she's a very, very good player. But anyway, let's get rocking and rolling into the highlights of this one. And early on, Makalande and Wickramasinghe came out to open the innings for the Mustame Bulls. I like the move of Aranga up to the top because he looks like he's in form. But there were a few things that stood out for me in this innings. I mean, early on, we saw a couple of those sixes disappearing, but the catching was really important. And I think that the Hippos always felt, even though that one didn't quite go to plan, that if they could...
But it's great fun.
If they could remove some of these danger players, then they could kind of get into the meat of the order. And Gooch in particular was brilliant, wasn't he, in the field?
Yeah.
And it's kind of normal as well, the standards they set for them. But, I mean, you must have been happy as a Hippo supporter, I think. Of course. To be chasing just 90 in this game.
Always. Boom, big one. Was that another catch? And flying catch there.
The technique was good as well with these. I mean, that's one.
I want to be like him when I grow up.
In Australia at cricket training, you got to catch 100 of those before you can even go and eat your dinner. That's why it comes fairly naturally.
Gotcha. Great catch there.
The ball stayed on the field and in the hands. The hat did not, but Hook was able to catch that. And then key fielders in the right positions. That was another very good one.
Exactly.
That was the end. As I I think Quasi cleaned up a little bit. Also like the bowling. I think it started there. Pattenden, I think Henry was very good. You mentioned that you've got a bit of a history with him as well. Parkin was reasonably good as well.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of wides and no balls here and there, but like the Hippos, they brought it on the field, so that wasn't really that big of a deal to have those wides or no balls. Oh, another catch? No, that was a 6.
That was 6. A little bit of a rally at the end. I mean, Brumbart was able to hit a 406 in his 12. Manapria was able to whack one out of the ground, but the stumps also taking a bit of a bashing. But yeah, Pattenden, that was a really nice little in-swinger.
Must be an ego boost to be 13 and taking those wickets.
Yeah, well, it takes me right back. But this was probably the only bright spot late in the pieces. Manapria was able to hit a high ball out of the ground for a 7-up. And Gooch, just the edge in that last over, really the only damage on the scoreboard. In fact, only those 4 runs came. And I'll give you a bit of a stat. There were 11 dot balls out of the last 2 overs. So it just shows you that it did kind of ground to a halt a little bit.
Yeah.
And in the end, Mr. May Bulls, well, they defended a similar total on day 1. I think this will be kind of different gravy, though. Just going to wrap up a couple of questions and well wishes from everyone. Asking Natalia Tikhonravova has said,
she's on our team, yeah?
Will we see weekly video with Ragnar? I've got a question about that in a second, but first let's look at the scorecard. Bit of a utilitarian effort with 5 players reaching double figures, but no one exceeding the 23 of Wickramasinghe in that 10 overs. So, like I said, it's a brave kind of effort, but doesn't look quite enough. 3 for 16, Pattenden steals the figures. 2 wickets for Parkin and 1 for Quasi. Also, shout out to Robson and Gooch. Look at their economy rates. Their 4 overs combined only went at a run a ball. Now, once again, I want to say a big thank you to Ragnar for joining me. And Ragnar, will we see you on Terry's Tips sometime soon? Please say yes.
If the fans want it, I guess I'll bring it
back.
back.
The fans want it, and the fans want more. Tell you what, it's a long tournament. If you hang around, we'd like to have some more of you in the cube as well.
Gotcha.
Maybe another special guest after the break. We'll have to see, but right now I can tell you it's the Hippos chasing 90 for victory in match number 13. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Ragnar Halleck. I'm going to put these back on, and we will see you after the break with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and yeah, thank you to Raghu who stepped in as one of the local commentators. It's great to have a little bit of the vibe in here, and I know that all of you has really enjoyed it, so thank you very much to the ladies that were here talking you through some of those matches. And didn't they get excited? I think Vinny got a little bit excited as well. Well, it's the Mustanza Bulls who, well, again, it's not the highest of scores. They scored 89 in this one, and that means that it gives the opportunity for the Tallinn Hippos to knock these runs off pretty quickly. It's a similar sort of thing that we've seen them do before. We saw them doing in match day 1 when they restricted the riders just to 68. They knocked those off pretty quickly as well. So I think the openers are looking to get them off to a good start. The bonus point equation here is 62 if you're to restrict the 62 or less. I just can't see that happening actually. I think the Bulls, when we saw them earlier with the ball, that was one of the issues they were having, getting the ball in the right areas. Let's see how they start. It's going to be Dulsara Monuprial. He's going to be bowling the first ball to Vislapu. So they're making a few changes here. Well, they say that's been whipped around. It's in the air. It's going to just avoid. But this isn't right, actually. That is hook. I was going to say, in the process of saying that doesn't look like Vislapu to me. There's no change in the openers. It will be Stuart Hook and Stefan Gooch. And Stefan Gooch, I think, I've said this before, the ideal man for me in a chase like this is not a lot, and they only need to go under at 10. And I think anything around 10 and over, I think Stefan Gooch is the ideal person out there. Very correct batter, but he has he's been able to adapt to this format as well. And Stuart Hook never likes to wear the lid unless he has to. You'll see him standing with it until he goes on strike. A little bit of fielder moving around, so Stefan Gooch says, hang on a minute, as Manu Priyal has to go back to his mark and wait as Vinny Sandhu joins me back in the cube.
Yeah, good to be back, and let's see how they go with this, as Gooch doesn't mind taking a ball or two to kind of get set. Again, you're right about that target. It's certainly very achievable, and I think you wouldn't want to spend too long getting your eye in when you've got that carrot of the 4 points. I think 13 and over is what they need, and to be honest, there's going to be plenty of times you're going to need 13 and over in the series, so it's a good kind of opportunity to try and go at that kind of speed and work out what you have to do. This is also clever. Rather than just absorbing a dot, he pushes away, gets one. Here's Stu Hook, who was the player of the series back in that series back in 2020, where he earned the moniker Mr. Muscles for his strong hitting. And I don't know about that bat, but I know that he was given a bat by his teammates engraved with Mr. Muscles.
Is that right?
I don't know how good the zoom is on these cameras, but maybe when he's at the other end at the non-strikers.
We'll have to have a look. If not, we'll have to ask him and bring it along.
And Mr. Muscles is away with a strong shot, and that's gone all the way, I think. Let's wait for it. I don't think they're sure. But I got a feeling this might have gone all the way. But the replay will tell the story.
Yeah, he gets a swivel on it nicely, doesn't he? And I get the feeling it does, you know. Let's see, it's dipping and... Yeah, 6 runs.
That's 6 runs. Maximo for Mr. Muscles, or as they would call him in Spain, Senor Muscles.
Having a look at that bat, I can't see anything on that one, so maybe he's got that one at home.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Knowing how strong he is, I know that was a year or two ago. He might have just broken it by now, and he's on to another bat. It was only small. But anyway, we might check that out in a little while. Right now, Hook wants to go again, but come back from Manu Priyal. I mean, he battled a bit at the end. He ended up coming up with a 7-up. But yeah, a bit of a stat, 11 dot balls out of the last 2 overs. Yeah. There was a 7-up in there where that helped a little bit. There was a 4 in there, but pretty much nothing else. This one would have been a big wide, but he spoils it, or he doesn't actually, because he's going to get 1, maybe 2. It's a bit of a strange one now. Almost creating a run out. That's wild. And that had a bit of everything. That ball had an exciting journey all over this field. They'll get 2 runs.
Yeah, just the fielder taking his eye off the ball. It happens sometimes. You're so concentrating on what the batters are doing, you forget you got to keep an eye on the ball and watch it. It will be the end of the first over. And that means that 10 come off the first 10 with that loss. 37 matches since the Golden Ball.
We've been spoilt lately. It's been Golden Ball fever, like your London buses. You always say it's like London buses. You won't get one for ages, you get heaps. We had one a week ago. I'm ready for another one. And the thing is, I'm going to go to the T20s where I can't have a Golden Ball. I mean, I might have a super over ache, which is what I called it the other day. Originally, we were going to call the Golden Ball the Super Ball. But I've got to say thanks to James for coming up with a better name. I know James is watching. Let me also just tell you that you need to watch the introduction for Match 4. Make sure you tune in early today for Match 4. I'll tell you why. Because I've shot this in advance, right? I wanted to show how close it was to the road.
Yeah.
Right? So my idea was to shoot the introduction.
Yeah. So
we had the cameraman on one side of the road and I was on the other.
Uh-huh.
What could possibly go wrong? As this is up in the air, missed time. Can anyone reach it? It'll be dropped. He didn't quite get their hands organised early enough, did he? And so Gooch gets lucky, dropped on one.
Well, that's not how you catch, is it? He sort of slaps at this ball rather than let the ball go in his hand. You got to get a stable base. So this is a real life. Now that's the thing that Stefan has to look at. He's done this, I think, on 3 occasions now. One hand, when he plays that shot, comes off the bat, so it goes up in the air.
It's a missed timing, right?
Yeah.
So that's what it is. But it almost looked like good old-fashioned charge down in rugby, or a smother, we call it in Australian football, like a rejection in basketball. But that ball was never sticking to the hands. Now Mr. Muscles goes bang, takes the ball from outside the tram line, and that's going to be another boundary again. Could be time for another boundary check. But Hippos in a hurry here in match 13. Let me see, he's kind of turns the bat in the hands, this one. And yeah, 4 runs given.
Yeah, I think it drops short the boundary.
I'm on one side of the road.
Yeah.
Had a wonderful cameraman. Valentine's on the other side of the road. And I said to one of the supporters, I said, you got a ball at the end? Throw me the ball.
No ball this.
So
I suppose you're going to tell me it was a no ball.
So eventually, here it comes. And meanwhile, cars
was it on cue?
Cars had stopped to like.
Nah.
Yeah, because I wasn't on the road.
They thought you were going to cross.
Yeah. So the cars had stopped, and I was waving the cars, saying, "Come on, come through." And at the same time, he throws the ball. This is going. And anyway, and this is all fine because I'm not on the road. I'm the near side of the road to him, so he doesn't have to throw across the road. He has to throw to me I'm almost on the road. So as long as he throws it to me, there's no problem. No ball over the head. Throws it out of my
Into
garage.
the road?
Oh, missed the car by a whisker. As this is up in the air. Is anyone reaching this? They should, and it's caught. So Hook doesn't get so lucky. He's off the hook for 13, and Mutu comes up with the wicket. And really, it's a reward for a reasonably tight start from the Bulls. I know they've been hit for a few runs, but it could have been a lot worse. We know the Bulls, they're a team that have defended a similar score to this before, and so they get the dangerous Mr. Muscle Stuart Hook for 13, and the score 16 for 1.
Well, 13 is the unlucky number for Stuart Hook. Well, it is match number 13, and in the middle of match number 13, it was almost unlucky for Vinny Sandhu as well. So come on, finish the story.
Can't see the Mr. Muscles there. Maybe he should have gone for that bat.
No muscles today.
Long story short, luckily it didn't hit the car, and it didn't hit the cameraman. But I can confirm that ball is now in the creek across the road, or in the ditch, I should say. So that one, it was a brand new Grizzly. Yeah. Anyway, hey,
was that I was listening to your story, but was that Satasivan who takes the catch after dropping Stefan Gooch? I think it is, So he drops what was a simple catch and takes a much harder one.
Yeah, and you know what?
I think he's now coming off. Yeah. I think he hurt himself because he slapped at the one to try and take the catch to get Gooch. And then he got removed and said, right, go on the boundary. He goes on the boundary, and then I think there he takes the catch. And now I think he's hurt his hands at 12th. So this is the catch that he does take. Well, he's probably thinking, oh, no, not me again. But he takes the catch, but you look at that. He is nursing that left hand because when he went for the catch well, he should have taken it to get rid of Stefan Gooch. That could haunt them. He slapped at it and he hurt himself. Anyway, it's Robson out there, and he's another man that can certainly finish things off here for the Hippos.
Well, Sports Comments has made a comment in the chat, which hasn't aged well, saying Mr. Muscles likes to finish the game early. What do I say? I say it won't be him finishing it early, but it might be the Gobbledoc. It's Dave Robson here who's going to swat this away leg side and get 4 runs. Perfect start. Lefties doing the work now for the Hippos as Robson joins Gooch at the crease.
Yeah, well, Robson has already shown us when we saw them in day one, if you bowl short to him, bowling his legs, he will muller it away. You've got to try and keep him outside the off. It's also the end of the over, so there is a wicket in that over, but they're going to 10s, so they're more than happy where they are at the moment. It's 20 for 1 after 2.
So Hippos, if they could get all the points here, would actually go above Strikers. They'd be equal with them on points. But the Bulls, they're kind of hanging in there, aren't they? And I think the Bulls are a kind of team that they just might have to accumulate a few points. If they don't win particular games, at least to try and, for example, in this game, to push it to an 8th over and take something away from it. Because don't forget, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th in each group, they will continue in round 2. The top teams from each group go straight through to the finals.
I have to ask you, who threw the ball?
It was Henry Pattenden's dad. And Henry, by the way, prodigious talent, only 13 years of age, just took 3 wickets.
Yeah, he did.
His dad
has he got the same arm?
Back
or has he got a stronger arm? This
is a good shot, though, from Gooch, who goes large. Maximo! And that's another one that could be on the road. That's exactly where I was standing. Anyway, that's Henry Pattenden's dad there, who lifted it up and out of the ground. Anyway, luckily, no cars were hurt. This is a good shot, though.
Yeah, well, this is a Ravi who's going to come on to bowl. They didn't use him at all in the last match.
Perfectly picks the gap between the logs as well.
So Lingamanini coming on to bowl. First one gets dashed away.
Good footwork again. This time he finds the fielder.
Yeah, this is where Stefan is so good. If you watch him when he's at his best, his feet and the way and the speed that he moves to the pitch of the ball is very good. Look, he's always ready to come. Here he goes again. This time he's quite happy just to play this down, take the single.
Yeah, and Ravi's a guy that obviously he's just trying to turn the ball left to right. And just kind of cramps Gooch for room there. Gets bowled Robson now. Robson gets bowled. It's a kind of tempting delivery from Ravi. He's twirling the finger and he's spun out Robson for just 4. The Hippos have lost a 2nd wicket now and it's 27 for 2.
Yeah, well, you heard me when we saw the Bulls playing in that first match, and I kept on saying, well, why are we not seeing Ravi having a bowl? And I just couldn't understand it. Well, here he is now, and he gets the wicket. And look at the joy. I wonder if we can see that camera again. Look at the joy at the fielder there in the point. Talk about jumping Jack Flash. Oh, yeah, I'm liking that. And they should like it because that's an important wicket. So Robson, he'll go pretty early, and it is Ravi Lingamanini that gets the breakthrough as Ben Jones comes in. And Ben Jones, he doesn't like to hang around. I think we're going to see some dashing shots here from Jones. Well, he's certainly going to have a go.
Well, they do have depth in the batting order, probably better than most, the Hippos. That's why I don't think they'll be panicking at this stage. But, credit to the Bulls. Like I say, they defended that score in the 90s. The other day, they're trying to defend 89 against the defending champions here. But it all starts with just trying to put the ball in the right spot. And I think that's one that I think Robson last minute decides he wants to go after. It was a late decision. I think he was satisfied to kind of just keep it out, maybe push the one, but then he thought, you know what, let me go for it. But just wasn't quite in the right position. And once again, good areas as Jones misses out in the cut first ball.
Yeah, it's a good delivery, isn't it? That one, he sort of gets it to skid through a little, so it sort of pushes the ball through, doesn't he? Does Ravi pushes it through?
Yeah.
Oh, well, this one, he floats it up in the air. It's a full toss. It gets punched down the ground just to the left of the cue. Forward signal. I don't think the height, I mean, it's a full toss, but I think it is dipping, so I don't think there's an issue on this in terms of the height of it. Floats it up there, but overflights it.
Yeah, and it's also good field knowledge there. The mid-off up in the circle. End of the 3rd over, 31 for 2. So steady building blocks there, considering you need 9 and over to win the game. But at the moment, what you would say is they're a fair way behind the kind of the 13 and over, so about 8 behind that. to actually win it in 7 and take all the points, which I still think, bearing in mind that the top of the table goes straight through to the finals, and that's a big chance to rest and recover. There's already a few sore hippos out there, I think, after day 1.
Yeah, well...
Hold on, bring that ball back.
Well, this is the old speedway here, Estonian style.
Tell you what, I love this country. When we see the scuba guys turn up to try and find the grizzlies in the ditch, then we've got to get some cameras on that. Okay. Anyway, this is Wickramasinghe who's going to bowl over number 4. And quick note is yelled. I think Gucci's got a fairly simple philosophy, which is take 1 or none off the good ball and whack the bad ball. And he feels at this level he should get 2 to 3, can go after and over.
I think he knows he's got time to have a look. He's looked at Wickramasinghe here, and I think wait for the feet. He's having a look around at the field. As soon as he feels he can get to the pitcher one, he'll dance down and he'll ping it. Here he comes. Doesn't quite ping it this time though. Drags it down. So just be a single.
So, like I say, Steph and I have a lot in common because we played in the same competition in Perth. We were brought up in the same kind of philosophies. So he's probably one guy I could probably get in his head a little bit more than most. But I think what he'd be looking at here is gaps in the field. Now Jones is on strike now, so we'll have a look at him. So the left-hand, right-hand combination is back.
Yeah, Jones. Wickramasinghe is going to be having a bolt. Let's see if he can get it right. Jones, though, is an aggressive hitter. And this one probably will be a wide. It doesn't catch any of the batter. It gets a good bit of movement in here, though. That's the wide signal. So this ball does come back in a bit. Yeah, they want to keep those extras down. Look, remember, they'd love to get a win, but they're fighting also for a point here. It's nicely played. They have got a sweeper out there. Just quick look at the field. So sweeper out on the offside. They haven't got third back. Third is inside. They've got 2 men straight, and now to Stefan, you get the mid-wicket go back as well. So to the left-hander, square leg, mid-wicket, quite a wide long on, straight long off in play, and a sweeper out on the offside. Goes for it and gets it. And that's where he's at his best. You got to, I think as a bowler, you're trying to stop Stefan coming down the track. So in other words, you've got to be pretty full. As soon as he sees the opportunity to come down the track, he's gonna, and he doesn't miss. And that's the beauty of Stefan Gooch. He's not afraid of the wicketkeeper standing up because he believes and backs himself always to get to the ball. It's a good shot.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He's got a good technique, and he's not kind of predominantly a leg side or offside player. He'll just kind of play the line of what's bowled at him. It also depends on where the field are. And this is a good example here. See, there's no deep cover, so he's thinking inside out is probably more value, even though it ends up down at long off. Hey, so I know we had Ragnar in the first innings. I think we might have a little cameo from another guest commentator, Rico, just for a little bit, because she's been doing way too much lurking, and it's about time we heard from her. Okay. Anyway, maybe after this ball from Wickramasinghe, it's a kind of challenge ball. Jones just goes back and punches. Bit of hesitation, but I don't think there's a run there.
Throw?
I mean, gets there in the end. They probably could have run 2 on the throw. It's the end of the over, and it's 41 for 2 after 4. Now, I would like to once again invite everyone in the chat, because we did hear from one of the national team players in the last game, and I've got another one with me right now. Wait a minute. And so you can see they're well ahead of where they need to be at the moment. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and welcoming for the first time on the microphone is Estonian women's national team player Lena Sormus. Lena, welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Now, you were very clever. It's almost like when you won the toss and you said Ragnar's going to go first. So now you can see it's not too scary, hopefully. Just hit down the ground, and that's going to be 4. Good power from Gooch. Again, moves into the 20s as Ravi comes back and is knocked down the ground for 4. So, yeah, firstly, how are you? And how are you enjoying the ECN experience in Estonia so far?
I'm doing good. It's my first time that I've been here now with this ECN tour here, but I've been watching the games online, and it's been really, really good games so far.
Yeah, we've had some really good games. And Hippos going down actually in Game 5 was a little bit of a surprise, but it
was amazing. I was actually hoping that there would be a golden ball, but no.
Well, this is a nice little sweep shot from Gooch, who gets it outside the pads. He's going to put that into the logs. So back-to-back 4s to start the over. So actually the first ever Estonian club women's T10 did finish in a golden ball. We were talking about it earlier.
Did.
So you like a golden ball?
It's fun. It's exciting.
Yeah.
It's very unexpected, and even the team who was sort of chasing the win, the victory, they might win or they might lose. So
that's the beauty of it.
Anything can happen. It's an exciting thing.
One of the things about the golden ball, I'll come to that in a second, as this is driven down the ground just a single, is that you might have a super over, and we had a great one last week actually in one of the T20 international men's games in France that we were covering, but there's no guarantee that'll go to the last ball when you get to a super over, one over each, and it takes quite a while. But at least in that golden ball, everyone is kind of like nervous at the same time, and you can really feel that energy. As this is up in the air, Jones is going to find a pocket of space here though, so he's going to get an easy single, 50s up. But Lena, tell us about your background and what got you into cricket in the first place as an Estonian.
Well, for me, the cricket started when I was still in middle school, so I think I started playing when I was 14 or 15.
Yep.
We had the first juniors teams forming, and they came to our school gym classes.
Well, just quickly, I think that's gone out of the ground for 6. So Maximo, I've got to be a bit worried our conversation's going to be cut short at the moment with some of this batting from Stefan. Okay, so you picked it up at school. So who got you into cricket then?
It was actually Tallinn KK players who came to our schools. So we had Mart Tammaya, who was one of the coaches there, Dan Renwick. So they sort of started getting the juniors to playing, and that's when I sort of got hooked on cricket. And it was an interesting sport, and it was nice to play at the Hippodrome. So
I've heard
really
so
fun.
many things about the Hippodrome. Anyway, a charge and kind of jams himself here, Gooch, but he's going to get it away, and that could even test the fielder out. And Wickramasinghe, who's had a lot to do at the moment, but they'll get back for a fairly comfortable 2. And that will take us to the end of the over. And so it's 59 for 2 after 5. Let's welcome you into the cube. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Lena here now from the Estonian women's national team. So that's great. We were just talking with Ragnar about how she tries to get kids into schools, and the idea is to get them to have that internal love of the game, and obviously that was sparked in you. So what was it about cricket that kind of captured your attention?
I don't know. It was I really like throwing the ball around because I played basketball before, and it was, the fielding bit was what was interesting for me before. And then from there on came bowling, and then I guess the batting has picked up the last one for me.
Definitely, and I've seen you play. You're very, very talented. Obviously, you've been working at it for a while. The hard ball, though, what do you think of that? I mean, some people love that, and some people say, well, I like cricket, except for the fact that the ball's so hard. And
that's proper cricket. You're going to get bruises. Blue is the national colour of Estonia. So.
I love that. That's up. And just a single here, one hand, one bounce. I love that. That blue is the national colour. So you're going to get bruises. One thing that you guys have got in common, both Ragnar and Lena, is you seem to you got that kind of crazy streak. You like to put your body on the line. You like to go 100 miles an hour at the game.
You have to get the ball. You have to get the ball no matter what. So if you get a bruise, it's going to heal in a couple of weeks, so it's fine. Yeah,
I love that philosophy. Anyway, this is Manan coming on, trying to save a point for the Bulls. And this is a beautiful shot. Punched away behind point by Gooch. He's in some really good form here. Just looks at the top of his game, in control of his game. He moves to 38. Six off 10 then for Hippos to take all the points out of this. Mana wasn't the worst ball ever. Goes back. What I like about Steph's batting at the moment is it's still attacking, but it's not taking any unnecessary risks.
That's true. Because 2 of the big guns are out for the Hippos, Stu and Robbo. So
yeah, and this is what I mean. It's like if one doesn't get you, another will get you with this kind of a chase.
Exactly.
And the Bulls, credit to them. If they could take a point off the Hippos here, I think that would be a result. Jones hasn't quite been at the races so far in his first few deliveries. Okay, so obviously that history in cricket has taken you all the way to the women's national team. What does it feel like then to represent your country? That must be a big honour.
It's amazing. It's a really a great honour, and we're always trying to do our best. Yeah, I mean, it's a different feeling if you're representing your own country. It's something else.
Yeah, and you know, one thing I'd say about this form of the game, I know you play with a mixture of T10 and T20, is this is better from Jones, who goes blast. Maximo! Maybe that point's still on, the bonus point. That's still running away. That's going to be 6 runs, 19 off 7 now for the Hippos to take all the points. But one thing I was going to say is that this form of the game, it kind of heightens your decision making. So I know a lot of training goes in on hitting the ball, catching the ball, these things, but kind of situationally, when to run, when to take risks, and when not to. This is pretty important. Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Watch out the chopper. They might have come to try and rescue the Grizzlies that we've lost in the ditch. Got a question from Carbo, who's in the chat for Lena, asking, what cricket country is your favourite? I think might be talking about some of the bigger countries, or do you not really fussed about that?
To be honest, I don't follow much cricket.
Yeah. This will be 4 runs. Jones has woken up at the right time. 6 and 4. Hungry for more. Ended the 6th over 75 for 2. So 15 required off the next over if they're going to take all points. That's nothing to be ashamed of. But this is something that people don't realise. A lot of people that play cricket in Europe, because it's not necessarily easy to watch other cricket, is it?
Because we don't have it in our...
It's not on TV.
It's not on our TV, and I don't follow it too much.
Yeah.
Of course, I do love to watch our own Hippos play and our men national and women's national teams play, if I'm not playing in that team, of course.
Yeah.
But for me, it's just... I don't know that much, about cricket.
That's nothing to be embarrassed about. That's 100%, because people don't realise cricket's not on TV in Europe. You'd have to really go looking for it, and even then, because I often do, I still can't find it, right? And so quite often when we have viewers come in and say to some of the European cricketers like yourself, who's your favourite player? And they'll be like, Stuart Hook.
It's Ragnar Hellick.
Ragnar Hellick. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Good choice, because she's here. This is up and out of the ground. Maximo! As that is going to be 9 off 5 now, and they've just kind of timed this run perfectly, it looks at the moment. That's a monster!
Oh, yes.
Elephant Gouch is dangerous, and right now he's charging away. It looks like he's going to charge away with the 4 points for the Hippos. Anyway, this time he walks again and he hits it beautifully again. Clever batting. There's a gap there. You see, he knows there's a gap there. And he knows if he hits it hard, if he can beat that infield, he's going to get 4 more. Exactly. Now 5 off 4 required for the Hippos.
Exactly. Yeah, so for me, it's like, I think I most watch ECN games, and I'm not trying to, sweet talk here or anything.
Hey, you're not the only one. Don't worry about that.
That's the easiest.
Yeah, but it's available, it's free, it's on. I often say, check out on our website when the cricket's on. Spoiler alert, it's all the time.
Exactly.
So actually we have more than one tournament on at a time at the moment. We're going to have 4 games going on at the same time next weekend. You're going to go in a similar direction. This is an interesting little period now, because this new point system, I know if you watch ECN, you probably understand it. But as Gooch brings up his 50, he snuck that one up, 50 of 21 balls. And Gucci has been a bit of a weapon here for the Hippos. 4 off 3 now. Jones, who has hit his straps in the last couple of deliveries, can seal the win with a boundary. Yeah, so, this bonus point system, if they chase it in 7. That's out of here. Adios, partido. This game is done. Maximo. And Jones, unfortunately, finishes our conversation a bit earlier than I wanted, Lena, but I'm sure we'll get to hear some more of you in the next 2 weeks. But, I mean, as a Hippo supporter, you've got to be pretty happy with that. Taking all 4 points, chasing the target down in 6.4.
Absolutely amazing. Really good job, guys.
Yeah, and look, again, they didn't panic, did they? And I didn't think they would, losing Hook for 13, losing Robson for 4. But Jones came out and then was able to finish the game in style. And that's the long and the short of it. And the Bulls, again, they've had a bit of a tough program, but again, they've shown a lot. They've shown a lot of character, and I thought they might be able to sneak away with a point out of that. And the Bulls, well, we'll see them again. So they've got a big day, 3 games, having to go back-to-back, so they can't really worry about that too much. They're going to take on the Strikers in match number 14. Now, this was the game where the Bulls were able to defend 96 in match 3, keeping the Strikers to 69. So the Strikers, they won the toss and they said, okay, this time we're batting first, so you're not going to do that to us. But that game is coming up in around about 35 minutes. Looking forward to seeing us and Amjad back for the Strikers as well in that one. Let's rock and roll these highlights. And Hippos, they're not known for moving fast, but they're faster than you think, and they're dangerous. They kill more people a year than you'd hope to realise. But anyway, we saw a few hairy moments over. It was the old two-hand pat down. That wasn't the best technique to take a catch, although we did see another opportunity soon after that. Hook went 4 and a 6 and got to 13 in match 13. But then he would find the same fielder there, Satha Sivam, who was able to take catch this time. And then the Gobbletalk, a.k.a. Dave Robson, came out. You can see the Bulls, they had something to celebrate there. And he was able to whack that one away to the boundary. But unfortunately for Dave, as he's known in some circles, he wouldn't last too much longer. But Stefan Gooch and Ben Jones would come together after that wicket, just kind of changing his mind, going a little bit square there. But in the end, there was some really good hitting, wasn't there, from Jones, and Gooch ended up making his 50.
Absolutely. Congratulations again.
And I suppose with the Hippos, they will play again tonight, and they'll play against the Tallinn Strikers. And yeah, it's a good opportunity for them to maybe get some revenge, because it was match 5 the other night. A real classic match, wasn't it? So we'll see them again there. But I've got to say, I was really impressed with the decision-making of Stefan Gooch here, because like I say, he made those runs, and you look at his strike rate in the end, 238, 50 off 21, bringing up his half century towards the end with a bit of help from Jones, who was able to kind of get going at the right time. But he made those runs almost risk-free and was very selective. And I think he was right. He was going to get enough hit-me balls to not get out to do a decent delivery. So Jones then realised they were within reach of that 4-pointer, and number 4 put it over the ropes to send this game to bed. In the end, the Hippos back on the winners list with a win, bringing it up with 20 balls to spare. Looking at that scorecard, I've got to say that Hook and Robson, they'll be disappointed to miss out, but they know it's a team game. They had to take a few risks, and that's exactly what they did. But Gooch came to the party with 50 off 21, and Jones 23 off 10. As you see the extras count again, I think a lot of teams have been a lot better here on their second match day compared to the other day, and that certainly made them earn the runs, but they weren't quite able to finish things off in the end. With the Christian with 1 for 10 in there, Ravi was back and was able to spit out Dave Robson as well. In the end, that 89 just wasn't quite enough. Well, once again, I want to say a big thank you to Lena for joining me in the commentary box. Lena, tell me we'll see you on the park for the women's team next weekend. We will. So come on, get behind her, because Estonia, they've got a few revenge issues with Malta, because I know that they beat you in the last series. So I know that in Estonia, they're a bit like some others. They never forget. So I'm wishing you all the best, not only with this series, but your cricket journey for the Hippos and Team Estonia this year, and hopefully see you soon.
Thank you. I'll be here.
Great to have Lena with us. We will take a quick break. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Do not miss the introduction for the next game, because you might need to watch it, and we might need it for insurance purposes. We'll be back very shortly here. Match 14 on the way. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Lena's almost. Big thanks to Ragnar Halleck as well for her company. Rico Full back with me. It's a full house here in the Cube. We're back shortly in Tallinn with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back, and I'm here at the Estonia National Cricket and Rugby Ground in Tallinn. And if you didn't realise how close the road is to the ground, you can see it right here. It's only probably around 70 or 80 metres. Got some special guests in the background as well. Wasn't it great to have Ragnar in the commentary earlier? She's there with Lena and a few other of the Estonian cricket fraternity. Now coming up, I'm looking both ways, but I can tell you it's time for match number 14, and this one will be a rematch of match number 3 between the Tallinn Strikers and the Mustamäe Bulls. A little bit earlier we had the coin toss with Charles Croucher. Let's see what happened.
Bulls to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We are going to bat first.
So it is the Strikers have won the toss and they've elected to bat. Doesn't surprise me because the other day they couldn't quite catch a score in the 90s after they had a big 4-point win in the opening match of the tournament. But this time they will get a chance to bat first. And so just trying to kind of mix things up. The Bulls were really kind of plucky in that match defending that score. But these two teams, they could certainly use a win. Being so close, it does worry me about balls flying this way, and there's cars coming this way as well. And yeah, it's one of these things that you really got to worry about it. Anyway, oh no, it's the worst possible scenario. Anyway, that one's gone into the ditch. We'll be back shortly with more cricket. Right now, let's go over to Rico Full for the start of match number 14.
Oh dear. Well, can I just say that the police haven't quite turned up yet for the cause of a road traffic accident here by the National Cricket and Rugby Ground in Tallinn in Estonia. Vinny Sandhu there dicing with death. I'm glad he didn't go for that. I thought if he goes diving, well, you know where he would have ended up if he went for a diving catch. He would have been in front of that car. Look, I can tell you, no harm or damage was done to any individual or any vehicles during the making of that one. Yeah, well, you got a good look at the road there behind where we are in this commentary cube. And well done to Vinny Sandhu bringing you that. Okay, here we go. The Tallinn Strikers taking on the Mustamäe Bulls. Now, when these two met on day one on match number 3, well, we thought it was going to be another simple win for the Strikers, but it wasn't to be, because even though the Mustamäe Bulls only managed to get to a score under that 100, it was 96 they got, and it was Makalande who scored 54. And what an important knot that was, because he got them to 96, and then the Tallinn Strikers, they were 69 for 9. They ended up losing, and I think that's the reason why this time around their captain Habib Khan is saying, you know what, I think we'll have a bat first. So this time he wants to get the runs on the board. Big addition to the side there, of course. They have got Arslan Amjad back in the side now with Amjad, also with Shayan Khan and Ilyas, who has been batting really well as well. They should really be looking to put a big score on the board. Who will win? Well, 86% of that win percentage, it goes towards the Strikers, with the Bulls only 14%. Remember, the Bulls have not had it their own way here so far today. They've gone down in 2, and on both occasions it's really more their batting that's let them down. And it has to be said, their fielding, just in that last match, I know the odds on them winning it was slim, but they could have got a point from it. And again, Stefan Gooch, he scores a half century, but remember, he was dropped on a straightforward, simple catch when he was just on the 1 run. So it's very important that they do hold on to those catches. And let's see how the Mustamäe Bulls go this time around. We are ready to start. I can tell you that it will be Shayan Khan, who's in good form, facing the first ball. Now, we were calling for this, that really he should. Let's see if it works out the way that we thought it could do. Gets the first, it's down the leg side, it will be wide. The wicketkeeper does make a good stop. And they're going from Shivranj Chandran as the keeper this time. So it's the Etharachi, the captain, who's been behind the stumps up until now. So change in personnel behind the stumps. Let's see how that works. There's Shihran, who's behind the stumps for this one. First ball was wide, so still no legal delivery. And this one will be, and it will be pinned. He has a very unusual way of batting, the Shayan Khan. It's very much bottom hand. It's very much the tape ball style. He doesn't normally get that bat to go higher than his chest. He goes low, he picks the ball early, and he absolutely smashes it. So the first runs off the bat, come in the form of a 6 to Cheyenne Khan, who earlier today was in sensational form, player of the match performance in that win against the Riders, 2 for 11, and then that 45 not out. And remember, it was Ilyas Hassan who batted well with him, who was 14 not out as well. And that was after Habib, the captain, once again departed without scoring. So he's not put himself at the top this time. Arslan Amjad, the tall figure of Arslan Amjad, is a non-striker. All right, goes down the ground again, dealing in sixes. Boom, boom, boom. Shukka time here, everybody, in the sunshine of Tallinn. 6 more. Que va que genial, que grande. 6 carreras. So this is the worry, isn't it? If they don't get these earlier wickets of the danger men, and 3 of them come to mind, 2 out there in the middle, and of course Ilyas Hassan, then it could be a lot of runs that Mustami Bulls are going to have to try and chase down. And let's face it, they're a team that have sort of struggled to get into the 110 to 120 bracket. So any more than that, they're going to struggle. Wider one, and this one is going to be a test for the fielder who comes across, and yeah, a little bit of foot fielding. It's a bit of a football lay-on, isn't it? A little pass, a left foot pass to the fielder, and it comes from a player who I think has to have a big game here. Beksha Makalende comes across, makes a stop, of course loses his cap. And it's nice to hit. Now the same fielder goes the other way, and this time he can't stop it, loses his cap and the ball this time. Well, it's to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Well, he's dancing around here in Estonia, the singing nation. But he's not able to stop this. He does the hard work, and well, he lands quite awkwardly there. It's a good job that he's quite nimble, and there's not a lot of him. Now he's been made to stand dead straight. All right, he said, if you can't get to the left or to the right, how about standing in the middle? Let's see how that works. And now, well, not very well, because nobody's going to get to this as well. This is in between that the standard long on and mid-wicket area. It's a magical start here already as the strikers go and move on into the 20s. 22 with the ball still to go in this one. It's gone wide. 6-6-1, 4-4. So Arslan Amjad, very tall figure. 2 very contrasting styles. Cheyenne Khan will go low and flat bat everything, whereas Arslan Amjad would like to get those big levers into play as he gets a good swing onto the ball. Okay, over the infield, and it's going to be 4 more. So we're going to start with 26 off the first, and it hasn't gone to plan. And Abdul Sara and Munipuriyal has been taken to the cleaners. Ajdana, ball nu Changiya Chapera Paria, Changi Kutaparia, 26 off the first. And these are some of the places we'll be going to. Netherlands, we've talked a lot about Netherlands. And Continental Cup will be happening there in the lovely Moravia cricket ground in Romania, England in Wimbledon, Cyprus, and then Czechia. My first time also in Czechia. Some, a lot of new firsts for me. Of course, my first time in Estonia this time around. It was our first time also in France at the Dreux cricket ground. First time in Wimbledon, first time in the UK, full stop. And then I'll be going to Czechia as well. So I'm really going to be enjoying meeting a lot of new players and new teams, some of which I've met before, but a lot I haven't. So a lot of upcoming events, a lot of cricket in, well, May Madness we're calling this month. It could be a season of madness though, cricket coming thick and fast. And at the moment here, the boundary's coming thick and fast. Vinny Sandhu, this is in your zone. It's going to go into the road surely. Well, it misses the production van, and I think that ball is going into the ditch to where the one that vanished when we were doing the introduction to this match. That is a beautiful clean hit, isn't it? Ale. Shakka Maria ke nahi batke Maria. Cheyenne Khan continues in the good form that he's in. You really do have to get these guys out early, otherwise there's going to be trouble. Well, the umpire Shane and Samantha will wait to see if that ball can be retrieved. Well, a ball is coming back. Now, is this the match ball? Or is this the one that was thrown into the ditch in the introduction? Well, we'll soon find out. The bowler seems to be okay with it. He says, yeah, that'll do. All right. Muthu Krishnan, he's got to get it right, isn't he? All right, here we go. Down the leg side, and it will be a wide, but missed out this time by Shane Khan. He normally likes it in that area. He'll be disappointed that he has to just accept the wide and the extra ball as opposed to banging that one to the boundary. It's another one that's down the wide, down the leg side, another wide, and well, it looks like Chandran is now having a look at his captain, Triarachi, and saying, now I know why, Skip, now I know why you don't want to be the keeper anymore. There's a lot of work to do behind here, especially when the bowlers don't get it right. Muthu Krishnan, it's an issue that he has. I mentioned this before from him. He gets 3 out of the 3 down the leg side, but when he does get it right, he produces better deliveries. Now that's better. Go outside the off, especially to a batter like Shane Khan, who is not going to play too many cut shots. That's what you've got to be thinking as a bowler. Where's his strength? What do we know he can do? Right, high up in the air, catching opportunity. They're looking at each other. Somebody's got to take it, and he goes down. I've got to say, never looked comfortable, neither one of those fielders. In the end, I think it's Jayasinghe that puts it down. But it could have been 1 or 2 fielders to go for it. And one stops and says, man, and then Jayasinghe, he starts up in the wrong place, and then when he makes the adjustment, can't get there, hits his fingers, comes out, opportunity lost. That will be a wide, that will be left. Yeah, so Shane Khan does give an opportunity, it doesn't get taken, he gets dropped to 19. Jayasinghe, he knows that that's a big one to try and take, doesn't take it. Amjad. Oh, he's going to get a wide here. I think this is, let's have a look at this one. It's a close call. I like the fact that Muthu Krishnan has gone for the offside, but it looks like he might have gone just a little bit too wide again. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, close, but I think the umpire gets the call right there. And this will be another one. I know the plan, I know the idea, and sometimes, you know, it's easy for us to say, come on, outside the off, just try and get it just inside that line. And it is always, of course, easier to say when you're not out there in the middle. So, a lot of extras. This, I think we've seen 5 wides in this over already. And this is going to go all the way. Boom, shaka, boom, boom, boom. That's 6 more runs as the hands get raised from the umpire. So 6 more. Welcome back to everybody in the chat as well. Hello to you, crew. I hope you are well. Lovely to have you joining us and joining in the fun. So with the Krishnan. Yeah, that's it. That's the ball. That's the one you got to get right. And I'm glad that he goes back to persisting with trying to get it outside the off and in that off-stump corridor, because every time he does go straight or down the leg side, it gets smashed to the boundary. So gets a good one in there. Let's hope now he's found that and he's got the radar tuned in. He can get a couple more in this area, or at least 1 more to finish the over. And he tries, but this one just gets whipped away. That's quite a remarkable shot. It goes over and past the logs, clips the logs on the way. Well, that's a log breaker. And I think that one also, let's just hope it's not a car breaker, because I think it's going to find its way into the road, you know. Just watch the way this takes off and then it skims off the logs. And that's going to be 6 more. It's the end of the second over. And yes, folks, you're right. 50 come off just 2, as these 2 hard hitters are showing just why the Italian strikers can be such a dangerous side. And from what I've seen, you know, the combination of the teams that we've seen from Group A and Group B, as we just have a look at the standings there. So as Vinny was saying before, 4 points from the Hippos would see them go back top to they are, but the strikers have the right to reply back here, but so will the Hippos a bit later on when they take on the strikers as well. What a big match that will be. One of those 2 teams will be going home top of the stands, as you'd expect. But yeah, what I've seen so far from a lot of the teams, especially the key teams, and strikers being one of them, as that one gets worked away as well. And that's why to Shine Khan, you don't bowl short, he whips it away. And he likes a little bit of MJ, doesn't he? I think he's a MJ fan as he whips his away. He does the swivel and gets the boundary. But yeah, all the teams, or most of the teams we've seen, so have a look, the Hippos we've seen here today, have a look at the Super Riders, have a look also strikers, they've all got batters, 2 or 3, who, if you don't get them out and they get into the groove, they will hurt you. And they can get big runs on the board. But what that also means is that if you find a match where all of those guys click at once from both sides, then you get matches like we had yesterday, the last match yesterday, 176 to 179. So you got to get the key batters out early. If not, they hurt you. And that's what's happening here at the moment. And Mustama Bulls have to try and find and get the breakthrough. And of course, don't forget Shine Khan was dropped on 19. All right, here comes Makalande once again. It's a better delivery. That was smashed into the stumps. It's unlucky, actually, for Shine. He plays a beautiful shot. So, round the wicket approach here for Makalande. I don't know how, unless you get it pinpoint right every time, how this works, because you know that Shine likes the ball coming into the legs, and he whips it away pretty well. But Makalande has got this idea, and he wants to stick to it. So, second ball crashes into the stumps, and if Winnie Sandhu had his way, that would have been 2 runs. End of story. Okay, and that's the danger. The fielder does try. Oh, that's not the way to do it. He gets very lucky, does Aranga Wickramasinghe. He might have a smile about this, but this could have been badly wrong. Well, he doesn't deserve that drink. Take it away from him. None of that. He's not allowed, not if you're fielding with your foot. And that could have gone anywhere. But luckily for him, he makes a stop, and then, well, the fielder says, all right, you did stop it. You can have a sip of the special potion. Good ball. That's what Makalande wants to do. He wants to get this ball coming around the wicket and going right across the batter. Yeah, I wonder what's in that magic potion. Yeah. Well, Andres, naughty boy. Andres has got his ideas what could be there. And you see, if you do get it right, then it means the batter has to try something different. The only one thing about this one, Andres, if you can show us this again, that's if you can drag yourself away from the diesel. But when you see this again, he's right in front of the umpire, just about there. Now, got to stop doing that. There's no need for him to do it. So I think umpire Shane will have a word. This time he avoids it, but he can't avoid being hit for another big 6 as Aslan Amjad opens up those big levers and he goes, boom. Shaka. It started with a 6 and it ended with a 6. In between, it wasn't that bad. There was also 3 dots and just a single. So I suppose he'll take 13. If it stays at 13 and over, it would only be a 130 kind of score. But when the first 2 overs went for 26 and 24, and of course, it's a different story. Power play completed, 63 without loss. So the Italian strikers are looking to get a big score on the board. Talking about big scores, yeah, the biggest score that we've had so far in this series was that 179 when Tallinn United came back from defeat earlier in yesterday's match and got a good win over the Stallions, chasing 177. What a match that was. So look out for the last match of the day. This is match 4 of the day. And this one could be a high scoring one, but certainly the last one of the day certainly could be, because it is the strikers taking on the Hippos once again. Full toss down the leg side and not missed out on. And Shine Khan, I mentioned before, on the legs he's strong. We've seen a number of batters struggle when the ball's been put in this area, but not Cheyenne. He likes it there. Why does he like it there? Because he's got the knack of going low. He always starts low. You can see he's very much leaning. He's looking to reach out forward, stay low, and put it away. Good shot. Starts with the boundary as Manan gets given the ball here. And a lot of people in the chat. Hey, I'll put a question to you in the chat, and I'll give you a couple of overs to think about it if nobody comes back with it. 1935, Lord Ted is born. That's right, Ted Dexter. Can anyone tell me where? All right, let's wait and see this first, and get put down again. Not easy. I will say it's not as easy as the one that Jayasinha had earlier, as that's Dulsara Manupuriyal, because he never really manages to get a steady base. But it's an opportunity that you got to try and take. He's not taken. So Cheyenne, he thinks he's a goner, but he's not. His luck continues. He gets put down again. So this time he's dropped on 31. It was a harder catch, but you got to take these. If you don't take the chances when they come your way, you get punished. And of course the Bulls know all about this. It was their failure to take the catch that was presented to them by Stefan Gooch in the last match that saw them go down. Oh, that is huge. Well, that could be crashing into the containers on the leg side. What a big hit. This ball is still going. It's going. It'll end up just by the logs there. That is a long way. What a big hit. And, well, punishment once again. One batter drop and the other one then rubs the salt into the wounds. Yeah, so 1935, Lord Ted Dexter was born. Stylish English player. The question for me is, can somebody tell me where he was born? Okay, so a little question for you. Ted Dexter, where was he born on this day in 1935? I'll leave that out there for a while and see who can come back with the answer. Some of you might know it. Some of you might be going onto a search engine somewhere to try and find it. Well, we might be trying to find this one as it's smashed. There's no knock, so it gets over the container. It probably has gone over the production container as well, because I didn't hear the bang or the knock. It's another one. We'll have to wait and see if it comes back or not, but it's sailing and it's gone all the way. 6 more. I think it might have just got caught up in those banners over there, so we're okay. We've tried it. There's the banners. We've tried to put things up in areas where we can stop these balls going through. So another huge hit from Arslan Amjad. Well, he's enjoying his time coming back. Remember, he didn't play the first match, but they didn't really miss him, did they? Short and Gundy and 6 more. Thank you very much. Bye-bye, baby. Bye-bye. Adios, Bolota. Porque eso es 6 carreras más. Manos. Arriba, arbitro. And that is 6 more. And bowling runs at the moment. Ajana changi kutperiya bola no. Bowling both छोड़ थोड़े आगे करो ना आगे करो जरी short ball ना short ball changi kutpeni. And already you can see with that score approaching the 90 in just the 4th over, which by the way has also gone for 24. So we've seen this being the 3rd of the, once it comes to an end, 4th over that has gone magical. And it will be 6 more, and it won't go magical. This will go supersonic. It will go supersonic. And now is everybody put your hands together for Arslan Amjad, who makes his return into the side by scoring a cracking half century of just 13 balls. What a knock, what a hit. And the strikers are on 93 without loss, and Mustafa Bulls know they've got to start taking wickets here pretty quickly, otherwise they could be in for a hefty run chase. Can't always read matches by the first few overs or the first half. We've said that, and we've seen that on a number of occasions, but we know there's still good batters to come, and until the Mustami Bulls have taken at least 3 to 4 wickets, the runs surely are going to keep on flowing from the bats of the strikers. And at the moment, they're struggling just to make any breakthrough. They'll go to Wickramasinghe now to see if he can find a way through. And just checks his shot slightly here, does Shaheen Khan. It looks like he wants to go big, and then in the end, he just checks the shot. Well bowled, keep the brakes on, I just heard. Well, it's 1 dot ball. It's not quite keeping the brakes on, but, well, there you go. The handbrake has been lifted. Well, it was a break just for 1 ball, as this one also topples the logs, but thankfully the longer grass over there stops this one going into the road. Too short, isn't it? Too short. And Cheyenne whips it away in his favourite part of the ground. There's another one that will go on the leg side. I have to say here, if we can have a look at the field, Andrews, if we can have a little bit of a look with the fielders are here. They've had a man on the boundary on the offside. For what purpose, I don't know, because up until, there he is there, he's the Lone Ranger. Up until this point, nothing has gone in that area. So they might as well have one more out on the leg side, because have 3 there in that mid-wicket to long on area, because that's where these balls are being hit. Arslan has that one, well, a bit of a foot foul, but it might just slow up. It gives the fielder the opportunity to catch up with it, and Ravi does. But yeah, you might as well give yourself sort of a little mid-wicket and sort of 2 long-ons there, just to try and stop all the hitting that's going in that area. Offside fielder on the boundary, well, he's there, but he's doing nothing. You might as well give him a deck chair and give him a smoothie, because it's a nice day for a smoothie today. That one I think is okay. It's right on the line. A good call there from the umpire, who turns to his colleague and says 2 to come. 100 on the board, by the way. So, from Mazinga launched, and that's another one. Bye-bye. It's another banger, as this is going to be 6 more. And the umpires might need a bit of a spark treatment by the end of today, because they're doing so many signalling, especially putting those arms up in the air. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. But they're going to get tired, aren't they? And I'll go for a little spa. And, of course, Estonia is well known for its spa treatments. It's a nice part of the world to be in if you want a nice spa. All right, 13 off the over, 106 a ball to go before we approach the halfway mark. Okay, Vikramasinghe. This one's been firmly struck, and that's a delightful shot. It's almost like Amjad knows that this one is going to be fired across him, and he fires this out through extra cover. And as he moves rapidly into the 60-64, Vinny Sandhu joins me back here. And I've got to say, Vinny, welcome back. And secondly, maybe Arslan Amjad is wanting to get the magical 100 on the board for himself.
Yeah, well, classic jinx, but I will say that at least if some cars have been hit by balls, we might be able to blame Arslan, because he's going large here. And you said they didn't miss him, but imagine what they might have done had he been in the side this morning. Yeah. But yeah, 110.05, it's magical pace. Could we be looking at our first magical 200 score? But yeah, I mean, we have seen pretty good batting conditions here. I think the pitch is pretty flat. I think that if the bowlers get it wrong, we've seen it from time to time. These pitches, there's not a lot of variable bounce or anything. So if the bowlers get it slightly wrong like that and give some length, they're going to disappear. And Maximo, more of the same to start the 6th over.
Yeah, and Shayan Khan, he'll be looking to bring up his half century in this over as well. This partnership continues to go big. They go back to Praveen Muthu Krishnan, and he gets smashed away. I'm just wondering whether they're going to go to the likes of Ravi. They didn't use him in the first match they played. He was pretty productive in the second. I think for me, and I keep repeating this, on this pitch, what I've seen so far, the team that has the better slow bowlers and a genuine spinner. We haven't seen a leggy, by the way, just yet, but a genuine spinner will make a big difference.
Uh-oh, that's going to be more trouble. But luckily the fielder's right there, but might as well not be there, because that's going to be 4 anyway. So, hey, when it's rolling your way, it's rolling your way. And when it's not, it's a tough place to be. As Shayan moves to 49, thanks to a good old-fashioned 50-metre away nutmeg.
Jaisinghe.
Get your body behind the ball.
He's already dropped him once, hasn't he?
To be fair, he doesn't have a lot of body to put behind the ball. But that's a bit of a goober, really. Shayan could take his 50.
Up, and now he goes for the 50, and he'll do it in style. Boom, shaka, boom, 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 volley, volley, volley. Hi, ginna sona, butt ke tappar maria, shakka lag gaya. That's another 50 coming of 17. Ajadana changiye chapera periya on ball and they just can't get it right. The bowling runs and the batters, they're loving this at the moment. Well, he's got 99 on his back, Arslan Amjad. He'll be hoping to go further than that if he can stay in there. And let's just have a look at some of the highest team totals.
At the moment, I mean, they're rollicking away, aren't they? 126, and we're in the 6th over. We could be on for our first ever 200. You have to work pretty hard to get up there, though. 216 to make the top 10. But the way things are going, it could be that and then some, because Khan's moved up into the 60s, and these are some giant Maximos.
Well, he's not only the second player to get 50 here, because we could see another, and it could be the bowler. Well, as Muthukrishnan, he has been hit for 46, and he's got a couple of balls to go here. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The runs are coming and flying. And just have a look at the expected score here, everybody, at the moment, while these two are mashing the ball all over the place. The fireworks certainly have started early here in Estonia. Expected score, 208.
Yeah. I mean, they certainly don't look like a side that struggled to get to a total of 97 the other day, do they? What a difference 48 hours makes. Right there, right now, they're there in the 6th over, 132. Tries around the wicket.
Slower, but in the gap. Now look, this Vinny, am I being nuts or what? They've got a fielder who is standing on the boundary, extra cover. He's been there from as soon as the power play came to an end. You need another man there. You need to make a wall of 3.
Yeah,
at least that one gets stopped.
You're right. Might have paid off the captain to make sure he doesn't have to go over there. Who knows?
He's just. I mean, Diana's in front of us here. Diana, go give him a drink. Give him a bit of sun cream, because he's standing there. All he's doing is soaking up the rays. He's just doing nothing there. You might as well just give him a deck chair, say sit there and spend the afternoon in the sunshine, because he hasn't touched the ball yet.
There's the 50, by the way, for Muthu. Nice ball for him.
And it will be 4, so he's going to go for 54 of his. I told you there was another half century coming up. Well, the first to get it was Arslan Amjad. The second to get it was Shayan Khan. The third to get it was the bowler. Muthukrishnan will go for 54 of his 2 overs.
Yeah, well, it's just one of those days. We just can't bowl to these guys at the moment, but you're right. Probably could do a few things differently again. Haven't seen too many Yorkers nailed. 140, and we're only 6 overs in.
That's the second supersonic over as well. Second supersonic over in this innings.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal hitting right now. Strikers living up to their name. Where can they go to? And well, maybe this is why we don't have Hetiarachi behind the stumps, because he's saying, right, he's probably looking around, getting a few people looking at their shoes. He said, fine, I'm going to have a bowl. Let's see what he's got here in the 7th over.
Okay, here we go. So Hetiarachi is going to come on to have a bowl to try and stop the madness here. 140 without loss, and this is a wide, but it is, I think, difficult, Vinny, but it is an opportunity, I think.
Maybe, yeah, I think he crossed over his feet at least for a second. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think just for a second. There.
Just that moment, yep.
And, well, instead, it's Adios Pelota Maximo, and as now it's going to clear the logs. These are some huge hits, Rico.
Yeah, huge hits. And what I would say, look, I know that the teams like to have a net here in between matches. I know that I can see the pink of the Hippos in the nets at the moment. Any of those guys that need catching practice, well, Stefan Gooch isn't one of them because he's catching brilliantly, but any of the Hippos that need catching practice, just park yourself over there, because there's plenty coming, boys. There's plenty coming.
You say that again. It's been crazy hitting. What could they do here? Could they go top 10? Right now it's saying 215. Wicket changes everything. But that's not a wicket. That's 6 more. 6 Mars and Maximo. Tell you what, they might as well put the fielders off the field, at least get the ball back quicker, because these are going good 50 metres, 60 metres past the boundary once they're rolling.
Oh, Vinny Sandy, you know, sometimes when I like to give some memorabilia to people, and I talk about somebody scoring a triple century, and during that triple century, he scored, 18 fours and 7 or 8 sixes.
Yeah.
Forget all of that. This is a T10 match. We're in the 7th over, and we've seen 18 sixes already.
150s up as well with that hit. Hetiarachi probably rethink his decision to bowl, because this one, although it might bring a wicket, it is... Oh, wow.
Never in a million years.
I actually reckon he's thrown that back. But I tell you what, he would have preferred to hold on to it. Oh, check this one out. It looked like he did get a second opportunity, and I think he might have fumbled that further over the boundary. But I think he might have... Instinct is he gets rid of it. Here you go, got it. And then, yeah, he throws it away, I think, just in time, or does he?
Does he? Look at the foot here. Is he really? No, he's still got fingers on that.
Do you think he's got fingertips on that?
That's 6.
Oh,
that's 4.
I reckon you're right.
That's 6, isn't it? Because the ball don't touch the ground. 6 runs.
I reckon it is.
It's 6 runs. No, it's not 4.
Well, it can't be 4.
It can't be 4. It's 6. Has to be 6.
Yeah.
Has to be 6, as the ball never touches the ground. It's going to be 6.
Yeah.
Oh dear, they're just catching has let him down big time, hasn't it? And this is going to be 6th, and Arslan now, he gets dropped as well.
Seis carreras. Well, never hits the ground. Yeah, there you go. I reckon that's Charles. He might have been on the sangrias at lunchtime. We did have a bit of an extended break. But anyway, he gets that right in the end. So 6 will take the score up. Hamza moved to 82. Good stuff from Hedy Archie, by the way. He was going at more than 6 the ball before that.
Well, sometimes you need a little bit of luck on your way to the magical century. I'm not saying he's going to get there, but he should do. I called it when he was in the 3rd over. Let's see if he does now. Well, he will. That's a Gundy delivery. He's missed out on it. It's a full toss on the leg. And you can see his partner, Shane Carl, says, nah, I'm not coming. You stay there because I know there's one more ball to go after this. I want the next over. Well, if he's going to get there, he's going to have to get a little bit of luck with the running from Cheyenne as well. Oh, well, it's just a couple of balls. That's a rarity, isn't it? We've had 2 deliveries there, both dot balls. I don't think that might be the first time in this innings that we've had 2 dot balls. So 159, and that is the end of the 7th over. So we're not only are we on century watch here for Arslan Amjad, we're also seeing if we can see a 200 come on the board. That over goes for 19. So Etarachi didn't start well with the wide in 6-6-6, and then, well, after a hat-trick of 6s, a hat-trick of dot balls.
Yeah, so look, credit to him. He's taking the responsibility as captain. Coming up tonight, well, Phil G, who'll be taking responsibility from Portugal. LSG are back, and no, it's not a mind-altering substance, but yeah, the Werewolves are back on deck. This time Werewolves CC, they're known as they've dropped the Lisbon from the title. They've dropped out of Lisbon. As this ball drops out of the ground again, what's the count now, Maximo's in the innings?
I reckon about 20.
It's crazy stuff, but 6 more. 165 from the strikers. Talk about revenge. 2 days they've been waiting for this rematch. Right now, they won the toss. They couldn't say they wanted to bat quick enough, and they're out of the box, 165.
You can see, Vinny, why they wanted to bat first. They said, all right, these guys, they stopped us chasing 96. Let's see them chase this. All right, well, Cheyenne, he's not thinking about giving a strike to Arslan, is he? Look, he's going for big ones himself, right in the air. And can anybody get there? They're coming from all over the place. They can't. And this one doesn't even get touched, I think, by Praveen Muthakrishnan. Is running in, but he runs past it almost. So I guess you got to say this is another opportunity. Goes up in the air. Or what he does do, not that he was trying to do it, he does give Arslan Amjad the strike. But Amjad, well, he played out 3 dot balls in the last over after hitting 3 6s. Let's see if he can go back to hitting 6s. If he can, then he'll get his 100. Okay, not a 6, but it will be 4. Cuatro carreras, as it's the traditional cap ejection there from Makalende, who's trying to stop it. So 4 goes closer to the 90s now. Does Arslan Amjad. Remember, we have seen a century already in this series. The first one in Estonia. It was, of course, from Saif Rahman yesterday, 137. But he ended up on the losing side. And Arslan, well, he's now moves into the 90s. That'll be 90 not out. As is the Gundy ball that's fired down the leg side from Rukramasinghe. That will be 4. Are we going to see the 2nd century here in Estonia from Arslan Amjad? Is there going to be another player who's going to put his name in the Hall of Fame? I believe it will be century number 49. Hits this one well, and that's going to get past the fielder as well. Well, this one blows the hat off of Makalande. It's going to be 4 more. 94. One big hit will do it. And knowing Arslan Amjad, he'll be looking to do it with a big hit. Well, there's Housey. Safe hands as always. All right. 94. He almost yorks himself here, but he plays it away. He'll take the single. He'll stay on strike. 95 or 26 delivery. The score, by the way, is now at 179.
Yeah, it's been an unbelievable display of hitting, hasn't it? Wikramasinghe ends up 37 off his 2 overs. And the Bulls, they've got that kind of resigned energy of a team playing the third game of the day as well. You know, obviously they've been knocked around a bit today, but this is kind of off the charts at the moment, isn't it? 179 off 8.
Manu Priyal, Dulsara gets given the ball again. Dulsara also responsible of dropping Cheyenne Khan. Cheyenne was dropped on 19 by Jaya Singh at 31 by Dulsara. Arslan, remember, was dropped by Munanam. Here we go, 95. Now I want to have a look at this ball again. I want to have a look at the return crease here. He's very wide for me. Yeah, oh, well, does that heel go down or not? Got to keep an eye on that return crease. This one's given a wide, but yeah, he's got to be very careful. That time he was okay. That time he does land the heel, but he's away from the line. Wide ball. Well, this is nerves here for Arslan Amjad. He knows one big hit gets him to the 100. He's got 99 on the back. He's got 95 on the board. He wants 100.
Could it be this ball?
Oh, he misses it. Oh, he's feeling it, you know. He's in the 90s. He's feeling it. He's feeling the pressure. He's feeling the nerves. And
again, it's tough on the umpire. Is his foot landing or not? To me, like, oh no, sorry. I mean, it might be heel slightly in the air, but I don't think he's going that wide. That one's all right. Will this be the 100? Oh, it will. No, wait. It's 99 now. Wow. Oh, boy. You know what? Manu Priyal, he's on his knees. He's begging. Mixture of begging and yelling. Maybe I would call that belling. But right now, it's 99 moments. He's not looking too nervous out there, is he?
Number 99 is on 99. 99. El quieres una century. El quieres 100. Will he get there? And he goes for it. He's in the air. He will get there. Arslan Amjad, raise your bet up in the air because that is a century. Well batted. He gets it. Look, he doesn't realise. He's saying, what? What are you saying? What are you saying? Or are they retiring him out? What's happening? Are they retiring him out?
Is he?
I don't know what's going on here. He could be retired out. He says, what? Me?
That's
what?
Really unselfish.
He gets to 105, and I think he is, yeah, he's been retired out. He gets to the century, and he's right. I don't think we've ever seen this before. First of all, look, here's the century. Very little celebration. The second century ever here in Estonia. And as soon as he gets it, they say, come on in, buddy. Your time is up.
I don't think I've ever seen that on ECS.
No, but, you know, if you want to do a retirement because you want other batters to get a little bit of a go, you retire them both out, wouldn't you?
Well, I'll tell that to Khan, who's 4 hits away from his 100.
Oh, well.
I don't think that he'd agree to that.
Yeah, but if they left him in, we could have got what we've always wanted to see, 2 batters scoring a century.
I know, we still could. Because, I mean, if Khan gets his century, 2 in an innings.
But he's out, though.
No, but, I mean,
2 in an innings?
century in an innings.
All right. Well, you know what Khan has got to do then if you want that to happen.
But I mean, that's quite unselfish. I think it looked at his choice as well. He said, I'm happy. You know, I've made my 100. And, yeah, just says, look, time for someone else to have a go.
105 of 30.
Well done.
And retired out.
Well, they've got a wicket, Bulls, so there's that. This will be a wide, though. Just needs a little bit of a word about that back foot, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised he's got away with a few of these because I think the umpire should just be saying, hey, you're very close, get closer, otherwise we call him. And that one was okay, but it's still going to be a wide. So, a few wides
I'm
here.
actually a bit surprised, actually, that we haven't seen that before on 100. A batter retiring on 100 saying, yeah, cool. Because normally everyone's saying, no, stay out there, keep going. This is kind of maybe once-in-a-lifetime stuff.
Oh, wow. What a hit. That is humongous.
Could happen.
Hey, there's Terry. Well done, Terry.
Protecting the logs.
Terry's, of course, let's talk a little bit about Terry. I know there's a lot of other things happening. Terry O'Connor, operations manager here, head coach for the women's national team. I know he's putting them through their paces there yesterday. Meta was telling me she's still sore from yesterday. Also the men's national team manager and an umpire and a scorer and a tutor as well. He does it all here in Estonia. 199 for 1. 9 overs completed. It's worth mentioning that Cheyenne Khan is on 82. He needs to try and get on strike pretty quickly. So really the key here has to be for Ballet Khan. See, that's the other thing, Vinny. If you still had Arslan out there, he would just know, right, get the single because I'm seeing the ball, give him on strike. A new batter might miss this. No, he might even go for the boundary himself. Look, see? He's going for the boundary.
Perfect.
He's going to get lucky.
Perfect.
Yeah, but he doesn't plan it.
Well, you know what? This would be amazing if we got in Estonia on our first trip back in 4 years, the first ever time in over 5,000 matches that we've had 2 centuries in innings. And there comes the 200. 32nd time we've seen 200 brought up on the network.
200. But 200 and what? And are we going to see for the first time ever 2 batters score 100 in an innings?
Maybe. 3 hits will do it.
All right, this one is going to be...
Ooh.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I think the ball is away from his body when he started. But why do you run? Why do you run?
Are you
Why
sure
do you
this is
take
all
a
right?
single?
Let's have a
Yeah,
look.
look. Oh, no, he's not.
I don't think that is
He's
all right.
It's going to be 4. Look where he's standing.
Yeah, he's in the air, but he's jumped from the rope. It's going to be 4 runs.
Why is he standing on the rope?
I probably didn't realise, but I realised.
It's 4.
But yeah, it's
You
got to
see,
be 4.
When you look, what we don't see is this bit first. But when you look at the stop, that's the guilt. As soon as he touches this.
Yeah, so, even if he jumps off the rope, then it's going to be 4.
Right.
Because someone's watching the TV over there.
Yeah.
And someone's going to say that's 4.
That's
So
4.
there you go. Lucky break. It'll go to 86 then.
Yeah.
Goes to 86.
86.
Oh, I can't believe it. It's not often I see something that
86.
I've never seen before on ECN. But we could be looking at it. But also I've got a history of being disappointed. And it was the Estonians at the ECL that basically got so close yet so far to doing that.
All right. Here we go. Makalende is the man who's trying to stop history being made. Is this a wide?
Yeah.
Yep, wide ball. Makalende, don't mind that though. He's trying to keep the ball outside the off. Right, everybody, what we're going to see here,
So,
we've seen one batter score 100.
Yeah.
Can we see another in the same innings?
So against Crosby, Vile of Man, Gulam Abbasbat made 108. Abbas made 96, but he missed. His 100 just like that was missed. And now you're talking 14 off 3. And I remember that so well because, yeah, Faraz Abbas had the chance to bring up his 100 as well. It's like a bogey, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just never happened. He missed the last 2 balls. They were both dots. All right, got to get a boundary to have a chance here.
And he does. It gets absolutely drilled. That's his favourite shot. One thing I will say to you is when this innings is over, we might even have it on the screen, have a look at the wagon wheel of this innings. And I can tell you something now, with Shayan Khan, he has not hit a ball out on the offside. It has all been down there. He has moved to 92. He has 2 balls to see if he can get to his 100. 211 for 1.
Well, he's kind of going to hit at least a 2 here. Obviously 4 or 6 would be very useful.
All right, you can see the non-striker Khan just having a bit of a chat with him. Okay, all or nothing. And he leaves it. He leaves it. I can't believe it. He leaves it. He scored 92. He smashed most balls to the boundary. And the most important one here, he leaves it alone, is a dot ball.
It's like a multi-dimensional jinx. Great bowling, just locked him up. Hey, still hasn't played an offside shot in a while. Anyway, he won't get it. So 2 dot balls, it won't be a dot.
Oh, it could be a run out.
Might be. And you know what? Yes, it haven't worked so hard to get this many to get run out now.
Ooh.
Don't think that's out. They might want to check it. But wow, what an innings! But he's going to finish 92 not out. And this doesn't really matter because it's not actually going to be a run or not. Funny thing is, if they'd run, probably would have made it. I think he's in. He is. Did he know the ball? He is. I thought it was a bat bounce. I think he's in. But anyway, like I say, it's all kind of academic. So I think that'll be a dot ball to finish. But what an exhibition of hitting. Give me the final 6 count. There were so many there, weren't there?
It was 6s galore, and I think 23 Maximos were hit. 23 Maximos and 13 4s. 11 of those coming from Shayan Khan and 5 4s. He ends up on 92 not out. Once again, another batter who almost helps us make history with 2 batters scoring a century in the same innings. Ahsan Amjad, well, he did score his century, and then he was retired out. I have to say, though, he wasn't expecting it because once he got his century, he just finished sort of celebrating, and the next thing, he said, what, me? Me? And he said, all right.
You think he was pushed?
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
If we get a chance, we might see it in the highlights. but he wasn't expecting it. He got a shout out and say, come on in. Let's have a look at the updates here. Is it 49? I think it's 49, right?
I think I see he's already there. He is, yeah, he's on there. And the first 100-arian to retire out. So a little bit of history there for Amjad. You know what that means? The next 50 we get will be the 50th in the season. That's
a special
quite
one.
amazing. But, you know, it's also amazing. This score, they're going to finish with 2-1-1. And the 32nd time we've seen a 200 total. We've never seen one chase. Who knows? Maybe we'll see that at some point. But it was really the Bulls who found it pretty tough going as they kind of threw themselves around a bit. But just no kind of end in sight. 23 Maximos in this score of 211.
Yeah, you knew that there was trouble on the cards, especially when the first over from Dulsara went for 26. The second one went for 24. That meant that 50 was already on the board after just 2 overs. The power play score was 63. At the 5 over mark, it was 110. And they did what a lot of teams haven't been able to do on the network. They continued to keep pumping the ball to the boundary. And whatever they did in the first 5, they matched it more or less in the second. We see another score of 200 on the European Cricket Network. We see another centurion here in Estonia as well as Arslan Amjad. He goes past the 99 on his back to get the 100. He was dropped though on 76 by Mananan. And this was just a magical display of hitting. It really was. It was 6 after 6 after 6. And, well, even we got tired of calling them at one point. But just look at some of the hitting. And, of course, unique styles as well from both the batters. But very much leg side orientated. And that one was a bit of a mishap. That was just big. And then there you go. This, just having a little check saying, I know what I've got to do. It was boundary after boundary, 6 after 6. And launches into this one. That one, well, in the end was given 6. It was the right call because he was still touching the ball when it went over the rope. This up in the air. Would it be caught? Will it be not? No. Went up, went down. That was a chance. And then after that, it was just power hitting. Makalende couldn't do anything about that. This one was the one that he charged at and missed it. That took him to 94. And then, well, that was a disappointment from the fielder. And then this was a 6. That would give him the 100. There was a celebration. And just after the celebration, it was, hey, come on back. And he does come back. And probably not that happy about it, but then all eyes were on Cheyenne. Could he also get to 100? There was Terry doing a little bit of fielding, stopping that one going into the road. That was the way not to do the fielding, when you started on the rope and touch it on the rope. And then he had literally about 3 balls to try and hit 2 of them at least to the boundary. He wasn't able to do it. And it ended up with, well, let's just say a little bit of an anticlimax, but not before the 200 was put up on the board. And it was an exciting innings. But we started the day saying it's a lovely day, the sun is shining, and we expect to see some high scores. And by golly, we've seen some high scores. Not a bad looking scorecard at all. And Arslan Amjad, not only does he go into the Hall of Fame for scoring a century number 49, but I reckon we might have put RO next to it as well, so we remember in time to come that it's the first one that was retired out as well, as soon as he hit the 6 to get him to the century. 12 sixes he hit and 8 fours. So there's the bowling figures. And as I mentioned, Muthukrishnan, he was hit for 54-46 after 2 overs from Manu Priyal. Wasn't a good time for any of the bowlers, it has to be said, and we saw a couple of supersonic overs there as well. So well done to Arslan. The match is not done, of course. We're only at the halfway point, but I have to say it seems pretty unlikely that the Mustami Bulls can get the win here, but the fight will be to see if they can get a point from this, because they're going to have to go somewhere. So we're going to take a very short break here, get our breath back, and we'll be right back with a reply of the Mustami Bulls. Can they find a way to get something out of this contest? Can some of their batters get clicking as well? Look, we did see an incredible run chase yesterday of 177. Who's to say that this is not possible? Join us back in about 10 minutes' time to join me and Vinny and see what the Mustame Bulls can get to in this run chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers, well we haven't had too much time to get our breath back. That extraordinary innings from the Tallinn strikers. They post 212 as the target after we saw a century from Arslan Amjad. It was quite incredible, great hitting from him. And then Shahin Khan almost gets to a century as well. He literally had 2 balls to try and get the 8 runs he needed, and he missed them both. It's not the first time we've seen that, so we don't see 2 centuries in one innings. But again, we come close Have a look at that, folks. The bonus point equation. They're going to need 148 just to get a point out of this one. And I get the feeling that the strikers are looking to take all the points here and get their revenge for the loss that they suffered to the Bulls on day one. The only win that the Bulls have got to the name. The thing about this one, though, is this could really hurt the Bulls on the net run rate. And also, the good thing for the strikers here, it could help them improve the net run rate that they are falling behind the Tallinn Hippos with at the moment. Remember, they're on the same number of points as the Hippos joint at the top of the standings. But Hippos at the moment were above them because of net run rate. So, ready to go here. And it will be, well, Baliyat Khan to start with the ball. It's up in the air. It will just bounce, but will it plug or will it go all the way? It will go for 4 runs. It's chased hard there by Shaheen Khan, but it will be a boundary. So this is Baliyat Khan. First time I think we're seeing him in the team. And I suppose what you have to do here is you've got to be going at least 15 and over, trying to go 15 and over just to get a point. It's a chance and taken, so Baliyat Khan takes a wicket straight away. And guess who? Well, you can't keep the man out of the action. Is Arslan Amjad, who takes the catch. Well, maybe that's why they retired him out, that it gave him a chance to get a bit of a rest. And just look at that, eyes on the ball, and nice bit of footwork to the right. Takes the catch. And the man who scores a century takes the catch to remove Abkaksha Makalande, who will go for 4 of 2 deliveries. It is Arslan who takes the catch and gives Baliyat Khan his first wicket. And just the second ball. So Wickramasinghe will be joined by a new batter, and of course it's the left-handed Kush Brumbat who's going to get a dirty delivery. Well, that'll be 5, thank you very much. We'll take those. It's a minimal, as well, Baliyat Khan cannot adjust. He either can't adjust or he can't recognise the fact that he's bowling to a left-hander, so he doesn't want to be there. That's going to be 5. All right, so Khan needs to get his radar sorted out. This one also is sort of drifting to the leg side, but he gets a dot ball in. So yeah, a little bit of a change here maybe in the batting department. Thing is though, you don't want to use this as a match to try things out because you're accepting the fact that you're not going to win it. You're still going to try and get to that 148. Surely they're not already resigned to the fact that they're not going to do that. And let's see if Kush Brumbat can play some part in this match. Well, he plays his away and he's going to get caught. So it will be a 2-ball duck. Catch taken by the captain, Habib Khan. He's a very good fielder, is Habib. In this area, we've seen him take some dynamic catches. So this one, in comparison, is quite an easy take for him. He's on the run, he's on the move, but he takes the catch. The second wicket then for Baliyat Khan. This time, it's the captain, Habib, that helps him out with the wicket. It's going to be a 2-ball duck. There's Derek. Well, the Derek's around. Well, the geese will be here pretty soon in the afternoon. The geese are flying. And we did see a flock of ducks the other day fly over as well. And that'd be something amazing to capture. Well, it is International Day of the Family. And it'd be lovely to see a family of ducks fly by. And, of course, enjoy, everybody, not just time with your families, but, of course, our family on the European Cricket Network. We are stronger together because of you. As that one gets played away, it's just gently played out onto the leg side by Petrorachi, the captain that comes out. Only 9 off the over, but it's the 2 wickets that have fallen. That's the issue. change in the field here. Looks like the long off comes in to allow an offside sweeper, and long one goes back. It's nicely played, gets it in that backward square area. That will be 4 runs, so 4, a boundary to finish. So, see, Vikamuthi Hetarachi, the captain of the Bulls. Well, he gets this one away. So 4 to go on the board. The second boundary, Makalende hit the first of his first ball and then got out the very second ball. So 13 on the board, but 2 wickets down already. 38 matches since a golden ball. And hello to everybody on the chat. I think everybody was left breathless by that outstanding innings and outstanding knock from not just Arslan but also from Cheyenne Khan. Jules was just saying there he'll be happy with 92. What a performance. Hello to Monica Ramos, who agreed with what Jules was saying. I just think when you're 92 and you have 2 balls, if you're getting something on them and not getting the boundaries, fine. But to miss both of them and get nothing, I think that's where the disappointment would come in there, because the setting was there for history to be made. It gets played away. I did say yesterday, didn't I, that with some of the batting that we've seen here, we're going to see some more centuries, and we're going to see some more as well. And the way that Arslan and Cheyenne are batting, and also you could say the same about someone like Stefan Gooch, you could say the same about Stuart Hook, and 1 or 2 other players come to mind as well. And of course Saif Rahman could quite easily score another one as well. So I think, and also because of the way this pitch is, if teams and bowlers are not going to adjust to this pitch, if they're going to still be looking to just come running in and, you know, hope for the best, a lot of runs are going to be scored here. I think teams, and especially the bowlers and the fielding sides, they've got to get a bit smarter, deploy some more spin. Otherwise, we're going to see stat loads of runs. I can assure you of that, especially while the conditions remain as they are. It's one that Habib, the captain, gets through so far. No runs off him. Habib Khan, he'll be probably thinking that he made the right choice to drop himself down the batting order. Normally he opens, hasn't been able to click with the bat. He's doing all right with the ball and in the field though, isn't he? This one is a tester, a teaser for the umpire. Batter wants a wide. Let's see why the batter's not happy about that one. And, permission granted for the batter to go over and have a chat. See if you get a chance to see it here very quickly, and yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. Okay, that gets played away. You might get a boundary here, so no maiden. That will go for 4. That's nicely played. This is a better shot. So whatever was said by Hetarachi to Wickramasinghe, it did work. You're probably saying to him, well, look, you're trying to play this shot. How about just rocking back and running your wrist on it and playing one through the backward point area? All right, Skip, I'll do just that, and it works. And it works a treat. Up in the air, shouts to catch it, but that is going to drop over the line. It's going to be 6 runs, so a 4 and a 6 to complete the over. So it started off with 4 dots, but then 2 boundaries at the end of it, but still way, way behind where they need to be, not just for the win, but even just to get to the 148 required for a point. This is how it looks at the moment, and that's what I was saying about this batting performance from the strikers. It will really boost, or should really boost, their net run rate. And not only are they looking to take all the points there and go 4 points clear once again of the Tallinn Hippos, but also have a better net run rate than them. And then, of course, let's face it, folks, the match that everybody's waiting for is the final match of the day, when the Hippos do take on the strikers. That is, well, that could be so key even as early on. If strikers get a win there, remember they did chase down a score in the 130s on day one, 135 they chased to win. But if they win again, then really they'll fancy themselves to finish top of the standings. And if you're wondering why the importance of that, I can tell you. Finish top of Group A or B, then you automatically go into finals day and you'll be playing the qualifier. If you don't finish top and you finish second, third or fourth in your group, then you've got to play a round of 2 matches and to see which 2 teams off the 6 will go through and join the top 2 on finals day. Finish 5th, you're out of it. So obviously that's something that the Mustami Bulls will be thinking about. We haven't seen all the teams yet. Of course, we're still waiting to see the Tartu Wolves. And of course, the Wolves will feel at home here in Estonia, as the wolf is the national animal of Estonia, the symbol of Estonian nature and culture. All right, where are we here now? They're using Cheyenne Khan, who bowled a couple of corkers this morning, it has to be said. See a little bit of a change in the field. 5 off 2 balls so far, as Wickramasinghe gets another boundary away. Now he plays completely round this. Probably is the right shot to play, but maybe it's a little bit late playing it. Anyway, I did put a question out to the chat a little bit earlier. I must admit, oh, it's a chance, but dropped straight to the fielder. The chance goes down. It probably won't hurt them too much. Probably hurts Tanju more than it hurts anybody else. As Kadamanchi, what a name that is, Kanju Kadamanchi, puts the catch down. And it's a chance for Wickramasinghe. Dropped on 14. And this one will just be a single. They'll take that one. So Wickramasinghe gets dropped. Yeah, the question I put out in the chat a little bit earlier was that on this day in 1935, Ted Dexter was born, of course, a legend as far as cricket in England. This one gets played out for single. He has to run hard. It's a direct hit, but I think he's okay. And my question was, where was he born? And if you said in Milan, Italy, you would be right. So Ted Dexter, that certainly is something that surprised me. He was born in Milan, Italy, on this date back in 1935. So if you got that right, well done. And of course, another sad thing that happened on this day back in 2022 was, of course, the sad passing of Andrew Simmons, who died in a car accident at the age of just 46 in Queensland. Yeah, that was a sad day. And I think I seem to remember myself and Vinny were on air and we were talking about that when it happened, because it was news that really did sadden people around the world. And hey, it's another question for you, those of you like it. In 1999 was, of course, the World Cup being played, and there was a match that was being played in Hove, and South Africa were playing, and something quite controversial happened in that match. Can you remember what it was? Can you remember what it was? It was something that let's give you a clue. The officials, Bob Woolmer, had to stop something happening. I'm not going to say any more. I'll give it away. It gets played away. So Shuvu comes on to bowl. That over from Cheyenne only goes for 7. So really struggling here at the moment. And not hitting the ball cleanly. It's interesting, isn't it? You just see this. You see a team go out there and they cream everything, and it's almost like every ball that gets hit is coming out of the middle of the bat, and then you get the next team out there and nothing just seems to be clicking. It's getting the edge, inside edges, they're scuffing it, top of the bat, and nothing seems to go to the boundaries. That one from Hitarachi just gets worked away as well. Bulls will be disappointed, of course. started with a loss against the Riders. They would have backed themselves to perform better in that one. It wasn't to be, as this one also gets past the bowler Shuvu and will go for a single. They also then went down to the Italian Hippos, lost, got no points in that one as well, and now it looks as though it's going to be similar thing here in their third match. And well, that's the way it goes. Tries to work this away. There's Heterachi. It comes off his pads onto the stumps, and the captain will depart. It becomes now 35 for 3 with the ball to go in the fourth over. Shuvu, it takes a wicket, and well, I think he's doing a little bit of the old night fever here. What's the celebration? I don't know if you can see the celebration, and I might get to see it here. This is the way we like to do it. Night fever, night fever. Oh, he's got the fever, okay. And he sends the captain back. 35 for 3. Shuvu. He's on a high, the new batter. With the Krishnan, now this is a guy on his day, can give the ball a good belt. That's if he's able to do it this time round. He's got nothing to lose, has he? He might as well go for it. And Muthu didn't have a good time with the ball, did he? I think in both the matches he's played, he struggled. Quite a few extras, quite a few down the leg side. And in this match, remember, he went for 54 of his 2 overs. That's the end of that over. 4 now completed. 35 for 3. And looking to get to 120. That's the blue line, by the way. The red line is for the win. The blue line is for the 120. They are a long way behind. And the screens will tell you just how many they need just to get a point. And this is an opportunity also, I think, for the Italian strikers maybe to rest some of their key players. So you might find that Shaheen Khan and also Arslan Amjad, who normally would bowl their quota of 2 overs each, they may be given an opportunity to have a rest, and some other bowlers might turn their arm over. They go to Ilyas Hassan, and that's a good thing for them because remember, they're straight on the park straight after this match, so any rest that can be given to somebody like Amjad and Shaheen Khan, they'll take that because they'll want those two to perform again with the bat, and I think they're going to need those two to perform again with the bat. Well, this is a wide, and I think this one will go all the way to the boundary, so that's going to be the second minimal of this innings. So that's one that I think this is just a bit of a lacking concentration also from the wicket keeper. Again, probably thinking already, like I was talking, they were probably thinking about the next match to come. It doesn't get the kindest of bounces, but he does really need to take another step across to stop that one. So Mohammed Athisham is behind the stumps. He'd be disappointed he doesn't stop that. So 5 wides. And this one is going to be another one. I'm with Hassan here. Of course, I am part of the bowlers union, I suppose. But I think this one goes over the line. I don't think this, with the new regs that we introduced probably about a month ago now, I don't think this one is a wide. It goes straight over the line. And that one, there's nothing wrong with that. All right, back to the Rico quiz. So we're saying what happened that was quite controversial in 1999 in that World Cup. So it was a Cricket World Cup, but on this day at home, South Africa took innovation too far for the ICC's likings. Their captain, Hansi Cronje, up in the air, will just bounce a couple of times before Amjad makes the stop. Came onto the field with an earpiece that was wired up with his coach, Bob Woolmer, in the dressing room. And well, at the first drinks interval, this was when the match referee, Talat Ali, ordered Cronje to remove the offending earpiece. Yeah, I remember that being on the news at the time. It was quite a landmark interest sort of after when technology started to come through. Yeah, remember it well, and there was a lot of talk about it as well. Well done if you got that right. And it was nice to see some of the women from the Estonian cricket team in here with us. There was Lena and Rajna. And, well, women's cricket. Let's talk a little bit about women's cricket. Back in 2017, the highest partnership in women's one-day international history was made on this day by Dipti Sharma and Poonam Raut of India against Ireland. That's well hit, but once again, it will be to a fielder. Nice and tight over there. They know where these balls are going to be hit. That is the end of this, the 5th over. And they are, I suppose you've got to say, just poodling along. And that was when, I'll go back to that in a moment as we greet you in the cube and say hello. So we're just talking about
coming in.
Yeah, coming in.
I'm just talking about the earpiece. Yeah, that's a really good trivia. I like that. And you mentioned Andrew Simons, who honestly he was one of my favourite players. I remember going to watch him live when I was quite young, and he was just banging balls into the second tier of the stand. I remember we were calling out. I was very young. I was like, "Come on, Andrew, hit a 6!" You know, thinking I was going to take a catch or something back then. And they were just disappearing up into the whacker stand. I mean, it's so sad, obviously.
It was, He was a great character, wasn't he?
Yeah, it really was. And had a very interesting background as well. His autobiography was very interesting. But yeah, what do you think about the earpiece? Do you think that should be allowed or not?
I think in sport now, all of these things are accepted. So I don't, if it's the same for all teams, I don't see the issue.
Yeah, so this is what's quite interesting. So in baseball, you have a manager, which is like a coach, right? But a manager, probably in the sense that you have a football manager, right? And they're making all those key decisions. They're deciding who's going to pitch, who's going to bat where, if there's any positional changes.
Yeah.
They decide, right? Along with their coaching staff. Whereas cricket, there's a tradition of the captain being responsible. So the captain isn't just like a, what do you call it? Like a figurehead role where like in football, you have a captain, but I mean the captain. What do they do really? They're not making too many decisions. The manager, the captain's there to play mainly. Yeah. Whereas in cricket, it's quite a unique thing. I can't think of too many other sports where the captain is essentially like the coach on the field. Yeah. Well, that's traditionally what it is anyway. And cricket teams didn't even have coaches or until very recently. Tortuga. Tatuga. Since you did that, you got me with it. But this is a genuine. Look at this.
This is a
genuine Tortuga.
Oh, no chance.
And poor Cheyenne Khan. Although I won't say poor Cheyenne Khan because he's had a pretty good day. But still, this crowd looks absolutely like a billiard table. But I can't believe how many Tortugas we've gotten out of it in the first 3 days.
Yeah, that was a pucker Tortuga. There's no way that Khan could have stopped that. All right, this is well hit, and it will get over the fielder. So we get a Maximo. I tell you what, there were plenty of these in the first innings, but not too many of them in this one. That one will go all the way. And that, I think, is only the first in this innings.
Yeah, true. But anyway, I like to see Wickramasinghe fighting. He's a fighter. He's on 28.
Goes for another. This will probably not be a Maximo, but it's going to be a chase for the fielders. Can they get a touch on it? Yeah, they can. That's well chased. Good work. Good work. Well chased.
You like to see that as well. Obviously, the Bulls, they're going to surprise a few teams. We've seen that already. I mean, that was a brilliant win back in match 3. And then even here, if they can get to a respectable score, I think they can walk away with their heads held high today.
Yeah, I was just talking, I don't know if you remember it, but in 2017 on this day, when it was women's one-day international history, as we see another big 6 hit, so that's a bit better. Ooh. It took a while, but they're happening.
Is that bounced off Marzi's fingertips? Or let me just have a look. It's the corner of my eye.
Well, you might have been saving the scorers, we know. Let's have a look.
Maybe, let's see. Oh, yeah, I reckon that he looked straight down at the fingers. The sheriff's over there.
Oh dear, Wolfie, the wolf is injured in the home of the wolf here in Estonia. Well, Marzi gets one on his fingers. Good strike though. Muthu Krishnan. All right, well Marzi, it could be yours again. Come on Marzi. Oh, now foot fielding stops it going to Marzi, but it can't stop it going to the boundary, this time by Habib. So 4 more, that is the end of the over. That's a little bit better, I suppose, as the 6th over comes to an end. But will they get to that 120? I don't think so. Say I was talking about the history that was made by T10 Sharma and put him out of India against Ireland. Their 320 was the first triple century stand in the format. The 19-year-old Sharma made her maiden international 100, and a big one it was as well, hitting a world record 27 fours in 188.
Yeah, what a knock.
Yeah, it was, and that was on this day in history. And in the second highest individual score after Belinda Clark's 229 not out in the 1997 World Cup.
But it's bold. Wickramasinghe's going to have to go as Habib Khan comes back and he rattles the top of middle stump. It's still nice innings, I thought, from Wickramasinghe, as he's tried his best to keep the score moving. He's tried to still be aggressive, and I think that's a hallmark of his play. But he will have to go, and that'll be the fourth wicket down, 66 for 4.
Yeah, Habib, the captain, he seems to be having a much better time as the stumps, the castle gets knocked over. A much better time with the ball and in the field than he has done with the bat so far. But I'm pretty sure that he too at some point will come good in that area. Another man who's hoping he can come good with the bat and try and get something here is Chevron Chandra.
Yeah, Chandra gets a hit in the number 6 position. Sports Comments was just talking about the table, saying, yeah, Hippos and Strikers look pretty primed to take the automatic qualifying spot. But, yeah, don't forget the Tartu Wolves. They're both the Tartu teams, they've been held back because of the travel, so we'll see them kind of at the weekend to play their matches. And it's just been organised that way for convenience reasons. Obviously, people are working there, they're living there. So who's to say? Maybe they can provide some fireworks. I've seen some of the squads, and there's some pretty good players in there.
Okay, Habib Khan, 1 for 10. Takes a wicket off the very first ball of his second over. He makes a few adjustments in the field. Gets the sweeper to come into the 30-yard circle. And, well, he can't set a field for this. Well, we just, not that long ago, came from France. Well, look, some of the Hippos. Well, we know that the Hippos like to soak up the sunshine, don't they? Especially when they come out of the water. Well, there's the Hippos there in the background. And 1 or 2 of them are taking in the rays.
Well, you know, I went to the zoo recently. I went to the zoo on my birthday, right? And I saw a hippo close up. They are killing machines. I tell you what, I learnt a bit about them that they can hold their breath for a few minutes under the water. Normally they'll surface every 90 seconds, but they're not very good swimmers. They just sink to the bottom. That's why they look for shallow water. Yeah. But they're kind of graceful but cumbersome all at once.
They're more dangerous than the likes of crocodiles, alligators, and they're involved in a lot of incidents when it comes to fishermen in those waters.
Trying to work out whether I'd want to battle one-on-one with a crocodile or a hippo.
Well, which one do you rather fancy?
Well, you can't ride a crocodile. The hippos, are they? I don't know. The teeth frighten me. Although the hippo's got pretty sharp teeth as well, right? Not as many.
But a hippo could just sit on you and that'd be it. At least a crocodile, you get
tough choice.
You could get a chance.
Yeah, well, apparently our resident director in my ear, David Attenborough, he's bowled again. Well, he's read the room, hasn't he, here, Habib, coming in and cleaning up. And so he's going to get Muthu Krishna now for 12. Second time we've heard the death rattle in the over. And, well, we're debating what kind of animals can extinguish you pretty quickly. Well, Habib's extinguishing the batters pretty quickly. Score 71 for 5.
Well, Andrew is just telling us that hippos, they don't like humans that much. They hunt you down. Well,
they hunt you for fun. Habib, they hunt you because they want to, not just because they're threatened.
Habib is hunting down the bulls at the moment. He's not taking a liking to bulls, never mind humans.
I think I've heard don't get between a hippo and the water. That's the thing, right? I think it might go for crocodiles as well. Don't get between them and the water because they'll take you out.
Yeah. But isn't it?
I'm so glad I don't live like thousands of years ago when you had to deal with all these things like lions chasing you.
But don't you find it interesting that, we're talking about hippos and crocodiles and things like that, and we know, these animals are pretty dangerous, but as far as children are concerned, they're always portrayed to be nice, gentle and loving.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Isn't that a wrong message that we're sending out to the children?
Can
you imagine a child just wanting to go and hug a crocodile?
Oh, dear. Has that ball already stopped when he's still round away?
Yeah.
And he knows it as well. It's kind of munchy.
Yeah, can you imagine, a kid after reading these nice school books and being taught nice things about cuddly hippos and crocodiles? Well, here he goes, trips over his own feet.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's a bit of the old
There's the old split stop there.
Yeah.
It's like, when you're trying to move the dance floor and you end up ripping your trousers.
Yeah, so kids, take it from us on the European Cricket Network. We don't give you any false illusions. Don't go around trying to hug any hippos or crocodiles. It's not a good idea.
Hippos are back, and it's another Tallinn derby to finish the day. Rematch of a corker of a game in match 5 on Monday night. Hippos versus Strikers. And so this is, for me, it's match of the day. Again, we've got Arslan Amjad just coming off a ton, and Shine that was pretty close too. We've got Habib doing some good things with the ball right now, and of course he's very capable with the bat. But then have a look at the Hippos with Hook and Gooch and Robson and Jones, Marco Vikes into the lineup for them. But he won't have the gloves. The Karan will have the gloves. They've got a lot of keeping options, a lot of bowling and batting options. Kale Vislapu's in there as well. And Damaratne comes in for the first time as we get ready for the start of the 8th over. And it starts with a single.
Just a single. He says, never mind about picking the ball up. Let me do my laces up. I'm telling you what. You know what I want to see here just now? Is, I don't know if we could see that again while he's doing the laces. If I'm the batter, I'd say, hey, let's go again. While he's doing his laces up, why don't we take another?
Pretty sneaky.
Uh-oh. That one might be too high. Well, we know it's definitely 4. Let's see if this is going to be a no ball as well. Let's take a side look at this. The umpire wants to wait and see this. Let's see. It's going to be close. Ooh. Let's see if we can slow this down.
Just as touch and go for me. Where is it? They're the sorts of ones they were getting called all the time for a while, but I think in the end, because he's slightly kind of bent, I think he'd probably get away with it. But yeah, we look at front on, doesn't look great, does it? What have you seen?
You saying it's slightly bent.
Well, now the stumps are slightly bent, and it's walking sticks and time to go. And the Bulls are charging out of the arena pretty quickly at the moment. And the score is 77 for 6. That's funny. So you grew up in the UK. That's a very UK word. And I know what you're getting at there. But we use it in its literal sense. It's a little bit of bat onto pad. And Manaprial joins the running of the Bulls. As that's the 6th wicket down, 77 for 6.
Well, okay. Here comes a big unit. And he's probably, I know what he's thinking. He's going out there thinking, what's all this fuss about? What are we doing? Why are we making such a big fuss about this? He's getting a real sort of introduction there from Chandra. But Fernandez, it's the first time we're seeing him out there with the bat. This is Ansel Fernandez. Let's see what he can do. It looks like a man, Fernandez, that is saying, I don't care what you tell me. I do things my way. Fernandez up against Shuvu, who now has taken 2 for 10, and he's got 3 more balls to finish his spell. Okay, there's a bit of pad on this, perhaps. It will go for just the single.
Okay, so the numbers are in. And Andrus has told us that crocodiles kill 1,000 people a year, but hippos only kill 500. But can I say, I've just been to a zoo pretty recently. This one sneaks in, I think. They don't actually know how many. A lot of go unreported because the people can't really report the deaths with hippopotamuses.
I suppose you have crocodiles in more areas also than hippos.
Can I say in Australia? They don't have
do you have a hippo in Australia?
I don't think so.
No, you don't.
In a zoo. Depends if they missed feeding time. No, as we get to the end of the 8th over here, Chandra will keep the strike. And Shuvo, well, he's had a pretty good spell there, 2 for 11. His figure 79 for 6 after 8. But yeah, in the north of Australia, in particular the tropical areas, there's all these places. You know, if they're kind of natural areas, then they'll say, "Don't swim here, don't swim here, don't swim here." But it's beautiful tropical weather, and you know how certain. I'm not going to name and shame, but these countries know who they are. They take a pretty relaxed kind. They don't like being told what to do by science or people. They say, look, if I can get away with it, I'm going to get away with it. But these signs, they're here for a good reason.
Yeah.
Don't swim. Crocodiles.
Yeah. Look,
don't swim crocodiles. And they get chomped every year.
I'll give you another very good example. And in fact, this is very relevant as this one gets put away. Nice shot. Good hook shot here played from the batter. And start off this, the 9th over. Well, we do say it all happens in the 9th. And you can see this guy here thinking, you know what? All right, I'm going to go after this. Nice hit. And I told you that Chandra is going to be after a few runs. Look, today, all right, is International Kangaroo Care Awareness Day. And we're talking about animals. So I'll bring this up. And you're right what you're talking about. Now, you're from Australia. I bet you the Australians say they're not cute. Don't go around hugging them. Otherwise, you're going to get punched or kicked in the teeth. But people still go and try and hug kangaroos.
Yeah, they don't like that.
No, they don't like it. So, yeah, it is International Kangaroo Care and Awareness Day today, a global event that aims to increase the safety, implementation, research, awareness, and education about kangaroos globally. Don't go hugging them. They don't like it.
That's true. Well, there's some pretty lazy kangaroos in the wildlife parks when you go get the one. They just get fed all day. Can I tell you something sad about kangaroos as well? Not to bring it down at all. This is short, it's Gundy, and it's adios. That one is smashed away. Maximo says Carreras. Man, nice little shot there by Chandra. Nothing little about it, though. Puts it up and over the fence. When tourists come to Australia and they're like, can't wait to see the kangaroos. Are they in the streets? Are they, kind of hopping around? Are they delivering food for people in their pouches? What's going on? But to be honest, most of you, if you go rural, you've never been to Australia, right?
No,
so once you get out of the city, because you've got some long drives, unfortunately, a lot do become roadkill, right? And there's a swing and a miss. So unfortunately, a lot of them will say, and they don't really live in cities, so you've got to get out of the city. Most will say, the only kangaroos I've seen so far have been by the side of the road, and they weren't doing so well, if you know what I'm saying. It's pretty close, actually. He's given him, I think there's an element of doubt here for me, only because from that round the wicket, I didn't really see it turning back. But I suppose Chandra takes a chance hitting across the line and he pays the price. He'll go for a pretty bright 21. Where's this pitching? Where's it hitting him? And where's it going after? Pitching in line, hitting in line. My only question then is it going on to hit the stump or maybe miss the off stump?
Yeah.
It's an umpire's call even
I
on the
think you're
hitting.
right. Yeah, umpire's call. Because remember, a lot of people when they watch things like this think, that's not hitting middle. Doesn't have to hit middle, everybody. And I think that's the decision that Shane has to make there. Is that ball actually going to go on and hit any part of those stumps?
Could have been hitting the outside of off stump.
Yeah, I think that's what he's gone with
fair
there.
enough decision.
I don't think he's going over the stumps. So umpire thinks he's hitting, gives the decision. So another one goes. So that's the end of a nice little hit there from Chandra. He will go. Jayasinghe now comes out. And he gets a swivel on this. Doesn't get a boundary. He shouldn't get a boundary. No, he won't get a boundary. So it gets picked up by Hassan. And they'll take a single. It comes to the end of the over. Not a bad one there by Saeed Iftikhar, who goes for 15, but he does pick up a wicket. The Bulls, at the end of that, the 9th over, they've moved to 94 for 7.
Yeah, and they might get to the 100 here. You'd hope they do. I mean, it's not easy when you're chasing such a giant score. But Iftikhar does end up with a wicket to his name.
Okay, tell me something about koalas then.
Koalas, you can't hold them, even when you go to the zoo now.
Is that
because they
because
have to be held a
nails
special way? They actually can be quite fierce.
Yeah.
Koalas aren't bears. That's something I'll tell you. People think they call them koala bears sometimes, but that's not really true. They're not bears. They're their own thing.
When I was younger, I would say probably, I had a guess, thinking back, probably 12, 13. There used to be a program called Animal Magic. I think it was Johnny Morris. Was he Australian?
Bit before my time, but continue.
Okay, but I mean, I used to find that program very, very educational. Well, nearly kicked it to the boundary, but that was the first time I think the likes of myself and a lot of people that live probably in not just the UK but Europe sort of were introduced to these type of animals, kangaroos, koalas, because up until then you just didn't know what they looked like. So that was and he used to be up and close with the animals. He used to love it.
This is up in the air into the gap, though, I think. Does it have the legs? It does. To get to the boundary, it'll be 4 runs. So nice job by Joe Singer out there. And that does bring the 100 up now for the Bulls. And so, yeah, nice effort. I suppose this was more than enough runs to actually win this game against the Strikers the other day.
Yeah.
Shows you how quickly things have changed. For one thing that's true is when a lot of the British settlers came through, or the British explorers came in the kind of late 18th century. That's a down leg side, nice keeping there by Idsham. They sent messages back and sketches of what they found.
Yeah.
And then everyone thought it was a joke.
Well,
so like, there's this thing called a platypus.
Oh,
yeah. Have you heard of a platypus?
Yeah. What a front the face is.
We don't
like
have time to get into nature chat fully.
Big flat nose,
but
isn't it?
Breaks all the rules of nature. Thanks for the wide. It gives me time. Because it's a warm-blooded, I don't know how to describe it. It's an egg-laying mammal. So it's like a mammal, but it lays eggs.
Yeah.
But it's like it looks like all these
Got
bits
that
of animals put together. And they're like, haha, good one. They said that.
No, they said, no, it's real. They said, what do you mean it's real? It can't be real.
Yeah, and so, I suppose living in a city, as a former Australian, still an Australian, I guess, but living in Europe, they have all these questions. I had a great one the other day when I was in Milan actually, and I had people I met on the street said, "You're from Australia. Is this true?" And they had pictures of spiders that were about like my height on the side of walls of houses, right? Oh, jeez, might have flicked that pad. So they said, yeah, big spiders there. I said, well, they're probably not really in the city. Like, you know. And they showed me, and I'm not kidding, like spiders like as big as a car on the wall, and they'd been photoshopped. And obviously these pictures are doing the rounds, and they thought that was real.
Yeah.
It's not real. Or is it? It's, It's been a nice try from the Bulls. Like I say, they've got up over the 100. They can hold their heads high. It's going to be a big win to the Strikers after this ball, or not after this ball. It'll be another one. Katamanchi getting a bowl here.
Yeah, I like that from the captain, Habib Khan. I know he's bowled his 2 overs and he's bowled very well, but he's used the opportunity to rest Shine Khan, who just bowled the 1. He hasn't used Aslan Amjad at all, so he recognises the fact it's a big match coming up against the Tallinn Hippos, and we've talked a lot of Hippo talk, and we're going to see the Hippos in action as well. I think this time this one catches a little bit of the batter. It won't be called a wide. It is the end of the innings, and Mustami Bulls, well, it was always going to be difficult, but they do well to at least get past the 100 mark.
Yeah, that's something, I suppose. Last point on the platypus, apparently the male of the species is one of the world's few venomous mammals. It's a duck-billed, beaver-tailed, otter-footed, egg-laying aquatic creature native to Australia.
You couldn't say more words about it,
Crazy. Anyway, it was also some crazy hitting in the first half of that game that set it up. The big 200 came up for the first time in an Estonian match here on ECN. Hippos Strikers, this will be a great one to take us home here in Estonia. But don't forget, we'll have more cricket from Portugal tonight as well. And the Tallinn Hippos have won the toss. They'll be bowling first. So this time they'll be chasing. And it was the Strikers that chased them down the other night in match 5. Priyanka Dharmaratne comes in for the Hippos. All the other players we have them at some point in the series. Let's have a look at this highlights package. Of course, 212's tough. Even the kind of 150 or so they needed for the point was probably not that realistic either. But, I mean, they still, I think, went out there. They swung the bat. They were aggressive. I like the intent there, even if the results didn't always come for the Mr. Bay Bulls.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. I mean, Makalande, he went out second ball after hitting a boundary for 4, but you can see that the intent was there not to be intimidated and to try and go for the shots. And Wickramasinghe, well, he once again, I suppose he's somebody that has been a good find for them at the top of the order. He scores another 29, but Kush Brumbutt was elevated to the top of the order at number 3. He only lasted a couple of deliveries before he was out. Hetarachi, the captain, also really couldn't get going. He gets 1 or 2 away, and then he has to depart, and ball going on from the pads, and well, there's a celebration there, of course, from the bowler that gets him this Shuvo, doing the Shuvo move. Well, that one ended up going for a minimo. It wasn't the first. There was 2 of those. This one's hit up in the air, and well, there was the Tatuga. There was nothing that Shayan Khan could do about that, and there was nothing that the captain Habib could do about that one going over him. That was the one of just a handful of sixes. And there was Marzi, you couldn't do anything about that. Had clobbered his fingers. The Sheriff was there, though, to see that he was okay pretty quickly. There's the smiles on the faces of the captain, Habib. He'd be very happy with his performance. And then, well, once again, full and straight, knocking him over. He took 2 for 16. Did Al Capitan. He'd be very happy with his team's performance. And there was a little bit of the old dancing moves that we used to see in Estonia. There's a fielder, does the splits, trying to stop that one. That was a nice hit from Dulsara. He went out there, played a couple of shots before he was to lose his wicket. That one going onto his bat pad and onto the stumps. And a nice little moment there for a bowler that picks up a wicket as well. That was Saeed, wasn't it? Hits from Chandra as well. Gets an opportunity. Played that shot actually very well. Gets the old swivel on it. Does it the MJ style. We saw the MJ dancing and also the MJ batting. And then, well, went for that shot. Probably one too many. This time, it wasn't down the leg side. It was too straight for him to play. And the umpire, Shane, decides that's going to go and hit the stumps. And then, done and dusted. The Mustami Bulls do get 100 on the board. So that'll be something, but it's still going to be a loss by 107 runs. So the Tallinn Strikers, once again, taking all the points. They'll go back to the top of the standings, but they know that the next match is a crucial one. But that win there and the manner of that win will certainly help their net run rate. 29 from Wickramasinghe, so he is getting better all the time. And Chandra, 21. Let's have a quick look at the bowling figures. But remember, you have to bear in mind that it was an opportunity for Habib Khan to use a number of different bowlers. He, though, did bowl to himself, 2 for 16. Baliyat Khan picked up a 2 for us, as did Ashraful Shubu. And then a combination of Hassan Hippos and also Katamanchi getting an opportunity as well. So well done to the Tallinn Strikers. They are top of the standings in Group A, but it might only last temporarily because the next match is them take it on the Tallinn Hippos. And the last time, let's just remind you that these two teams met was at the end of the day one, match day 5. The Tallinn Hippos 134 for 3. But I said at the time during that match that they left the door open for the Strikers because they really should have gone on to put a score of around about 150 on. And they were made to pay for that mistake because the Strikers, they got to the win with just one ball to go. And it was a combination of Cheyenne Khan, 55 of 19, and Elias Hassan that got them to that victory. On that occasion, Arslan Amjad was out just for 8. So great match coming up. And that's coming up in just over 15 minutes time. So take my advice. Get yourself a nice cool or a nice warm drink. Maybe a few bickies as well. Or maybe put the popcorn on. Come back because the next match, the last of match day 3 here from Estonia is going to be an absolute cracker. Join us back in 15 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we get ready for the last game of the day here in Estonia. But it ain't the last game of the day on ECN because there's still the two night series matches tonight. Phil G is standing by at the Estadio de Miranda de Corvo in Coimbra in Portugal. Coming up now, we do have a bit of a cracker to finish the day. It's going to be the Strikers and the Hippos going head-to-head rematch of the Monday night fixture. That was a brilliant game. Let's see what happens at the coin toss as Charles Croucher has the two captains.
Strikers to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Ooh. And it's a tail.
Have a bowl.
So the Hippos have won the toss and elected to bowl. So, of course, when these two teams played in match 5, the Hippos had put a big score on the board, but the Strikers were able to catch them in the end. It's a really, really good game of cricket. The pendulum was going. And I will say that the Hippos so far so good today as they were able to take all 4 points out of their game. Stefan Gooch having a really good series. His catching, actually watch his technique in the outfield. It is a fantastic way to take those balls. He has such great range in the outfield. Stuart Hook's pretty good in this position as well down the ground. Also, I like the late hitting from Jones. I think Robson offers a lot. I've got to say that the Hippos, they look like a long, strong outfit, but let's talk Strikers. They just put 2-1-1 on the board, including 23 Maximos. So it's a clash of two teams in form. Can't wait. Bit of a clash of the Titans here as Rico Fool will take you close to the first ball. The news to the toss. The Hippos have won the toss and elected to bowl. It's over to you. Let's get ready for match 15.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu. And yes, welcome everybody. Match number 15, the final one from Estonia in the day. Match number 5 here. But remember, 2 matches to come from Portugal tonight as well at the Miranda de Corvo Cricket Ground. Tallinn Hippos and the Tallinn Strikers, the two teams that have really been matching each other power for power as they've been not just winning matches but thrashing teams on the way. But when they did meet the last time, they provided us with a real thriller. It was a good run chase for the Strikers, chasing the 135 to win. And I think based on that, that's why this time around I think the Italian Hippos electing that they will field first, so they've got an idea exactly how many runs that they need to get. And I think with the batting of Stuart Hook and Stefan Gooch right up there, they're two batters that can really pace themselves really well. Well, those two are batting partners, but as Vinny Sanders said, I think in the field, when they patrol long on and long off, they're very good in the field as well. They've made some amazing stops. Dave Robson can also pack a punch as well as Ben Jones with the bat. And Marco, we haven't seen too much of Marco. He's somebody else that can certainly get things going. And of course, we saw a very good bowling performance earlier from the youngster as well. Not in the side this time, but he did get the player off the match, didn't he, Henry Patterson? Okay, it is the Strikers, 65% to 35%, who have been given the, they've been given the pip to be the favourites here. But I reckon that's got to be 50-50 for me. And that's based on the fact that, of course, the Tallinn Strikers, probably the win that they had in the last match, a big win, also did beat the Hippos. But this is 50-50 for me. And I think it's about, I'm saying this is about the team that's going to be best in the field. And Hippos, got to say, they've been quite outstanding with their catching, as the catches that have been taken here have been absolutely brilliant. But also, it's about power play wickets. Whichever team can take early wickets in the power play, and I go back to what I always say, take 2 or 3 wickets in the power play, get some of the dangerous batters back in the shed, then you give yourself a good chance to go on and contain, keep to a low score, and maybe go on and win the match. And 2 batters that you really need to see the back of if you're playing against the Tallinn Strikers is Arslan Amjad and Shayan Khan. And those 2 are going to be out there in the middle again. Remember, they were quite amazing in the last match. They put a huge partnership together. And they're dangerous. We know they're dangerous. Right, here we go. It's going to be Robson to start. Robson saying, I ain't got the ball. Where's the ball, umpire? Well, umpire Van Kat says, oh, you'll be needing this then. Short. Bang. Gone. And that's the start that they want right from the word go, to try and put the pressure straight onto the Tallinn Hippos. It's a powerful start and a powerful hit as Arslan Amjad, well, he's looking to carry on from where he left off. Remember, technically, he was not out. He scored 105, and then straight after hitting a ball for 6 to get his 100, moving from 99 to 105, he was retired out. Well, the girls are in town. There's some of the supporters for the Hippos. You can see that from the colours, I suppose, the pink. I think Lena was in there, as well as Rajna, and of course was Meda, of course the wife of Stefan Gooch is out there now. I wanted to go with a similar bowling plan as before, as Robson gets this one through. That's a good reply after being hitting for 6. I wanted to go with Stefan Gooch to bowl the second. It's down the leg side, a very good take from Rudis. Sikaran gets across, uses his feet beautifully. Nicely done. Good movement. Footwork is everything, isn't it? Amjad. Well, he doesn't need to do this, does he? I mean, that almost catches the edge. Not sure why he's moving so early. I suppose he thinks, or he's thinking he knows what Dave Robson is trying to do. He's trying to push that ball outside him. So he moves early, but he gets himself in an awkward position. And slices it, and that's going to be 6, I think. We'll have a good look at this. Let's see. Yeah, the fielder, I think, is sealing the 6. They do go for a bit of a change here. And that's Marco's out there. So Stefan would normally patrol that area. No Stefan Gooch over there. And Marco can't catch up with it. That's going to be the second 6. So Amjad. 2 6s in the over. All right, well, he leaves this one alone. And that's the ball he knows he's going to get from Robson. So he knows he's going to be there. But he's quite happy to leave it. I don't know if it's by choice, though. I think he's just caught a little bit off balance. Oh, that's whipped away. That's a good shot. Very quick hands once again. And that's gone quickly across this beautiful surface of this national cricket ground in Estonia. Goes into the balance there. That'll be 4 to finish the over. 17 come off the first. And going back to what I was saying, you need to be getting the big hitters out early to give yourself a chance of keeping the scores nice and low. You can focus on some of the events coming up. Estonia's been an absolute thrill. I know the night series will be as well. They will continue tonight. Netherlands will, Vinny, as he said, I think Vinny will be leaving us early on Friday to get to the Netherlands to get the preparation started there. It will be, looks like Stefan Gooch will come on to bowl. Stefan wasn't fielding in his normal position. Maybe he just needs a bit of a rest from that position. Yeah, and then Continental Cup in Romania, England in Wimbledon, Cyprus, a combination of the European Cricket Series, internationals, T20s. It's all happening, folks. It's all happening. And it'll be the same in Czechia as well. So lots of cricket coming your way. Yeah, I mean, that's Stefan. This is a big test for him and his fitness. I know he's worked hard on it. He's been training in the gym. He's been strengthening a knee. He has got a bit of a knee issue. So he was diving around a lot in the first 2 matches. So maybe just needs to have a bit of a break. He'll start with the wide down leg side. It's not been taken by the keeper. So 1 will become 2. Yeah, it's his first. The first match today as well was similar issues when he did bowl. He started with the wide and really Gundy no ball as well, which was off the pitch. It's not like him at all. I think that's just showing signs of a player who hasn't played a lot of cricket. He's remember, he's been on the road to recovery, so he's going to feel it a bit. I'm sure of that. Gooch. Now to the right-hander. And it's been hit to the fielder and it's down. Oh no. Oh, that's a big opportunity to remove Arslan Amjad. And that gets put down by Khaled Vislapu. What an opportunity. But he takes it in the gut, doesn't he? I think it misses the hands. It's in the gut. Vislapu puts it down. That's an opportunity to remove Arslan. Oh, and now he plays all across this one. As Stefan Gooch changes the angle quite cleverly. All happening out there at the moment. A couple of opportunities. And I mentioned before, you've got to try and take these opportunities when they present themselves, especially key players. Aslan Amjad gets dropped. It's another big swing and a miss. And I can hear the girls, the Hippos supporters, maybe, what do we call them, the baby Hippos? Just to the left of the commentary cube here, getting very excited every time there's a swing and a miss. Cheyenne now is swinging and missing. So get a feeling something's going to give here sooner or later. Gucci has got his line right here now. All right, this is down the ground, but this is big. Watch out. Watch out. Stop the traffic for a moment. That's a biggie. That will go all the way. That's well picked up. That's 6 runs. There's Cheyenne. It doesn't normally go down the ground, but once again, you see, he really gets that bat to go higher than his shoulder. So even that one, he sort of hits it and stops the shot around about the waist height. And there's the baby Hippos there, giving plenty of support to their team and making lots of noise, it has to be said. Making lots of noise. 2 balls to go, 9 off the over. He'll carry on around the wicket to just get this different angle across. And that's been hit pretty well, and that will go all the way as well. And this is Cheyenne at his best. This is his shot. This is what he likes to play, and he picks the ball up pretty low. It's almost like, I mean, we've got to give a name to this shot. I mean, we know this is a sweep, but that's not quite a sweep because he never gets the leg on the ground. But it's like a, I don't know, it's a shovel shot, but he hits it well, and his timing on it is immaculate. So 32 without loss with the ball to go as Vinny Sandhu joins me back in the queue.
Yeah, it's more swat than sweep, isn't it, really? Last ball of the over, it's a hanging full toss, and that's going to go as well. So magical, well, not quite. Was that just 4 in the end? Well, maybe it's been given 6. We'll check that out, but regardless, it's expensive, and the strikers have kind of picked up where they left off in the last game. Check where this one bounces. It is going to be 6 runs. Yes, it does go magical. 21 off the over. 38 without loss after 2. I don't know. I kind of like the idea of the Hippets. It's got a kind of 60s feel to it.
Yeah.
And they're pretty. There's 5 of them there on the bench. And, yeah, they're sticking together. And, look, it's the 2 teams at the moment that have made the biggest run towards that automatic qualifying spot, even though we won't see the Tartu Wolves until the weekend.
They've got to time the exit off the bench well. Yeah. Otherwise, if somebody leaves...
Oh, seesaw
factor. It could go one way, can't it? And, well, hopefully that won't happen. Anyway, good start here for the strikers at the moment, trying to get a big score on the board. Vinny, what are you reckoning? I reckon you're going to go 150 plus here.
Yeah, I mean, that's if you're batting clicks. We had the double click last night, kind of had it in match 5 as well. But I also think that if you kind of got a 110, 120 and bowled and fielded well and took early wickets, even that's defendable. So, look, it's a good start. Can they turn it into more than that? Let's find out.
Was that chance, though?
Yeah, that was a bit of a sitter for Carlo. I know he won't be too happy, but Kala will probably get the chance to make it up with the ball right now. It's new player into the lineup, Priyanka Daramaratne, who's going to start with a good delivery. And I hear that he's going to provide some handy bowling cover. What I'm hearing from the Hippets is that the Hippos played a lot of games pretty quickly with the average age of the side, let's just say fairly north.
Uh-huh.
And, they haven't necessarily, not necessarily feeling like spring chickens after first couple of games. A low full toss. Amjad's in such good form. He's looking very, very confident. And really these two are spelling danger right now for the Hippos.
Yeah, Priyanka, he hits it pretty well, doesn't he? It's a great effort there in the infield. As that one sails over the fielder. And now they make a change here. So Robson is going to put himself quite wide. He's going to go to mid-wicket. Will he keep long on back as well? I think you do. I mean, I don't think the Hippos are going to make the same mistake as having fielders wasted out on the offside to these two. They don't tend to hit in that direction. Yeah, true. They don't have the deep point back at the moment either. Yeah, this one does go offside. It's going to go for 6. Maximo! Amjad showing he's no one-trick pony. It's pretty good fielding from Marzi. Is that Marzi down there? It's Marzi.
Yeah,
well, Marzi's wounded.
Yeah, he did have the magic spray earlier on. I think we missed it on the camera, but he was getting the magic spray. He might need it again there. He's just a sucker for punishment, isn't he? He goes that right hand again.
Is he the new Shub? Oh, he's going to get stuck. He's going to get... I reckon he's trying to find the balls over there.
Off-road time. Anyway, up in the air, and this is going to go right back to the wall. It's going to be 6. Good effort down there. Marko Vajk, experienced campaigner, into the lineup. He just ran out of real estate there. The result's going to be 6 runs.
Yeah, it goes high, doesn't he? But he backs himself. Look, he's not thinking he's in danger. Is the matter. He knows he's going all the way. Arslan, he's not running. He's just hitting. That 6 more. 16 have come off the over already. The 50 has come up.
It's magical pace from the strikers so far. They haven't really come up with a tactic, have they? And one thing they would need to go to, maybe try some spin, try something. At the moment, kind of medium paces haven't been too effective. Goes again, and that's going to be 6 as well. Maximal for Amjad. And well, watch out, young and old over there. That's a Grizzly. That's good to see the youngsters involved.
Look at that. Oh, that's fantastic. We'll have more of that. Keep him on screen for a moment. Look, he's got his bat. And he's got Dad to throw a few balls down for him.
Like.
That's wonderful. That is wonderful.
Never in danger there either. Just spotting that one. That's nice. A good little bat. Oh, Grey Nick, I think it was.
Grey Nichols, one of my favourites. Grey Nichols double scoop in my day. It pinged off that one until it got thrown into the sea, but that was another story.
Better keep their eyes peeled over there.
Well, that's why. That's why you got to keep your eyes peeled, because sooner or later you can get a grizzly coming right at your forehead.
Yeah, last thing he was expecting here. If you can't beat him, scare him, as they say in the classics.
Yeah, that was a proper beamer, wasn't it? It was quick, it was fast, and it was right at him. So now, free hit. 23 have come off the over.
And the thing is, you might say, why doesn't he swing at that? Because he wants to live.
Yeah, that came quick. That did come quick.
Anyway, free hit, almost an umpire clothesline. Free hit coming up. This over's gone magical now, 23 off this one, with a freebie to come. Big swing and a miss. That's your kind of template, though, I think. Even though Arslan Amjad's also shown he can go over cover. He's probably got a bit lazy on the shot, seeing he knew it was a free hit. What a power play for the strikers. Right now they're motoring away, 61 without loss after 3.
Yeah, they're going well, and these two, we know all about them. They brought up 50 in 2 overs in the last match. The good hitters, and look at that. Upward steps, 61. And the Hippos know they need to get a breakthrough pretty quickly. And they need to really, for me, 3 wickets you need. You need these two, and then somebody like Hassan, who was the person who really hurt them last time and rewarded the strikers with a win in that run chase of 135 at the end of day 1. They know that he can be dangerous as well. But they've got to be patient. They can't panic. And I think you're absolutely right. Maybe just playing around with the pace could be the key. But they're going to go with Parkin to start off.
Parkin's a different angle. He's a left-hander. I mean, I was trying to work out. Steph tried to go round the wicket. I think he was trying to bowl kind of wide hole, kind of tram line to try and take that away. But yeah, didn't really get the Yorker in. He probably still left some length to allow the batter to get a swing at it. They can kind of reach most of those deliveries. Yeah, but Parkin, he's been converted into a bit of a string bean left armour. Here he is in over number 4. And first one is a full banger, and that's out of the ground. Maximal. So there's been some great striking, but I also think, Rico, the Hippos won't be too happy with what they've delivered so far. A few too many hit-me deliveries.
Just goes to show, doesn't it, sometimes for all the practice that you can do. And I know the Hippos, they have been practicing hard in the nets in between the matches that they played here today. But when you're out there in the middle, and when you've got the pressure of the batters that have been smashing the ball all over the place, is a different ball game. Over pitch, gets put away.
A little bit short this time, over correction. This line is just allowing that. And there's a bit of activity going on off the field, but pretty busy activity on the field for the Strikers, a team coming off 211. And to be honest, right now they're on a similar kind of pace.
Yeah, the difficulty here also is that you might get the line okay to somebody like Cheyenne. So maybe Cheyenne likes the ball on the leg side, likes it short, he'll whip that away. You go full to here. But then when you got someone like Arslan Amjad at the other end, he likes to hit straight down the ground. So these two, they're aggressive, they're dangerous, and they complement each other really well.
Parkin with a comeback ball. Better, it's gone. Could not be more out, and Parkin's fired up. He gets one to straighten down the line, and he gets the dangerous Cheyenne Khan. It was on middle. It hit him in front of middle. It was going to hit middle, and a fight back perhaps starting for the Hippos, who get Cheyenne for 28. The score 71 for 1.
Yeah, big wicket. I know there's a lot of runs on the ball, but as I keep saying, get the key wickets. That's one of them. Get another 2 quick wickets here, and the rate that they're going at will slow down. No doubt about this as well. I like this about him. I reckon he might have just bowled that one a little bit slower. Look at the reaction. Look at the passion. Look at the desire here, because that is a huge wicket, and it needs to be celebrated. Well bowled by Richard Parkin. And look at Parkin. Well, Parkin was barking mad over here when he gets this decision.
The thing here is he actually moves it off the straight. And so when you're playing across the line, any sort of sideways movement might do you. See how it's just heading for off, and then last minute it just comes in a bit. And it ends up, that was going to hit the middle stump, the bottom of middle stump. Anyway, here we go with Habib getting a bat, and Parkin, well, he gets it just right. And this game already is taken on a slightly different field, even with Amjad up and going at the other end.
Yeah, Habib Khan, only batting once today, got a 2-ball duck. He hasn't had the best of starts in this series. He's hoping that he can change that round here. Not a bad time to come in, though, the captain, when you got 71 on the board.
Yeah, it's a fantastic base. The Hippos will be hoping they can crack into that middle order. It's a bit of a false shot here, but that is Robson out there. Dave does a lot of work with kids and youngsters, and obviously been involved in the women's program as well here to develop cricket. I know you had a good chat with him the other day. That was very interesting to hear his thoughts. Of course, I know he's very excited to have the European Cricket Series back in town as well. And so, good kind of balance of paces, left armers and right armers. This one just kind of dragged away. They won't get a run here. And that'll be the end of the over. So it's 72 for 1 after 4. And also, Dave, he heard us say Hippets. He quite liked the Hippolytes as well. Something to do with horse. Oh, a horse unharnesser is called a Hippolyte.
Hippolyte, eh?
Yeah, well, yeah, the Hippodrome was where kind of the history behind the Tallinn Hippos. It's funny that hippo, is it Latin for horse? Because, you have Hippodrome, and that's why I tend to think hippopotamus. But yeah, I'm going to look at that.
You look at that. I'm going to give Parkin some credit as well, because Richard Parkin, after being hit for a 6 and 4, wasn't getting low and right, but he stuck to his task, didn't he? Getting that ball to go across, just got it to nip back, gets the wicket, and then finishes. Well, the last 4 balls only go for the 1 run. Well done.
Learn something alert. So hippopotamus, like hippodrome, comes from ancient Rome, but it actually comes from a word in Greek. Hippopotamus actually literally means river horse.
Yeah.
In Greek.
Yeah.
Hey,
river horse.
We learned something. We were on to Animal Chat earlier, weren't we? Anyway, here we go with Savio getting a bowl in over number 5. And actually gets it pretty right. First up, gets a full outside the off stump. Habib will get 1, but back to the Amjad show. He's 39 off just 15 balls.
Yeah, now this is the wicket you want. This is the key wicket. Get this wicket here now, and then try to contain, maybe try and keep it to, 120-ish. At the moment, they're on 168 rate. But even that's come down a little bit after the wicket of Cheyenne. But yeah, Hassan Amjad, remember, made 105. Then he was retired out. So this guy's on song today.
Lifted up, leg side, and pretty well handled to his wrong side there. Dave Robson covering the ground very, very quickly.
Yeah, Robson doing well. Now, what's your thinking about Stephen Gooch not being about it? There's got to be maybe a little concern with
I think this might be giving him a break.
Yeah.
He's got that knee, which everyone's worried could snap in half at any time. Hopefully not during this series, or this summer, or ever.
This takes something. This takes something.
Giving him. Oh, he's giving him. I tell you what, you'd want to be absolutely sure that's off the bat, because he can be fooled by those. I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but Savio is able to strangle one out, and that is another wicket down. So Habib's going to have to go, and it's 74 for 2.
Sikaran takes a really good catch here. I know it clips something, but what does it catch? Well, it's too late, I suppose, to change the mind. But is this bat, or is this a little bit of the thigh pad? Oh, I think that's thigh pad.
Definitely hits some thigh pad. Now, whether it hits a little edge on the way or not, I'm not sure. But Savio likes it, and he has a little bit of like a dainty appeal. He walks at him, and it convinces the umpire. But Habib, well, I don't know what he ate for lunch, but he'll be spitting chips, I think, as it's easy to get done on those. And I'm not saying it is or it isn't, because the umpire's closer than us, but
tough call.
Unless he's a sociopath, that body language tells me that's straight off the pad. But still, good take down the leg side by Sakaran.
Yeah, sometimes you get days like this, and Habib, nothing seems to be going his way, but still, watch out for him with the ball.
Yeah,
that's
except for his team hitting 200 and then hitting 74. So, I mean, it's a team game when it comes down to it. But he'll be disappointed, I think. No doubt about that. Hey, umpire's been pretty good for the most part, though. Anyway, Savio, I'll tell you, he planned that all along, but now he's lifted up, he's lifted out of the ground, so it doesn't really quieten the strikers for too long, as that's Baliat Khan, and that one has gone into the heavy rough.
Yeah, well, Baliat Khan, we saw him for the first time in the last match. He didn't get a chance to have a bat, of course. Well, nobody really did, but he's now trying to show us that he's really useful. The bat, that's a nice shot. He really gets under that. Beautifully executed. 6 runs.
Savio gets done for a 6 after he was able to get the striker's captain on the strangle. This is lifted up, and that's out of the ground as well. So, I mean, I do like that he's going full just a couple of times. It's just been in that kind of hittable let step hit, and Baliat could have had a better start to his innings. He's 12 off 2.
Well, what a strike rate this is, and look at it. Very same as the last. Lovely shot. Lovely clean hit straight down the ground. 2 out of 2, 2 big sixes. And you can see a number of players, Stefan Gooch included, just having a chat there with Savio, probably saying you're probably better off getting it outside the off and make him cut the ball, because he's shown you already he can drive pretty well.
Last ball of the over then. Maximo would take it magical again. It won't be 6, I don't think, but he gets a fair piece of it. It will be 4. So, bang, bang, bang. Baliat's in the house. And that's the end of the 5th over. And they're still on a fantastic pace. 90 for 2 after 5. It gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo in Estonia. I'm here with Rico for Tallinn is the scene of this European Cricket Series during the day. But at night, the lights will be on. We'll be going to Estadio de Municipal de Miranda de Corvo tonight, where Phil G is standing by to bring you 2 matches there. So even though it's the last match here for us, still 3, including this one on the network today.
Fiesta, they're not yet coming out. That's how I like to refer to it. And let's just say, when we have the night series, things can go a little bit wild, and it will be wild there tonight because the werewolves are in town.
It is ECN Uncut After Dark. Don't miss it. And thanks to Mo Motors, he says he likes my combo today. He likes little duckies. I like what you've got going on there as well.
It's a lovely shirt. I like that shirt. I've got a tie that goes with that, by the way.
But I told you, the geese are coming. I'm going to try and scare them off with the geese. Scared of
They will be. We haven't seen them as yet, but they will be here, the geese.
Here's Big Parkin. He's like a stick insect himself, isn't he? And he's coming in to bowl over number 6. First one, not so bad. That'll be a single. But yeah, they've got Marco Vike back on the boundary. So again, with Marco coming into the side, again, he's a guy, Estonian native cricketer, very experienced now. And it just gives Steph a bit of a break. Probably if you're in the circle where Steph is, then you're not covering as much ground. You're not having to put as much work in. So I think it's like managing that injury or that recovery from that quite serious
3 matches
injury.
A day is a lot. It takes a lot out of you, especially if you're not 100% and you're on your road to recovery. Well bowled. That is that slightly slower ball that I think he bowled to get the big wicket of Shayan Khan. So it took him a couple of balls to get his line right, Parkin, but now he's bowling really well. You're right, though. His arms and legs all over the place. He's a bit like Bambi waking up, but he gets the ball in the right areas, doesn't he? Parkin.
Yeah. Searching for a second wicket. This one's a fraction short. Never really gets up. And that man Gooch we were just talking about, he'll come in and he'll throw a bouncer just to establish dominance over the batter, trying to come through for a single. First time we haven't really seen Baliat swinging, hitting one to the boundary or over.
Yeah, a little bit of caution from the batters towards Parkin. I noticed there Amjad was pretty quick to talk to Khan about him, say, hey, watch out for this guy. And now he's got to watch out for it himself. Parkin, if he goes full and straight, I think he can get a good result here.
Well, let's see. Well, it's straight, but it's not full, but it is top edge. He's going to fall safely, though. Watch the Tortuga. They're going to come for two, because he didn't quite gather that as quickly as he might have. And Parkin, well, I don't know. Now he thinks he's bowling kind of
I don't mind that.
Macram pace, but it was a surprise ball. I would say that one bounce and over is probably enough, though.
Yeah, I don't mind that. We haven't seen too many bowlers trying to bang the ball in. So it's the element of surprise. I wouldn't try it again, though.
All right.
Oh.
Now he goes full, but he goes too full.
And I think wide probably is the right call. It'd be worth having a look at the height
I
first.
reckon this is high. Let's have a look. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's high.
Yeah. In terms of the width of the ball and where it lands, wide is fair, but the height is too high. It will be a no ball. I'm sure the Sheriff will be having a look. So what's the difference? It just means the next ball is a free hit versus not being a free hit. But yeah, for me, there's no doubt because you can actually see where it goes. Yeah, it's high. Yeah, too high. And even though the batter, it makes no difference where the batter is with these high ones. What you have to do is imagine he's standing in his upright position. There you go, retracting the original call, and that's the right call. And brilliantly done there by umpire Shane. So a no ball coming up.
And look, it would have to be the world's widest human for him to be in any danger there, but that's the principle anyway. To deliver balls that height can create a dangerous situation. But Parkin, he's still like, for a guy who's pretty experienced, he's still pretty raw as a pacer. Anyway, free hit coming up. Goes the cutter, but he gets absolutely tattooed out of the ground. Maximal, what a shot to Amjad, who moves to 49. Is that Terry that's after it?
That's Terry. Terry's on the run. Madre mia, que grande eso es. This is a huge goose. It really is. And that's the way to deal with a free hit. Amjad, the man who scored 100, the second 100 here in Estonia, 105 before he was retired out. Now he's eyeing up another half century.
Do you reckon that was a trick to keep him hungry for runs in the last game, to retire him out on 105?
It could have worked a treat, right? And they didn't bowl him as well, so they're keeping him as fresh as they can. Parkin, can he have the last say? Can he get the other prize wicket? And no, it will be 50 to Amjad. Brilliantly done. Well, he does it the other way around to what we saw Saif Rahman do the other day. Saif Rahman scored a half century, then a century. Well, Amjad, he scored a century already. Now he adds 52. Technically, you can say he's not been out here today so far. That's a lovely shot. Plays it on the swivel. 105 for 2 at the end of 6. I tell you what, I noticed that somebody parked a nice motor behind us. I would move it pretty quickly because it's in the firing range, isn't it? There it is there. Move that car or you're going to be in trouble.
Maybe that's Parkin's car. That's why he's bowling short. So make sure it doesn't get hit into the car. Amjad brings up his 50, by the way, and brings it up in 21 balls. He's batted very well today, to say the least. What a weapon. It's probably one thing for the Hippos that they're lacking is kind of genuine spin. You know, we've seen this quite a bit with teams that they've got some really good bowlers. And I'm not even going to say there's a sameness in their attack because there's different sorts of seam-up bowlers. Yeah. But they don't have that kind of genuine off-spin or left-arm spin or leg spin option that I think would just kind of round out their attack a bit more. But, hey, you have what you have. And now Dharmaratne is coming back to bowl his second over. First one is going to cut away outside the line. Well held by Sekaran behind the stumps. That's the other thing. They've got a plethora of wicket keepers. We know that Steph's a very good keeper. We know that Michael Vikes a very good keeper. Got Sekaran doing the job here. Got Ben Jones, who's a very good keeper as well. Yeah, this is a team I'd probably have to, even though the Hippos have been very good to me here, but I think I'd have to look for another club if I ever played in Estonia. They're full to the brim of keepers. That's a good ball, though.
Yeah.
That's what he's trying to go for the first time, but he just had to bring it back a little bit.
Yeah, that's good from Priyanga. I like it. Getting the ball in the right ear. He also goes pretty wide, doesn't he? But he's not. He goes wide, but he's not really trying to dart the ball in at an angle. He's trying to go wider so he can keep it inside that painted blue wide line. Okay, goes for it and chance for a catch and grab. So they get the wicket, and it will be Khan that will go. But Khan, and well done to the bowler who sticks to his plan for a younger. It's hit well, but this time, no mistakes. Marco takes the catch. Well, it doesn't matter who you got there, Stephen Gooch, or whether it's Marco, or whether it's Stuart Hook. They are good catches of the ball. And look how quickly he moves. gets into position, gets a nice solid base, and takes the catch over his head. Well held by Marco. The second wicket goes down, 106 for 2, and now you've got to feel that it's got to be probably Elias Hassan that comes out, and now you're at the point where you're looking to get these two out, and then you can really slow things down, but it's getting them out what you got to do first. Hassan, he's been pretty good, and remember, Hassan was the man that stuck around and scored a fine 30 and got the winning runs for the strikers when these two met last time.
That's nice cut, good option. If you're getting cut, you're going to have a good time in European cricket because quite a lot of time the bowlers are aiming there and it's not a very well protected part of the field. And just kind of plays that one perfectly. And the result's going to be 4. Yeah, nice catch down the ground. Just shows you the depth. They've got the fielding as well. So that's obviously something they can mix up. Hey, I've talked about all the keepers. I didn't even talk about Stu Hook, who we've seen keeping for the Australian national team. So I'll count like 5, maybe more potential keepers. Anyway, this is Dhammaratne trying again. Gets his forward fairly straight. And again, I like that Steph's in at mid-wicket, not kind of right back on the circle. He's searching to try and stop that single, because obviously at this stage you've got Amjad at the other end. You want to keep him there. Yeah. This is one that if he's right back, there's an easy single there, but absolutely no chance he pounces on that
I'm
quickly.
liking the variation there from Priyanka. That time he does start it and angle it in.
Cracking shot though. No one's going to stop that. It's a bludgeon cover drive from Hassan. So striker's striking, and this one, nothing too wrong with it. Just kind of clears the front leg and hits straight through the line again, because we've got only that long off as the outfielder on the offside there, and we've got deep third, but there's no one kind of deep point, deep cover. It's a very unprotected part of the ground.
Oh, beaut.
Yeah,
absolute beaut.
Really good ball. And 4-5 fielder as well, so 4 on the offside as well. But that was a brilliant piece of bowling from Dhammaratne. But that will be the end of the 7th over. 114 for 3. Have a look at this one though. Kind of goes wide of the crease and he just gets it to leave the right-hander slightly. So with that kind of natural wide crease kind of position, then that's a pretty effective delivery. 114 for 3 after 7. Coming up tomorrow, we've got some Group B action. And yeah, we'll actually get to see the teams we saw yesterday going battle. And I'm a bit sad because it's already my last day here before I have to move on because of May Madness. But anyway, Tallinn United are back. And what about their 3rd highest ever chase?
Yeah.
That was a crazy one. We'll also get to see Tallinn Rising Stars. We'll get to see the Stallions back after kind of giving up that 176 score. Viking Stars will all be hoping for a better day as well. Join us in the morning as we see Kale coming on and getting put back out of the ground. Maximo Amjad. He's going to enjoy that. And yeah, Kale Vislapu is also a guy we've seen representing the Estonian national team. And he'll be the first to admit he didn't quite get that right first up.
Yeah, I think Vislapu, for me, in this match, has tried to bowl a little bit faster than he normally would. I think the slower he bowls probably gets more success. Yep. That is in the slot, and that minute will go all the way as well. And it's just good hitting. One thing I've noticed here, I mean, they've added Khan, haven't they, into the side here. That's Buliat Khan. He's come in and he's filled that role to give them that extra pinch hitter. Him coming into it, and with the likes of Shaheen Khan and Arslan, who's out there as well, they're really, once again, a force to contend with.
Yeah, they're standing up to the test. Yeah, Carlo just missing his length by a little bit both times, and both times going the distance. Now he's going to just go a little bit shorter, but that is across the road, and that is dangerous. That was absolutely smashed. A flat bat smack straight over camera one. Maximal, 6 runs.
Hey, Vinny, back-to-back hundreds? Or back-to-back hundreds?
I think you tried to jinx him before and you didn't.
And it didn't work. He still went on and
Is he unjinxable, Amjad?
He's on 71, folks. We are into the 8th over. He's hitting it beautifully. And, well, they've got to find a way here, haven't they? Yeah, Vislapu, I think, take the pace off it. Take the pace off it. Well, he tries. He does take the pace off it, but he can't get the ball to go straight. But I'd rather him try this, because if you do something different, then the batter has to try and do something different. Arslan Amjad at the moment, he is just in. And at the moment, they're bowling kind of to his strength. So take that away from him. Make him try and do something different. Once again, it's too short, and he gets hammered away. That's 6 more. 71 becomes 77. He's on walking sticks, but I tell you what, he's having no problem hitting the ball, even though he's on the 77 walking sticks. There's a good hit from a man that's already brought up 100 here today.
Yeah, it's very, very powerful hitting, and Carlos going the full Monty at the moment, isn't he? Really, 25 off 4, and I don't want to say it, but we saw it yesterday, didn't we, with Sahil getting 6 in 6 right now, 4 and 4. As this is going to be lifted up, it's going to be 5 in 5. And what is in the water here in Estonia? Because this has gone supersonic. And well, yesterday's went for 36. This could go for even more.
This could go for even more. Remember, there was that wide in there, but so far it has been 6, 6, 6 wide, 6 and 6. 31 supersonic, over 145 on the board.
Surely not 2 in 2 days. Anyway, perfect over potentially for Amjad. And he's going to do it. It's going, and it's gone. Maximo, and then this last one ended on the edge of the cube. Is anything broken? I don't think so. That's good. And the good news is everyone's fine. I don't know how I've blocked that, but it's come off the cube and I've blocked it with my body. It's seis carreras and 37 in the over. This was dangerous. I was concerned mainly for the electronics. Even rule 1 was breached, but it was perfect teamwork. Me and you, we had that covered. And what an over. He's on plenty. Count him up. He is on 89 now with 2 overs to go. And, you know, Rico, for 4 years I've worried what would happen when a ball hits the post of the cube. Now I know, and it was pretty uncomfortable.
It came across pretty sharply.
I think it's just hit there on my computer. But luckily, I took most... I did everything right. A rule 1.
You did everything right. 6 sixes and a wide. That's 2 days on the spin.
Oh,
We've
that's
had
so lucky.
6 sixes in and over.
A quick welfare check. Keyboard working. Yeah, keyboard's working. All right, now this is going to get over the top. Namjad is going to move to 93. The 150 is breached, and it's a 5 chili alarm going off right now. Robson's come back to try and stop the bleeding. That hasn't worked. He's gone over the top for 4. No one can stop this guy.
Well, are we going to see back-to-back hundreds? It's not that often that we've seen it. 3 times, Vinny? Or 2 times so far on the network?
We've seen it 3, but anyway, he's going to move to 99, and this is quite an incredible innings. You know what? Bit of serendipity. I think he achieved it off 30 balls last time. Right now, he's 99 off 29. And look, going into this series, he'd played 14 matches on ECM with the top score of 33 against the Tigers back in 2020. And he's just lit it up, hasn't he? It's one thing to against the Bulls, who are probably not quite like the Hippos. But anyway, 99. And he's going to go to 105. Well, he might as well walk off now because that's his lucky score. And how about Amjad? He goes back-to-back hundreds. Maximo to bring it up. It has been top-class hitting, and that's pretty much a double ton that he's come up with on day 3.
That is incredible. Remember, I know in the scorebook it will say retired out, but he technically wasn't out. He was sent up to give somebody else a chance. He's not been, in my books, he's 210, not out today. Incredible, everybody. Incredible. Amazing stuff.
I'm looking for movement over there. Are they gonna try and reel him in? Man,
not this time.
He ain't going anywhere. Still 8 balls left in this innings. There's another one that he's going to get up, and that's out of the ground. Maximo, 1-1-1 as Robson enters the naughty 40s, and the strikers. This doesn't look like a team that could have chased down 90-odd against the Bulls. This looks like a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, wow. I tell you what. Well, look, they're calling in. The SAS has been sent out. Save our souls. The emergency service are being required here because somebody's got to stop this man. He's on the Nelson. And he just digs this one out. He'll take the single because he says, I'll stay on strike. Well, the helicopter is circling around as well. Maybe the troops are going to come in. Well, we know that they've been doing some practicing here. There is a NATO base here. And, of course, we do know that the NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center for Excellence is also located in Tallinn. But I tell you what else is located in Tallinn. A guy called Aslan Amjad, who has just scored back-to-back centuries. 175 for 3. What a performance. What a player. What a day on the European Cricket Network. Of course, people, it's not over yet because we still, after this over, we'll have the reply of the Tallinn Hippos, and then we'll turn all our attention to Portugal for the night series. All right, Stefan Gooch is going to come back, and he's going to be bowling to Arsenal Amjad.
Well, time for a curtain call. Steph does get his first one right. His 21's not looking so bad anymore, is it? I mean, if this went off the rails, they could be looking at back-to-back 200s, the strikers.
Well, Arslan there, maybe just tiring a little bit. It's understandable. As he swings and misses at that one, just no foot movement that time round. Okay, Gucci gets a dot ball in. That's been crunched hard, and that's well stopped. You've got to try and come back for 2, I think, here. It's worth it. Yeah, you got to go. They're not going to get, they're going to cross. They're not, I don't think they cross here. Let's have a look. Maybe I'm getting too excited. I don't think they cross. There's hesitation. Let's have a look at this. It could be Arslan that goes. You had to go because the throw was always going to come in to the bowler. And Arslan just needed to turn around here and go. But there's hesitation. Arjat, knee Arjat, and then watch here. I don't think they cross.
Nah, they don't cross. He'll be out. Yeah, so this time he'll be run out. And even though there's a bit of a conference about it right now, obviously neither batter's gone yet, but Amjad's going to be run out for 113. But it was a brilliant innings.
Yeah, it's not good cricket. Not good cricket because you got it, play smart cricket. I know this loads around the board. Doesn't take it cleanly, Marco. You know the throw's coming into the danger end, and, well, I'm not really sure what Hassan is thinking. Look, Hassan's still quite dangerous. Look, the gills are up, the Hippolytes. They're liking the fact that they've got the danger man out, but I have to say this, we do know that Hassan can crunch the ball pretty well as well. Hassan will be on strike. That's, I suppose, the good news, is at least you have got Hassan, who's only faced 5 balls for 9, but he knows that he now can think about smashing the ball around rather than having to give the strike to Arslan Amjad. But look, Arslan Amjad, let's get a shot of him going off. Well, we probably can't because we're ready to go. But what a day, what a knock, what a player. And this is something that he'll remember for the rest of his life.
Yeah, it's
well bowled.
Been unbelievable what he's been able to do. And yeah, like I say, against some of the top bowlers going around here in Estonia, and he's kind of made them look second rate, hasn't he? But well done to execute the run out and get rid of him in the end.
Yeah, good throw there, Marco. Recovered well, but yeah, not good cricket, not smart cricket. It probably always going to be a run out, and it would have been Hassan that would have had to sacrifice his wicket. Yeah. But then at least he would have had Arslan Amjad there on strike. But now you've got a new batter. Now this is an opportunity, I think, for them to maybe keep this to maybe even under the 180 if you get a couple of good deliveries in here. They'll be looking to get back on ball and just running. Hassan, keep an eye on him. He'll be looking to get to the other end. Yeah, they will do that, so just a single.
I think it's the 4th time we've seen a batter hit kind of back-to-back centuries, but it's not often you see in actual back-to-back matches as well, so consecutive matches.
We saw Karanbir Singh, right?
Yeah, but I think there was a...
Asjad Butt?
Yeah, Asjad Butt's done it. Omar Ali, I think, has done it as well. Hamza Salim Dar's done it, so maybe the 5th person to do it. It's in 2 in a day, but I mean, this is actually not even a game in between. It's consecutive matches. And I actually think, it's right up there with the highest kind of... We had a record, remember, that Paramjit in Belgium made 120 and 80, but that was just 2 games in a day, but when you had double headers. Yeah. But, wow, it's been amazing. Still 2 to come here.
And wicket, full and straight. Well bowled by Stefan Gooch. He had his issues in that first over, but he seems to have sorted them out here. Now, look, I said that you want to get to the 150. They got past that. So, really, the strikers... They should feel they've got enough on the board here, but don't write off the Tallinn Hippo. Stuart Hook, has been not on fire the last 2 matches. He can come back big. Stefan Gooch has been in fantastic form. You got plenty of batters there, the likes of Ben as well. He's been outstanding. Ben Jones, Marco.
We had that record last night, but is this just setting the scene for that record to be broken? Yeah. Because this will be an even bigger one, but it's still... achievable, no doubt. It is theoretically achievable, especially with the batting that the Hippos have.
The last ball then. And out. Oh, well, he's hit his own wicket.
Is that what happened?
He's hit his own wicket. So he does remarkably well to hit the ball, but in the process of hitting the ball for 4, he is swung round and hit his own wicket. Watch this.
Yeah, you're right. He has hit the ball, but he's hit the wickets on his follow-through.
So,
yeah.
3 wickets fall.
Oh, Steph will love that because it's a wicket instead of that. But yeah, he hits his own middle stump.
Oh, can you believe he
hits it for 4 and he hits the stump on the follow-through.
I sit out from the moment it gets bowled.
That's the weirdest thing. That means that if they win by 4 runs or less, or say they lose by 4 runs or less,
yeah,
then you look back, that's 4 we should have had, but instead I hit my own middle stump.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he's bowled, I'm saying out because he overcommits, but he gets back onto ball, but then he can't stop swinging around and hitting his own middle stump. What an over that's to finish. Now, look, if you do win this match, that over there, with 3 wickets falling in it, 1 was the run out. And remember the run out. Remember I said smart cricket. So they get the run out on ball number 2. Arsenal then, if he wasn't out, if it was a sacrificial run out by Hassan, it would have faced probably the last 4 balls. He doesn't. So they only score 2 runs after that wicket, that run out, which was always going to happen. That changes everything. It's under 180. And you know what it could be? This could be the 3rd highest run chase that we have.
Maybe. And you know what? There's a bit of a milestone as well. A milestone of milestones because, Rico, you know what it is? It's the 50th century of season 2024. And how about that for Aslan Amjad? He's gonna hold the 49th and the 50th century. Quite incredible. And if you enjoyed it once, well, you can enjoy it again because here's the highlights of the first innings. And the strikers going absolutely bananas at the start of match 15 with a sense of theatre. They put 178 on the board after winning the toss. And the Hippos, remember, they went down when they had to defend a total the other night. They thought they probably want to change it up by bowling first and wanting to chase. Well, they're going to have to chase plenty, but how about that? Colour just not holding on to that one. And really, it wasn't just Arslan was early, but also you got to say that he had some support as well, particularly from Cheyenne there in that opening partnership.
Yeah, Cheyenne Khan, he played some beautiful shots, but yeah, you'll go back and look at that. Arslan Amjad getting dropped when he was on 17, and then after that he didn't look back. He just kept finding a way to get it over the boundary, and Cheyenne Khan played his part as well, and he played some good shots. Nice to see a youngster out there with his little bat playing a few shots as well, and also admiring some of the hitting. But that was out. That was a great delivery as Parkin gets Cheyenne Khan, and then Habib Khan, the captain, came out. I've got to say that he's caught behind here. I don't think that he gets bad on this. I'm pretty sure that was a bit of the paddle or thigh pad. But you know what? I don't think that hurt him, because then Liat Khan came out and he blasted 17 of just 7 deliveries. But, well, there's one man he just couldn't stop. And this is what I'm talking about, some of the hitting there from Khan. That was a nice catch taken there by Marco, but after that catch, it was all about Aslan Amjad. Would he get another century or not? Would he make it 2 in 2 in consecutive matches? And you know what? Yeah, he would. Hassan played a couple of nice shots there as well. And he just kept on going. And if you like good hitting, if you like seeing a little bit of firepower, if you like to see a master blaster in action, then you can go back and watch the 2 innings, or the highlights of 2 innings of Aslan Amjad. He was incredible. This time round, 15 sixes and 5 fours on his way to 113. The only blip really in that innings for me is that last over when the run out finally came. Well,
I'm having flashbacks. That was the 6-6 of the over, and it almost took out several computers. But luckily, Rico had it covered, and there's a few little cherries on the laptop, but luckily nothing was seriously hurt. So 37 from Vislapu's over, and really they didn't really have too many answers, although I will say Stefan Gucci's last over, he takes 3 for 3, and or 3 for 3 in the over, I should say. 1 was a run out, but I mean, what looked like it would be kind of 190 towards 200 turned out to be 178. But I think in the end, you just got to take your hat off and say it was about as clean a striking as you could get, and there was just no real let up in it either. These big overs kind of banged on top of it, one on top of another, and that was when he finally went for 113. Just hesitated. They're both kind of putting their hands up, but they're both in the middle of the pitch. They had no real plan. So yeah, you see the meter was fired up, and she probably feels this is still chaseable. As Gucci came to the party there, And he's posed on some sort of a weird, bizarre hat trick across games because then he was able to lure Intermission out of hitting his own stumps over. Despite that ball going to the boundary, no runs were scored, and the strikers remained in the 170s. And as we saw last night, this kind of a score can be chased down, especially against such a star-studded batting lineup that the Hippos possess.
The last matches of every day have produced something sensational. They've always produced an amazing run chase. 135 was chased by the strikers on match day 1. That was against the Hippos. Yesterday, 177 was chased down by Tallinn United against the Tallinn Stallions. Today, could we see another historic run chase? 179 it will be. Talking of hundreds, Arslan Amjad take a bow. 113. He scores off 34 deliveries. His second century. So he holds the record of scoring the 49th and the 50th century on the European Cricket Network. What a moment. The European Cricket Network making players' dreams come true. Stephen Gooch, his first over went magical, went for 21, but what a good comeback from him. As he said, only 3 of that last over. And when you have a look at the Manhattan of this innings, it'll look pretty weird. Because I think you'll see a lot of magical overs, a lot of overs over double figures, and they're right at the end. 1 over. Just went for 3 runs.
Oh, yeah, but kind of cancelled out Vislapoo, didn't it? Went for 37. We'll take a break. I can tell you what, the Hippos don't lie down easily. That's what I learned when I went to the zoo. And they'll need 179 to break a record that we've only had for less than 24 hours here in Estonia. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll take you home after this before we take the show on the road to Portugal. We'll see you shortly. The exciting conclusion of match 15 here in the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers, welcome back as we get ready for the reply of the Tallinn Stallions. They need, Stallions, where's that come from? The Tallinn Hippos. They need a big score here, 179. Well, maybe they need to be like the Italian Stallions to get this score. Well, they're going to start with a freebie because this is going to be, I reckon, a 7-up to start with. It's a no ball, and I do believe that's going all the way as well. Let's see the signal here from the umpire. Is it 4 or 6? Well, it's given us 4. I'd like to check this again. It was a Gundy ball. Yeah, it is. So they get 5 from nothing. It's the start that you want. They go with, well, Gul Zaman of all people to bowl the first. That's a real surprise for me. Why you don't go with someone like Shayan Khan or even Arslan Amjad. The first one goes for a boundary. Stuart Hook is up and running. 179 required for victory. And that will be, well, it would have been a wide. He gets bad onto it. He will take the boundary, though. That's fair enough. If you're going to play at a wide ball, make sure it goes to the boundary. So that's literally 9 off the first ball. And I must admit, I'm really surprised to see that Gul Zaman is bowling the first over. When you look at all the other bowlers that you got in that lineup, even if it was Habib Khan, I could hear another chopper coming over. Look at this, it's a magnificent sight. We might get it on the camera for you at the moment. All right, that's hit pretty well, and it's going to be out of the reach of Arslan. That'll go for 4 as well, so we've gone 5, 4 and 4. Good hit, and it just out of the reach of the Centurion. I'll have a look at that and see. Now, there you go. That flag tells you the story. And, of course, that is from the military base that's over here, the NATO base, the Cyber Defense Center of Excellence. And this one is going to be just a single this time. So that's 14 off just 3 deliveries. Needing to go at 17s. No change in the opening lineup. Stuart Hook just made a good start. And Stefan Gooch, remember earlier we saw him score a fine half century. He's in good form as well. Powerful left-hander. But an And it's like the Euros of cricket, and it's huge, represented by a number of countries. Starts on the 23rd of September, and there'll be 2 divisions this time. We've talked a lot about the Challenger division, where Estonia are, with the Isle of Man, Bulgaria, Croatia, Turkey and Slovenia in their Group 1. Group 2 will have Greece, Czechia, Luxembourg, Cyprus and Serbia. But the Premier Division is made up of 4 groups, and that will be Group A, with Ireland, Scotland. They'll battle it out, but it won't be that straightforward, even though they're probably the favourites. They'll have the likes of France, who we've already seen play some fantastic cricket there at the Drua Cricket Ground. You'll also see Portugal in action, and I know you'll see some of the players that are there in Portugal at the moment, and Guernsey. So that's Group A. Group B will be all about, I think, the teams that can keep up with the likes of Germany. Germany probably are the favourites there, but look, let's just talk about the other teams in their group. Hungary, Denmark, Austria, and of course Romania. Now, I've always said that I think it was Denmark have always underperformed on the European Cricket Network. I get the feeling that they'll be looking to make a change this time round. Group C, Spain. Well, my home team will be playing there, and I think they'll have some worries with the likes of Switzerland and Belgium. Well, I think will be the key sort of competition for them in Group C. And then, of course, we have Malta and Finland that make up that group. Malta have also played a lot of T10 cricket, so they also will be ready to do battle. And talking about battle, Group D, well, Group D is what we call the Group of Death, where Netherlands, probably once again, the favourites to go through, the Netherlands 11. But in that group, I tell you what, Jersey, they play some extraordinary cricket on the European Cricket Network, and they like performing at Carnival. So do the Italians. They're there as well, as are Sweden and Norway. So plenty of good teams in that. That is, once again, the Euros of cricket at the magnificent Carnival Oval, which, of course, if you want to know exactly where it is in the province of Andalusia in Malaga. And Cartama is a little town there. It's not Estación de Cartama, it is Cartama. Don't get the two confused. So, great cricket that is on our way on the European Cricket Network, along as many others as well. So once again, apologies for the delay, but I think everything has been sorted out now. We can return back to the action, and what action we've got here so far, because even though the Italian strikers have put 178 on the board, that last over from Stefan Gooch that just went for 3, I think makes a huge difference to this contest. And the Tallinn Hippos are looking to get an incredible run chase going here. 27 without loss. We're in the start of the second over. We've had a wide and a 6. And it is Cheyenne Khan with the ball, bowling to Stuart Hook, who's been in incredible form so far. 24 of 7 he scored. As we return back to the action, Vinny Sandhu joins me back.
I'm back, and I think I'm in Estonia. This ball hopefully will stay in Estonia. I'm not sure, though, because that's been hit pretty hard. And this good start continues. Mr. Muscles is heating up, and that's a very kind of Aussie shot as well, short of a land. A bit of swagger in it as he pumps it over backward point.
Yeah, lovely shot. And you can see, look, they're turning up from everywhere. These spectators, they've heard that something special could be happening on the cards. Everybody knows that something special happens on the last match here in Estonia. 13 off 2 deliveries. He's short again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Love
yeah,
that.
baby.
Love that shot. And he's going to get 4 for it. But have a look, because it's short, he can pretty much pick his poison. Probably could have played about 3 different shots to this, but he just waits pretty close to cut, but he gets away with it. And also knows there's no fielder down there, which makes it easier. If there's a fielder on this line, maybe he's got a shot on that ball. But what a start for the Hippos. They're racing away 37 after 9 balls.
Yeah, historic run chase on the cards, everybody. And, well, my question is, what's happened to Cheyenne Khan bowling those pitched up deliveries that were swinging around this morning? At the moment, he's been far too short. He's got to go fuller.
Owning the power play at the moment, the Hippos. Now goes over the leg side, and that's going to disappear. 1 bounce 4, I think. And Hook is absolutely nailing it. Let's have a look at it on the replay, thanks to Spring Media, who have come back to us to Estonia from Portugal. Let's have a look. It is going. It is going. It is. Oh, you know what? I saw it live and I think it was 4, but because it's a bit blurry, I reckon they con the umpire into thinking it's 6, because that looks like it's on the rope. But let's see what they say. I mean, if you have a sense of theatre.
It is a bit blurry, but I do think it's
And I always
4.
think if it's... Yeah, I saw it as 4, and let's see, though. It's been given 6. So, yeah. Yeah, look, who knows? Maybe it is 6.
Oh, what a start.
And the pictures suggested it was, so that's why they've gone for maximal 6 runs. Hook moves to 40. Now he's going to get a Gundy ball, and there's no doubt about that one. That's 6 more. What a start. It's 49 off 11, and they're basically going about 4.5 a ball, and they've suddenly got this down to around 15s. Just have a look at that run rate. Okay, just below 16.
Is there not a ball to go here?
Yeah, I think there is a ball to go because it started with a wide that everyone forgot because everyone was magically teleported to Portugal.
Yeah, I don't think that's the over. Well, Cheyenne Khan probably doesn't want to come back and bowl it because he's gone for 29.
Cheyenne,
but I reckon he's going to go supersonic
he could
here.
go supersonic here.
It's just bowling bad. It's bad bowling. It's short. It's horrible. And for somebody who bowls so well earlier on today, I can't believe it's the same guy. He took 2 for 11 against the Italian Super Riders, but this time around, look, I reckon he just got the ball back here. He's just going to just turn the arm over and say, right, I'm done with it. There he goes, and he's now bowled a wide, so it does go supersonic. Ooh. Supersonic, everybody. The 50 has come up in 2 overs. Now, remember that when they scored 200, the strikers themselves, they scored 50 of 2, so we got a game on here. And now it's a Gundy ball. It could have been a wide. It probably would have been a wide. It could have probably not even got to the keeper. But Hook has put this away for 4, and that is 50. He has scored 50 of just 12 deliveries.
Yeah, what a half century. And Hook, he's fired up. And look, he turns to the bench. He gives the old glove punch, and he says, come on. We've got to do this. We're going to do this. I'm going to get us there. That's an incredible first couple of overs. 20 off the first, 34 off the second, and the score's 54 without loss after 2. Hippos, well, they're batting pretty well. I can't see them doing it in 7, though. So I can't see them getting the 4 points. But you can see this is a pretty important one because also, if it's a 3-1 result versus a 4-0, it also kind of keeps these teams a bit closer together on the table. But anyway, it's only a start. I will say that. They still need 125 runs in 8 overs.
But it's taking it down to 15s.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's a terrible start for the strikers. They've just got, you've got to plan these things, and they get this completely wrong so far. Habib now comes. Now, he should have started for me. He's been the bowler's bowl well as Cheyenne Khan. But just to bowl with somebody like Gul first up, who hasn't played, hasn't bowled at the top end of the innings, to give him the first over, well, that goes magical, and they're under the thumb straight away. But a good over here can change things.
Yeah, and if Steph's clever here, he'll be happy with the one, unless it's a real definitely hit me ball. Because he's early in his innings, he likes to get his iron, and Hook's on fire. There's only 5 balls left in this power play. And he will go over the top, he'll back himself. And needs to be handled, it will be, so they'll get a long single. So, yeah, Hook is absolutely on right now. And the win predictor, it's just been toggling around the 50-50. They were actually favourites. They were 51% after 1 ball in the second. They went to 49. They go to 47 now. But this is a crazy game right now. Hook, by the way, hates wearing the helmet, but now it's in the rules. He has to wear it. Yeah. But you'll notice he doesn't like running it. He takes it off every moment he gets.
Yeah, fair play.
Likes to make his brain breathe. Anyway, he does go after everything. I mean, it's probably not a bad idea to bowl him the odd wide one, just seeing if he might chase it and nick it. And a lot of these probably should be leaving that alone, but it'll be another run to the total.
Yeah, Habib, the captain, under pressure. But he probably feels the same way the 2 expensive overs have put things in favour of the Hippos. He can get 2 good ones in and put it in favour back to his side. Well, it's the first time we've seen one kind of pitched up, so gets a dot ball in here. And maybe once again Aslan, who seems to be talking to all the bowlers and giving them advice. Remember, we might see him with the ball. They didn't need to use him in the last match. Oh, what a match, Vinny. What a match.
Pitches up. Uh-oh, there's not really a run here. He's going to try and boot it, but he's going to put it out the sideline for a throw-in. What was he doing here? Just had to pick it up, and I think he had a shot at running out Gooch.
I don't believe quite what I'm seeing here. I mean, I don't believe what I'm seeing.
On the run or the fielding, or both?
Well, the run I think you got to try and take because you don't want to fall too far behind, but why are you kicking these at the stumps? Come on. Well, I tell you what, I know they're called the strikers. They certainly like striking the ball with their feet, don't they?
More of a defender's kick. Anyway, this is up, and it's going to be over the top. It's out of here. Maximo. Well, Gooch rolls the dice on a slightly dodgy single. The kick was dodgy, but the shot next ball was sweet for the Hippo fans. The Hippets go crazy as it'll be Seis Carreras. This over's gone for 9 now. And that's the thing, we've seen plenty of these big chases attempted. Not many are done because it just takes 1 or 2 overs to be quietened and it kind of gets out of control again. But here's the last ball, the power play, 63 on the board. Slightly false shot, but knows the call. They think about the overthrow, it's not there. Good communication there at least. Hook, it was his call, he said no, let's not risk it again. So they are ahead of the pace after 3. The chase is on, 63 without loss.
And look at this, 63 to 61 when you have a look at the comparison of the two power plays. But I have to say, they are panicking somewhat, aren't they? But this is what I was going to say to you. Just look at this, how the Manhattan went. And all looking really good there for the strikers. But that last over for 3, how important could that be? 3 wickets fell there as well. 1 run out and 2 to Stefan Gooch. And 1 quite crazy one as well. And you referred to it. That last ball, if he didn't hit his stumps,
4.
which went for 4.
I mean, it went for 4.
How it could change everything. All
Rule
right.
1 of, in the commentary box is protect the wicket. Rule 1 of batting is don't hit over your own wickets. You should learn that one when you're young. But he was trying something, wasn't he? But, a bit of a crazy one. That happened in the World Cup in 1975, actually. I think Alvin Kalacharan pulled Lily out of the ground and went for 6. But he walked off and everyone was, what are you doing? Hit the stumps.
Hit the stumps.
Yeah, in the follow through. Anyway,
all right.
Arslan Amjad, well, if you're going to turn to a guy, he's probably not a bad choice. He's bowling a hook. Mr. Muscles in over 4. That first one is on the pads, and you can't bowl there. Fielder comes around, and he's going to boot it into another county. That one's still going. It's 4 runs. Oh, well.
The strikers strike another own goal.
Well, you know,
oh dear.
Feet aren't a right, they're a privilege. And at the moment, they're getting abused. As he's just slammed that one.
He's done the impossible. He's kicked it with his right, which would have been fine, and it would have ended up in the field of play, but then he's half-volleyed it with the left. Oh, dear.
Some people get paid millions a year to do that. Anyway, this is a cracking shot, but the field's back now. Don't forget, we're into the 4th over. Sense of tension about this game. They kind of need the double click to win this, though, don't they? And at the moment, Hook's going. Gooch, okay, 1 hit so far, hasn't faced too much.
They're cracking under pressure, the strikers. They're cracking under pressure. And the Hippos applying the pressure on them here. And the Hippolytes are doing their job as well by making plenty of noise to maybe get under the skin of the strikers as well. All right, it's interesting he wants to change his approach to Stefan Gooch. He wants to come over the wicket.
And he'll throw the hands at this one, Stefan. He's going to get 4 runs, and that one was unkickable. But yeah, I think this is all to do with the fact that Gooch has missed the occasional one that's been pitched up outside the off stumps, but it needs to be full. So this is too short, and he has a good look at it, throws the hand. It's a fair bit of wood in it, flies to the unattended outfield, 4 runs.
Great match, great contest. Everybody in the chat and watching around the world are glued to their sets at the moment, on the edge of their seats. And, well, he gets a hand to it, doesn't take the catch. Well, Gooch, we know, if you put him down, he makes you pay. Stefan Gooch gets dropped on 12. It's a good delivery, actually. It's nice and full.
This is the one, yeah.
That's the one you've got to try and grab hold of.
But Steph's going a little bit, probably a little bit too leg side of the ball, kind of reaching at those rather than kind of keeping his weight kind of stable. And that's why he's kind of lunging at those ones. Whereas if he probably can sneak across and take a stance slightly further across, hold his weight and actually kind of get a good swing at those through the line.
Slower delivery, now in the air, big moment caught. So the catch goes, and Stuart Hook makes a fine half century, a speedy one as well, 56. But he's going to have to depart. The catch is held there by Ilyas Hassan, and Arslan Amjad has taken the very first wicket. And what an over from him so far. And it's all he's done, Vinny. He just got the ball a bit fuller, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And it seems to have worked.
Yeah, credit to Hook, though. I mean, he's given his team a hope, and that's really all you can hope for as an opener. He'll be disappointed that he won't go on and make more than that. And, yeah, you see there, just that horizontal bat shot, if you don't get it quite right, it's trouble. And he took on a part of the field that I think more often than not he probably would clear that fielder. But anyway, no time to waste, and this is Ben Jones coming out at number 3.
Yeah, well, they made a change instead of Robson, and I reckon this is all to do with keeping the right and left combination. So decided the right-hander would be best. Jones, well, that's a good stop.
Oh, frustration there because Jones knew that was a hit-me ball and he hit it straight to the fielder. But he was a little bit slow to get going last time, then came good. Doesn't have too much time to waste here. End of 4 overs, 73 for 1. And just checking the run rate required. It is pretty close, not quite up to the 3 a ball that's required. But just have a look. I mean, they've done really well to get in a position where, with wickets in hand and batting to come, potentially they could pull off a remarkable chase.
It's still on for me. It's still on. So, bowler walking back to mark up his run. And they're going to go with Bilal Khan, who's come into the side here today. He's bowled okay. They used him as the opener in the last match, and he did all right. He did okay with the batter here as well. So he comes on at an important point, 73 for 1. 10 came off that last. Nicely bowled, nice and full. And now, well, they just can't pick the ball up. They really do panic. They really do panic every time. Every time there's something going on, they start to panic, start shouting at each other, and you get the feeling they might even throw the ball away.
Yeah, a little bit of like the panic meter. Talk about it sometimes. I think the panic meter was up. It's just kind of eased off a bit, but it's still beating. I mean, Gooch has been brilliant, and he's got his iron now. Now he's going to go over leg side. Doesn't really time it. Gets away with it. Just a single. But you can see now it has popped over the, I suppose, the old-fashioned point of no return, the 3 a ball.
Yeah.
But we have seen some huge overs. I think a lot depends on the new batters, if and when they come in, if they click straight away.
And also, look, you know you're going to get a couple of good overs in, where if you can just keep going at a reasonable rate, because you're going to have to still find a couple of other overs from somewhere. I mean, Zaman went for 20. We know Shahin Khan went big as well. Chance and taken. No mistakes this time. That's nicely held. And no mistakes from the big man. Well, Arslan Amjad, it's all about him at the moment. And he scores 2 centuries. But in this match, a century. With the ball, he takes the big wicket of Hook. And now he holds on to the catch to get the dangerous Ben Jones. And Jones will go for a 2-ball. And Jones makes his way out there. I would suggest to Jones just to get a little bit of a sprint in here. He's taken a bit of time. Well, he gets a sprint in. I think the umpire says to him, hey, get going. And Stefan Gooch does as well. The last thing that you want is for the 179 to turn into a 185 chase. So, all right, he gets there. He's ready to go. Robson's really going to go well here. Well done, though, to Khan. He does pick up the wicket. Jones will go for without scoring of 2 balls.
Robson comes in and he's careful first up. Gets a single. I know we had some concerns about the clock. Did it get stopped? They have checked. Yes, it was stopped while we were in Portugal. I'm just checking back on the stream. I think we even saw a bit of sneak peek of the Portugal coin toss.
Did we?
Yeah. So let me have a look actually again. Hopefully we'll have those lineups before the end of this game as well.
Okay, Khan now to Gooch. Shot. Oh, beautiful shot. Dances down the pit, and well, that is ended up on top of the container. It might have sat on top of it.
Yeah.
We'll probably have a good look at this now What a great shot this is.
It's a knock from way back. That is absolutely huge. Watch this one. And he's a lot more stable this time, just with the footwork. See, okay, slight walk at it, but he holds his position centrally. It doesn't back away at all, even a little bit. Doesn't need to. And then there you go. That's a roofer.
It's behind us. Hits a container, goes behind it. A lovely shot, that is. Beautiful shot. All right.
Hit a long ball. Goes again. This time belts it. That's going to be 4. So he's going to take kind of over at the moment. And look, in the end, okay, they lose the wicket that over. It doesn't really go to plan for the Hippos. They do get 12 out of it. They'll have to make those up somewhere. But with Gooch there, you just feel like that big over might be around the corner. It's the end of the over as well. It's 85 for 2 after 5.
They're only 5 behind, where their opponents were at this point. So it can easily change. Well, you said it as well. One big over, one supersonic over can make the difference. We've already seen one supersonic. Shine Khan went for 34. Well, we talked a little bit about Portugal, and, this is what's happening at Portugal tonight.
Don't forget that coloured in the first innings of this game. So LSG versus Werewolves CC. Well, let's go back. I'm watching the coin toss on the screen right now. And wait for Robson. He's going to nick off. Oh, big edge and well taken behind the subs. Intermission dives away, the 2-footed start, and that's Robson. He's going to go for only 1. And so a few wickets being chewed up here in the middle as the captain has to walk back. Disappointed. It's 85 for 3, but it's a good bit of bowling, isn't it, from Ahsan Amjad. Comes on, uses that natural angle across the left-hander, gets the batter to flash at it, and a well-taken catch by Ederson behind the stumps.
Oh, that's great. A brilliant catch gets taken there. Absolutely sensational. Diving to his left, plucks it out of the air, and what a good catch, and an important catch as well.
Okay, just looking at this coin toss, and Assad, I'm no close to knowing what they're going to do, because watch, me Rico. I think they're eventually going to bat.
Well, Assad
Amani
is probably thinking, well, they're going to have a batter or a ball.
Very good. Marco Vite comes to the crease. Jeez, if they do it from here, I'll be amazed. But amazing things happen.
They
on
still
ECN.
got hitters. Wide
side. It'll be a wide. It depends on, can batters come in and keep this kind of pace up? And so far the answer's been no. Not because they haven't tried to. Jones went without scoring. Robson went for 1.
You just got to believe. Remember, they still are okay with the rate. They just need partnerships. That's better areas, isn't it, from the bowler? But he's got to be careful where he ends up. He's coming around the wicket, but he doesn't want to be finishing in front of the umpire.
Stefan is at the wrong end at the moment, isn't he? He's basically stuck down there. I mean, it's not the sort of situation where you come in and you look to just push a single either.
Yeah.
Maybe because it's early in the over, you could have looked at that, but now it's kind of needs to be more productive. And they pull this away nicely. We'll get off the mark. We'll get the 1. Now we're talking kind of 20 and over required in the last 4.5 overs.
Yeah, what that means really here with 3 balls to go here, you mentioned it, 20 and over required. So really every one of these balls has to go to the boundary for them to at least make sure that rate doesn't climb any higher. They know this is the big wicket. Stefan uses his feet, pins it away. And at the moment, Stefan Gooch, if he can spend enough time on strike, if he can manage to dictate the strike and keep hitting the ball as cleanly as he is, then he can still pull off what would be an incredible run chase here. They're in the 90s now. But like I say, he's got to really at least get the boundary, at least a minimum one more time here.
That's the thing, though. You've got to try and stay positive in these situations. In the back of your mind, you kind of know you're one miss hit away from trouble. This isn't it, though. Or is it? He belts it. To be honest, that's a good stop because he was smashed then.
Get me up, somebody. Bachalo. Well, has he hurt himself? Where's his hit him?
Well, I think it just took him 3 or 4 seconds to realise pain had set in. I mean, it would have been a huge wide, but he's actually quite close there. That might have hit him in the collarbone, and then he's
in pain, because if we can see the whole thing again, we see how long it takes him to just gradually crawl to the ball and just gently underarm it back. This is They're saying they need to change him.
He seemed to get up, and then he went down as like, actually, I think that's pretty bad.
Where's that Gordon?
I thought it might have hit him in the collarbone. Let's have a look.
It's been hit pretty well, and it's not
maybe
the collarbone.
I think it's a bit lower than that, isn't it? Or the chest. That could just kind of knock the wind out of you as well.
And then look at this. He's like, okay, all right, Tarjo, wait, I'll get there in a moment. He's going to, it looks like they're going to, might even be helping him off.
I think he's going to come off. I think you see they were just making the kind of substitution signal saying, But honestly, I know that'll go down in Dave's drops column, but that saved 4 runs. It saved, because they didn't even run, I think, on that one. But it was hit so hard. The other thing, I suppose, at this stage is, okay, that ball's down leg side. I suppose strategically, if you see it's going down leg side, are you better to leave it alone than go for a boundary? You might hit a boundary, but you might not. And at least, you'll get another ball that you might be able to score off and score a boundary off that one. But hopefully it's not too serious.
Well, it's now.
Well, if he's not walking too well, I mean, I think it didn't hit him below the waist. I think it might have just.
Do you reckon maybe it's just when he's gone down, he's maybe?
I reckon it might have hit him. Honestly, I think it might have hit him like in the solar plexus. Like right in the middle. If you get hit kind of between the ribs, like in the middle, it can just because it doesn't have a leg injury, but he's obviously in a pretty bad way there. So hopefully he's okay. But
they're helping him to gently get off the field. I'm not sure that we'll give you information on who the 12th man is to go on, but what we can tell you is what's happening tonight. We can't tell you who's doing what though, because
I'm going to try and find out
on the coin toss. But
now I'm
the
curious.
Lisbon Supergiants taking on the Werewolf CC. It is Fiesta de Noche. They're at the Miranda de Corvo Cricket Ground. Hello to everybody in Portugal. I hope you're all well. Hello to Barry and also to Nina. And all I know is that our crew and the teams there are going to get some lovely supper at the end of those matches, because it's a wonderful setup. The Miranda de Corvo Cricket Ground. It's got a lovely stand there. It is an old football pitch, but you can see it. Also, one thing about that ground is very much a community ground. So though cricket's played on there, there's a lot of community activities that are also arranged and organised there. For example, like one that comes to mind is dog shows. Also, a lot of children events to get involved in playing cricket, and all sorts of other sports as well. So doing a fantastic job keeping the community involved in sports as well.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
Yeah, it's going on.
We do see the player helped off the field of play. So, yeah, let's hope that he's going to be okay, because that was a nasty one. Nobody likes to see any injuries, really. So off he comes. And it looks like that the 12th will have to go on. And Stefan Gooch still there. And he's just got to try and... This is the other thing. When you have little delays like this, it can have a little impact on the batters, especially when they're in the groove. And Stefan definitely was in the groove. So Aslan Amjad will probably know that if he can get... 8 have come off this over so far, so it's below where they need to go. So that they're needing to go back magicals from here on in. But also, I suppose, the other thing is that Stefan Gooch has got to try and be the player that stays in strike. Still waiting here. I think the other players need to come onto the field of play. So,
yeah, a bit of jibber jabber out there. I don't know if this is a good momentum breaker or not. I mean, it gives Gucci a chance to get his breath back. But
Number 7 is off.
Yeah, obviously, there's Majrul Alam there who's had to go off with that injury, and hopefully it's not too serious.
All right, here we go. We are going to carry on.
It will be a dot ball, though. 86 of 25 now. Wide, could leave. I think not spoiling wide is a key part of your strategy, because I know that it might be, you might hit it for 6 or whatever, but I mean, you might hit a regular ball for 6, and then you need you don't want to be passing up free runs and extra deliveries, my point. Anyway, hits this one up in the air, and that's going to fly out of the ground. Maximo! That one's going to go to the Hippets, and by the way, they're very good at cricket.
Good fielding, eh?
We'll find that out, and yeah, we're loving the work. It's good to have some supporters here as well.
That brings 100 up, by the way. 100 at the end of the 6 overs. So they remain just 5 runs behind where the Tallinn Strikers were. Stefan Gooch holds the key here. He's been dropped on 12 and 13. You got to say he's had a little bit of a charmed life when he's been with the bat. They haven't been able to take his wicket, and every time that he gets dropped, you know he's going to punish you. Is he going to punish the Strikers here? Remember, the Strikers pulled off an extraordinary run chase at the end of day 1 to beat the Tallinn Hippos. Are the Hippos going to return the favour? All right, we go back to the captain, Habib Khan, and that's well struck. It means that Gooch gets them struck straight away. That's what you got to do. Don't waste any balls, no dot balls. Get Stefan Gooch straight on the strike.
That's smart. You know, I know you're saying, oh, do you want to kind of give up your... He's not giving up the chance to get a boundary, but he's not trying to turn that into a 6 shot because he doesn't want to necessarily sky one, get out, and then you better come and face. I think Gooch, he's hitting him well. He's on 36. He's going to get knocked over. Some good bowling by Habib, who actually gets that to swing a little bit. And Gooch kept his leg side of the ball, and really that might be the death rattle. It might be the bell tolling on this admirable chase from the Hippos as Gooch goes for 36. It's 101 for 4.
Well, the captain, he might have made the errors in the way that he used the bowlers in this one. He started with, I think, a bad combination, which meant that the Hippos got off to a flyer and they had hopes, but those hopes are shattered as those stumps are shattered by Habib. Knocks him over. Stefan Gooch will go. It's been a valiant effort from him. He'll go for 36. And now with that wicket going down, you would feel that the Tallinn Strikers will be able to breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, it's kind of, he was caught in two minds whether to hit that straight or whether to hit across the line. It was kind of in the middle, and it was quite zippy. And I also think that Habib gets that ball to swing a little bit in the air, a little bit away. Actually, in the end, kind of from outside legs up, 2 legs up. They're trying to find the bail. So it must have gone a long way. That bail's ended up in Wales, maybe. We'll be able to say that when we go to England, won't we?
We've gone to Wales? Yeah, could do.
Right, well, come on, Ant. Where's it gone?
There. They've found it now, by the way.
Where was it? Just right under your nose the whole time.
No. Where, did you see it go there?
Oh, yeah.
So it goes towards the, well, I suppose, what would be point or backward point when Steph was out there. Well, one left-hander replaces another. As it's going to be Sekaran, the wicket-keeper batter that comes out. Oh, that's a really good ball. Really good delivery. You know, one thing I want to point out here, a lot of bowlers, right-arm bowlers, automatically feel that to a left-hander, you've got to come around the wicket. This just shows that sometimes left-handers find it more difficult to face bowlers who actually do come a right-arm over the wicket to them because they're so used to right-armers coming around the wicket.
Yeah, but I think this is your plan A to a left-hander. Can be a good tactic. Sekaran is going to get off the mark with 1 because Mike's going to slip. And I suppose a secondary target, and no, they should get there, but you never know if they blow up, kind of shooting for this 179, the 125 to keep their point as well.
Yeah, I think as all good teams will have a plan in place to say, all right, we're going to go for this until this happens. And I think that this happened has probably happened already. And now I think the focus would be on at least getting a point against the Tallinn Strikers. It ain't over yet, though. I'm not going to call it yet because we've seen some amazing hitting today already. We've seen supersonic overs more than once. We once again, on 2 days on the spin, have seen 6 sixes in an over as well.
Yeah, this one was more expensive. A Gundy ball this time. A couple of 5-widers would be pretty handy right now, but good keeping. I think Idisham's been pretty good. I mean, with his handwork, he's been good. His kicking needs a bit of work.
Yeah.
But I actually think he's taken some important ones, hasn't he? Obviously, getting Robson, who's a guy on another day, could hurt you. Yeah. Took a good diving catch to his left. That's a good stop to save a boundary. That's a pretty good shot as well, though. Sekaran is going to lift it up, and that's going to be 4. So, I mean, 4s basically keep pace right now. You need 6s. You need a lot of them, but they're still in the hunt. The Hippos are 108 for 4 after 7.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. All right, always risky when you're going across the line, but he gets plenty of bat on it. It goes over the square leg, and he'll get a boundary. Habib He's bowled well, hasn't he? 1 for 17. He's 2 overs. This is what's coming up tomorrow, and we've seen these teams before. United in action. They pulled off an amazing run chase the other day, and they're up against the Tallinn Rising Stars. We'll also see the Viking Stars again. They're looking to finally get some points on the board for themselves. And then, well, the very good and hard-hitting Tallinn Stallions are going to be in action as well.
They'll be stung. Don't forget what happened to them last time. Having their 170 chased down. Looks like this 170 safe, but we'll see. This is punched down the ground by Marco Vike for a single. Shuvo comes on. Pretty reliable bowler to bowl the 8th.
Shuvo, let's see how he now adjusts to the left-hander. Sekaran also behind the stumps, I think, has been absolutely extraordinary as well. And, all right, nice shot. Yeah, I like it. I like it. He uses his feet, gets to the pitch, whips it away. So it's going to be, nicely played. A little bit too short from Shuvo. Just, you can see the difference between some of the better bowlers, if you like, the Amjad and also Habib to a point. To the left-hander, they just come over the wicket. They've got the ball full and to go outside the off. So they haven't allowed the left-handers to play freely on the leg side. That's where Shuvo needs to go. And that's what I'm talking about. And this is going to drop just short. The batters think about too. But Hassan is already there. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, so, geez, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, hasn't it? It's had a bit of everything in this innings. As this one's going to sneak past the outside edge. So now I suppose you do refocus. I think by batting normally you should still get the 11. So I mean, it wouldn't change too much.
Yeah.
But you don't have to be super crazy. Mike, got a good technique. He's been playing for a while now. Charges and cramps himself. And then there's a little bit of eye contact. Everyone basically looked at each other like one of those Indian Bollywood rom-coms. There are a lot of eyes kind of shooting around the room there, but no one was moving until then on strike and says, hey, why don't you come through for a run?
Yeah, Shuvo, I think he stops himself, and then that's when Sekaran says, all right then, nobody wants it, I'll get over there. And oh, well, how about this? What a shot this is. Well, let's watch this again. Well, Shuvu can't believe it.
I don't really understand what happened here. Let's have a look.
We have to look at it properly from the other way as well. This is quite amazing. Let's see if we can see it from. Watch this. That's quite incredible. That is quite incredible.
Backwards drive. Keeper basically gets sent the wrong way like he's in a penalty shootout. End of the 8th over, 119 for 4. Started ahead. That was a crazy start. But you can kind of see when Hook went for 56, I mean, he was really upset with himself. Remember how fired up he was when they reached the 50?
Yeah, he really was. He was pumping, wasn't he?
It's one battle in a long war, isn't it? So they'll be disappointed here, the Hippos, but they'll still think if they can put it together and have a little bit of luck go their way. They're still contenders to retain their title. A lot of cricket to go here in Estonia. This is smacked. But one thing I would say is the Hippos, defending champions, thinking about a second, it's not there. Obviously, with that loss the other night to the Strikers, losing them again, certainly their potential of qualifying automatically has dropped significantly now that the Strikers have done their double. You're relying on the Strikers to lose games to other teams, which they already did, by the way, once to the Bulls.
They have already.
But obviously, this loss hurts the Hippos a fair bit.
Worked away nicely, and this is a good. If there's anything out of this, I mean, it's a good sign. They'll be disappointed about the way they bowled most of that match, apart from towards the end of the innings. But this is a good sign because often, we've been talking a lot about Stefan, been talking a lot about Hook, about Robson, and also by Jones. So it's nice to see someone like Sekaran coming out there and playing some really nice shots. So this is where, the benefit of this match, even if you're going down, this is where the goodness of it comes in. Other players getting an opportunity and performing.
By the way, I've got an update on Marjarul Alam, who went off. Actually, he might have slipped a disc in his back. So that's why, how it wasn't actually the impact. It was when he went to ground and then he kind of, something happened. He strained something. So he might have a slight back injury. So it wasn't actually related to the impact of the ball. But certainly hope he's okay. I think he's gone to get some treatment. Roger, wishing you all the best. He'll be happy enough his team should get the win here. But first, we're going to see a ball hit down the ground. 2 fielders coming around, and it's taken by Hassan. I was a little bit worried it was going to be a little bit of bumper cars late in the piece here, but that was a nice catch taken by Elias Hassan to his left, and that'll be another wicket down. It's Paliat Khan that breaks through for a second, and the score is 125 for 5.
We'll have a good look at this catch. It's actually quite a remarkable catch because he's come from, look how he's taken this. He's, you know, most players have their hands underneath and come up.
Yeah.
He's taken them from the side like he's going to have a clap, and he ends up with the grizzly in his hands.
Like he's starting a hearty round of applause.
Yeah.
But it just kind of timed it the right way, I suppose. And Savio is going to get a bat. And Hippos, they have made the 125. At least they know they're taking a point out of this, but they'll be disappointed. They haven't been able to get one over the Strikers tonight. Strikers, though, what a signal that is to the competition. They've knocked 211 up. They've knocked 178 up against the Hippos. They're one of the world's slowest foot races to the boundary, but they will get 2.
Yeah, Strikers. And of course, look, we've seen some marvellous things here today, but we got to talk about Arslan Amjad. 2 centuries in the day, back-to-back centuries as well. 105 of 30 before he was retired out when the Strikers made 211. And in this one, he makes a fine 113 as well. Just superb from him. And, well, it's a moment that he'll never forget this day, this match day 3 in Estonia. Going down the leg side and probably also going to be a little bit too high. But that is the end of the over. 128 for 5 as we get ready for the final over to come to you from here, this National Cricket and Rugby ground in Estonia, in Tallinn, the capital. But remember, this is starting there in Portugal.
Yeah, so Lisbon Super Giants taking on the Werewolves. And know the Werewolves, you can expect them to perform even better in a night series because that's their natural habitat.
Yeah.
So looking at those 2 teams, obviously not too much between them, I don't think. Had similar records, I'd say, in the ECS recently. I think Werewolves maybe a touch ahead. They have won the toss, and apparently they've elected to bat. Last over the day coming up. And first one is cut away, and that's going to be 4. That's a nice shot. Yeah, so I suppose there are some positives here. Seeing more guys getting a hit. I've got to say, Savio played that cut shot perfectly. He was kind of fighting the angle, but yeah, very well executed. Gets 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. A very nice cut shot there. And he's got Sakran, who's been playing some nice shots as well. Okay, just waiting here as, well, says the cap's getting in my way. It takes the cap off, puts the lid on. The Savio. Just take a little bit of time.
I just popped into the chat
ready.
in the Portugal chat.
Yeah.
Not a lot going on there yet. So, come on, I've tried to send a message. Get in there, get around Phil G. I think I'm in the right chat. I hope so. Where is everyone? You go to a party and you've gone to the wrong address? Let's try that again. Hello?
Shivu. It's worked away.
There's a bit of crampage there late in the day as well. Hobbling around. It's Gulz Ahmad. I mean, the score they're going to get here, let's call it high 130s, 140. They'll win you a lot of ball games here. But, yeah, you know what they say, batters win your games, but bowlers win your tournaments. And I think whichever team can get their bowling right could end up taking the trophy here. That's pretty well bowled, fairly full. Sekran charges that. I've liked what he's about as well. I thought he's brought a lot to the table. I thought he kept really well.
Very clean, very tidy. Very clean, tidy keeper. I like his movement, like his glove work. But yeah, I'm with you, Vinny. I've been saying all along, I think all the teams have dangerous, hard-hitting, and aggressive batters. Where's this one ended up? Well, they'll come back for 2 late in the afternoon. You can see the sun. This sun is deceptive. It looks like it's coming down here, but it's going to stay up there until about 10 o'clock.
That's not going anywhere, that sun.
It's not going that quickly, I can tell you that. But no, yeah, there's a lot of good, hard-hitting batters, but I think you're right. This tournament is going to be won by the team that bowls the best. Nicely struck. It's in the air. They will think about 2, will they? This time it has been picked up cleanly by Habib, and he bowls it back to Shuvu. So we're almost there, folks. And for those of you that have to get away quickly, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for your support. But those that can stick around, well, remember, we will see the highlights of today. And myself and Vinny will give our thank yous and say our goodbyes to you in person as the last ball comes to an end. And that's going to be a run out right towards the end there. That was a little bit unnecessary, really. Sikran will be run out for just 20. And it'll be the end of the innings. They will finish on 137. He's just admiring his shot here. But look, he's not running at all. He doesn't want to try and get back. That's disappointing, really. Or maybe that's just disappointment on behalf of Sikran that they are going to go down here. But the key thing is that they do pick up a point. Yeah. So not all is lost. But yeah, you're right. I think going forward here now that Tallinn Hippos will be hoping that the strikers can maybe slip up somewhere. Maybe they can slip up badly where they don't get any points at all. And if the Hippos keep on picking up forfeits, things can still change there towards the top.
As far as the day for the strikers, you couldn't have gone much better. 11 points out of a possible 12. They chased down 85 in 5.2 overs against the Super Riders, who got them, who obviously didn't really challenge them the way they would have liked. And then they whacked 211 against the Bulls that they lost to the other day. And then they've just knocked over the Hippos, the defending champions. So the strikers, they're around, they're here to stay. And they've got players in form, which I think is probably the most important thing.
Yeah, that is.
So you mentioned that we'll be here wrapping things up. Pretty much as soon as we wrap things up, you can flick over to Portugal, where the Super Giants taking on Werewolves tonight. Werewolves winning their toss and electing to bat first. As Kashi Ram leading Werewolves in that one. Rajbir behind the stumps. And Anup, he loves to lead LSG. This is what we've got here tomorrow with Tallinn United starting the day against the Rising Stars. And then the Viking Stars, the Galaxy Stars here in Tallinn in this European cricket series. But why don't we have a look at the highlights of this chase? It was quite the mountain to climb, but for a while it looked like the Hippos were going to scale it. As 179, the target was given a shaking down, especially in the first 5 overs.
Yeah, well, what a start it was. And if you want to know, 20 off the first from Gul Zaman and 34 supersonic from Cheyenne Khan, who lost the plot in that second over. It also meant that the 50 came up inside the first 2 overs, and also that the 50 for Hook, Stuart Hook, also came up in like the 2 over. It was quite amazing what we were seeing. It's quite incredible. 63 was the power play score, and at that point they were ahead. They also hadn't lost any wicket. Something had to happen, and who? Well, Arslan Amjad, the man who scores the century, not just 1 but 2 today, comes on and takes the key wicket. But Stefan Gut was always making sure that his team were going to stay in the hunt, and they weren't going to go down without a fight. And at the halfway point, the 2 wickets had gone down, but they were still in with a chance, weren't they? It needed something special, and well, we did see something special. We saw some good catches, and that was one of them. That was well held by Hassan, so that was pretty key. And then we saw a fine catch also behind the stumps as well, and this was nice and easy taken there by Arslan as well. But Gooch was still there, Robson was still there, Stefan was hitting it well, hitting it hard. A couple of chances he gave weren't taken, but this is the catch I was referring to. What a wonderful catch that was from Etisham. Takes the catch, and really I think when Robson goes there without scoring, that for me is when things started to change in this contest.
Yeah, and you're right. Weight of runs on the board. They were kind of in a winning position. That was a bit of a nasty one. I mean, he's a bit upset about the drop catch. Probably a bit worried about the fact that his spine was hanging by a thread after taking that thunderbolt. Good to see the Hippettes out there. They were having a bit of fun. I know it's not the result they wanted. That was the big moment, though, where I think from there you knew there was no way back to this improbable chase. As Gooch batted really well, didn't he? He's kind of been in control of his game. A little bit impromptu weightlifting surprise. Another back didn't go there, to be honest, but Habib got the big breakthrough. But, yeah, you know, just day out for the strikers, wasn't it? And you just wonder how far they can go in this tournament. Obviously seen a lot of strong teams, a lot of teams doing some very good things. But looking at the strikers, I mean, they'll play the Wolves on the weekend. And I think that's all they're going to play now. They play the Wolves in 2 matches because they played 6 of their 8 matches.
Right.
So, look, they're in prime position to qualify automatically. But She's got a lot of players in form, a lot of players on heaters. Let's see if they can keep that up over the 2 weeks.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. We've seen some really good batting here. I think what we've seen is that the pitch is suiting the bat, especially against the seamers. But yeah, I wonder if the Wolves have got a few spinners amongst the mist. If they have, it could be quite handy. 137 for 16. That's that scorecard. But don't forget, I mean, it looks very one-sided. But believe you me, and those of you that were watching will know that Stuart Hook and Stefan Gooch certainly did give the Italian strikers a big scare early on.
Yeah, and look, credit to the bowlers. They held their nerve. I mean, obviously Shine went to the cleaners and so did Gould early. It was an interesting choice to bowl the first over. But Habib, 1 for 17. Yeah, often with those, you just need one bowler to step up and bowl a good spell and not get hit. Habib 1 for 17 made it really tough. And then, look, all the bowlers after that, Amjad in there as well, I thought was brilliant. Had a good all-round day, didn't need to say the least. Balliat, I think, had a good game, 2 for 20 for him. Even Shuvo, 1 for 20, kind of held up his end and made sure that they weren't going to pull off this 179. So, again, I want to welcome everyone back into the cube one more time. Just 5 minutes away from the start in Portugal. And, yeah, have you even got a sneak peek of Portugal tonight?
We did already, yeah.
And I'm not nervous about doing 4 games at once, even if we did slightly make a technical slip up when we're doing 2 games at once. LSG on the park against Werewolves in Coimbra at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo tonight. And Werewolves winning the toss, selecting to bat in that one. Let's look one more time tomorrow here. And we've got Group B returning. And I know that Tallinn United, it's the first time we'll see them since they pulled off that miraculous chase in match 10 last night. Rising Stars need to have a big day. Viking Stars need to have a big day as well. And also, I just think the Tallinn Stallions, again, they were a bit shocked the other night, but they got 3 matches kind of work their way back into the tournament. And they would still want to have that automatic path to the finals. Well, Rico, what a day. We saw back-to-back centuries, something just absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah.
We saw a 200 score for the first time in Estonia. We saw our 50th century of this season. We almost saw another 170 chased, and just all of this stuff is unbelievable. And we got to get out of here because I won't want to miss the start in Portugal. Because if you thought this was unexpected, you need to head over there and see what's going on because it's going to be uncut after dark and anything's possible when the moon comes out in Portugal. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo Rico for any last words?
Well, always as I say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy, and enjoy the night festival in Portugal.
Yeah, well said. Don't forget, like, subscribe, social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. We're rocking, we're rolling. May Madness in full flight, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you in 3 minutes in Portugal. Phil G standing by. Enjoy the last 2 games tonight. But from Estonia, from Vinny and Rico, we're going to say good night to you right now. We'll see you tomorrow. Here's some of the best bits of day 3. For now, it's hasta mañana.